Jegs.
For high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the sportsman racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Meziere Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Meziere for the best solutions.
You know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at BiondoRacing.com.
Hello. We had a little minor technical difficulty, but APM rescued me and I am here. Okay. Last night we had the 32 car shootout for the American Race Car and Race Tech Dragsters. The winner got to select which chassis he wanted, and the loser wasn't a loser at all because he got the other one. Okay. Corey Gulitti was the winner again over Gary Williams, and Corey selected the American and Gary got the Race Tech. So both great chassis. It's just a matter of personal preference. It's like Hunts and Hines or something, you know, who knows. Anyway, today we are having the APD 15K eliminations. Here shortly. We got some track prep going on right now, and then we'll get right into it. Nothing else to report except to say thank you so much to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing Motor Mania TV in and keeping this event free to you, the viewer. Those things are going away these days, but we're going to make them bigger and better. Okay, thank you also to Peter Biondo and his team for putting together a great show for you.
All right, Joanne, we have our cars up here under the bridge here to us. just be a matter of moments. We'll do invocation, national anthem, and we'll be rolling.
Okie dokie, thank you.
I currently do not have any music playing.
Oh, okay, cool. Hang on here, and I've lost my screen. There, I'm back. Okay, so I better get out of your face, and APM is headed to the scaffold, and we are about to do this thing, okay? Yeah, like, let's do this.
All right, racers, the time has come. It's APD 15K Wednesday, and we had a great time trial session, a huge crowd, more than I could have ever imagined. So with that said, there will not be any buybacks today. And, that will be a day-by-day thing. And I'll try to let you guys know for the rest of the weekend tonight what the plan is so you guys can plan accordingly. But today, there will not be any buybacks. I don't want to run this to 2 or 3 in the morning. I want you guys to have a good experience and the track officials and everybody to have a good experience. So there will not be buybacks today, and entry sales for today are cut off. So it is what it is at this point. But I promise as the weekend comes on, as the weekend moves on, I'll keep you more in tune on what the plan is so you can plan accordingly. But appreciate everybody coming. I'm going to have my wife my beautiful wife do an invocation, and we'll get right after it.
Hello racers, welcome to this beautiful week at Bristol Dragway. We're excited to start things off today with a $15,000 race. And if everyone can please remove your hats, I'm going to do a prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for letting us all gather here today at this beautiful racetrack, letting us all come here with our free will and have the option to do as we want with our free time. And we are so thankful that you let us all come here as a family, and we can rely on each other and have a fun time in the meantime. Give us a smooth racing surface today, a safe racing surface, and keep us all safe in the pits and traveling around. Amen.
Thank you, Emily. And if you would still continue to please rise, place that hand over your heart as we pay homage to the greatest country in the land with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
First Fling event here at Bristol. Kyle Seipel and Peter Biondo and the whole Fling team started the event. We know Kyle is not with us, but he is absolutely with us in spirit and looking down upon us here on Advanced Product and Design, $15,000 Wednesday. And as Kyle would always tell us, let's roll, baby. First round with no buybacks. Cannot say thank you enough to all the racers, friends, and family that have traveled so far to be with us here at Thunder Valley. The support of these Fling events through the years. Just can't say thank you enough to everybody who comes out here to support these races. We're going to start us off with David Young and Jason Rich. Young out of Philadelphia, 62 Chevy 2, 590 is the dial. Going to be alongside JR, 39 Chevy Coupe. Last night in the final time trial during Rob's Auto and Collision, tested tune Tuesday, literally bumper dragged it. Bounced it off the bumper a couple of times, and I was talking to Jason in the staging lanes this morning. He was like, yeah, it really wasn't on purpose. Jason will be doing the chasing here. 538 is the dial. We're off and away on $15,000 APD Wednesday. Jason a little bit better on the starting line, and he's going to give up the win light. David Young, 19 green, 4 above. Takes out Jason Rich, 0026 above. Jason Rich got behind by 5 out the stripe. And his A entry will be done for the day. David Young will advance. Joe Julesrud and Tim Denton will be our next pair. Big shout out to all of our great friends watching the Motor Mania live feed, courtesy of Jegs and Mickey Thompson. And everybody hit that like thumb. We love all of our friends that participate in the chat bleachers. I gotta move some stuff around so I can hit the thumb. Everybody hit the thumb. Got like 500 and 600 people watching, 56 likes. We can do much more better than that. Joe Julesrud, 685 is the dial. Stony Point, North Carolina, that white S10 left lane. Tim Denton, Tennessee, the 69 Camaro. We're on a Motor Mile right side of the racetrack. Red light start for Joe Julesrud by 5 thousandths of a second. Tim Denton gets a gift wrap win here in round number 1. On a free look at 6 flat, he goes 605 at 115 miles an hour. And after Julesrud was red, is also too quick, going 684 on that 685. And Howard Westbury and Aaron Vale. Westbury, 67 Chevy 2 for Team Kick Booty. Harleyville, South Carolina, 560 is the dial. Aaron Vale, 644. The dial in for the Pontiac. Aaron will get the head start. About a bulb and a half. Bulb and 3/4. Vale looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Howard. Aaron Vale locks out Howard Westbury. 10 green, dead on 6s, 16 total. Howard Westbury was Michael Jordan on the reaction time, and the other guy is 16 candles on the combined on the other side. Well, 23 green ain't going to cut it. Aaron Vale will move on. Howard Westbury will bow out in round number 1 as Kevin Pollard. In the Love, and Larry Hamby in the car I love, a 55 Chevrolet out of Orlando, Florida, 675 for Hamby. Kevin Pollard, a well-chronicled incident earlier this year at the Fling out in Vegas. It's good to see Kevin back on track. Young man out of Virginia. Be doing the chasing. There goes Larry in the 55. Here comes KP. Hamby, 26 green, dead on one, to be 4th thou in front. Kevin Pollard was 12 green, one above 9. 4th thou behind at the finish line as Larry Hamby takes out Kevin Pollard here in round number 1 as Noah Pollard. And 2 mil 1 year Jeff Verdi. Noah out of Greenwood, South Carolina, 634 the dial in the 78 Camaro, Mr. Verdi. Glenn Allen VA and the Top Gun Firebird. 599 is the dial for Mr. Verdi. Red light start for Noah Pollard by 3 itty-bitty ones. Verdi, a free look at 599, 6 flat for Mr. Verdi, 27 down there on the starting line. As Verdi will be back in round number 2, Noah Pollard will be done for the day in that entry is Dustin Smiley and Mr. Nick Hastings. Smiley out of Piedmont, South Carolina, 555 is the dial. Mr. Hastings, 612 in the T1000. Nick out of Shelby, OHIO. There for Sir Nicholas. Smiley. 555 the dial, coming up alongside Nick Hastings and Dustin Smiley. Line up on the right side, 008, 2 above. Nick Hastings was 35 up front, gave up 0.03 of a second, 2 above 9. Tried to make the right decision down there at the big end, but Dustin Smiley just a little bit better and takes out Nick Hastings. This is Robbie Breeden and Gordon Wan. Breeden out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The S15, 710 on the dial. Gordon Wan, Port Charlotte, Florida, the Vega Wagon. And Breeden turns on that big old ugly, nasty, putrid, grotesque, heinous round 1 red light by 7th thou. 711 with a 3 on the 710. Gordon Wan was 004, pretty sporty right off the bat. And 631 on the 634 there for Gordon Wan. It's Josh Burrow and Tanner Miller. Burrow out of Kaufman, Texas. Tanner Miller and at Wheel Standen, Vega. Mooresville, North Carolina. Like almost back-to-back Vega wagons. Tanner. A little bit better on the starting line. Here comes Josh. No, double breakout win. Going to go Tanner Miller's way. 638.6 under by 4th thou as Tanner Miller was 008 at the starting line. Josh Burrow was 26 green and under by 6th thou. Josh Burrow's only option was to really get behind and get on the right side of the number, to not do so, and Tanner Miller is your winner here in round number 1. Nathan Stroder and Chad Axford. Mr. Axford out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, the salty one. Turns it red by 1 stinking thou. And I know Chad, when he gets that time slip, is going to be saying filth, flarn, filth, darn it, etc. Nathan Stroder, 11 green and 608 on the 610. We get an easy one there as Axford is red by 1 thou. Is Rick Needham Jr. and Odell Davidson. Needham, Cleves, Ohio. In the Cobalt, 587 is the dial. Odell Davidson, 667 is the dial. Bean Station, Tennessee, the 82 Camaro for Odell. And Odell couldn't hold it in the beam. Turns on that red. 587 was the dial for Ricky Needham. Gets a free look at 586 after being 003. So Rick Needham Jr., excuse me, we'll see him in round number 2 is Andrew Sturck and Chad Duke. Sturck out of Amaranth, Ontario, Canada A. 89 Fox Body Mustang, 642 the dial, will be off and away first. Chad Duke, Wilmington, North Carolina. 68 Camaro will go to the Mustang, and the Mustang is already a loser. 8th out on the red light start. Chad Duke, 14 green, 545 on the 548 will be the numbers. Andrew Sturck. Set him on run 642, go 643, but it was all over right off the bat. Being read by 8th foul with Sean Lingerfelt and Chase McKay. Lingerfelt out of Greenville, North Carolina in the Beretta. Chase McKay, Romulus, Michigan. Romulus. Very authoritative. 68 Camaro there for Chase. One foul separating the drivers as 005 leaves second. But Chase McKay, who was 005, is going to end up on the right side. 643 on the 641. Sean Lingerfelt was 004, got to the finish line first by 28 foul. To be 5 thousandths of a second under, just needed a little womp womp on the gassy gas or tap tap of the brakey brake. End up on the right side, did not do so. Chase McKay takes out Mr. Lingerfelt is Garrett Griffith and Glenn Williamson.
Excuse me. Attention to pits. We will now take Group A dragsters to the lanes. Group A dragsters. So all of Group A has been called to the lanes.
Yes, what Peter Biondo said. Garrett Griffith, Glenn Williamson. Again, Group A dragsters. Group A dragsters need you. Garrett, the young man out of Kentucky, 646 the dial. Williamson, 687, and Garrett Griffith, wow. 17 total, 009 dead on 8. We'll get the win for G squared. Glenn Williamson, 13 green, 1 above 5, and no good. Donald Brown and Gary Kimball. Brown in the Beretta. Gary Kimball in the Nova. A couple of North Carolina runners. As we are Carolina on Carolina here. It's like Duke, North Carolina. NC State and Wake Forest. 007 red light start for Gary Kimball. Donald Brown 20 green and 5 above. But we'll move on. Gary Kimball red and then a lot above. Sarah Major and Matt Dattis will be our next pair. Sarah out of Bean Station, Tennessee in that super cool Maverick. And Matt Dattis out of Vermilion in the OHI Ho, the 98 Grand Am. So Sarah Major in the Maverick will be doing the chasing. 608 the number. Mr. Dattis. 619 the number for Matty D. Off and away. Sarah a little bit better at the start, but Matt Dattis going to be a little bit better at the finish. 14 green. 1 above for Matt Dattis will be good. Sarah Major was 007, cut Matt Dattis' reaction time in half, and then broke out by 4 hun. Matt Dattis will move on. Cameron Fredrickson and Steve Collier. So Cameron, 624 in that Malibu wagon. And Steve Collier. It's a pretty good one here in round number 1. The S10 out of Huber Heights in the OHIO. Cameron and Steve. 005 gets off the starting line last. Steve Collier is just, I mean, Collier is 4 total. 003 dead on 1 to be 4 combined. Cameron Fredrickson's 005 and has no chance. And goes down there and runs dead on 4 to be 9 total. 9 total. Bye. Have a good day. 9 total and gets the boot. It's just nasty. It's mean. It's mean. It's mean. It's like going on a really, really good first date and then never calling that person ever again. It's just mean. Jamie Bean and Kenrick Roundtree. Jamie with Chevy 2 out of Tennessee, 631 the dial. Roundtree out of Chapel Hill is going to bow out in round number 1. Jamie Bean, 19 green, dead on 9, is 28 on the total. Kenrick Roundtree's 573 on the dial and 6 over. And no good. No racer info. Left side, 627 is the dial. Going to be alongside Scott Albrecht. A New Jersey-based 67 Camaro that is a absolute work of art. And that, like, is understating works of art. 5,000 difference at the starting line. 13 green, dead 0 for Scott. He's going to get in that Computech best dialer, 5740 on the 574 for Scott to get that round 1 victory. And as we continue to roll through Group A, I'm going to slide out of the way. And the very capable, very talented racer extraordinaire, but more importantly, he's a better human being than he is a racer, and he's one of the best racers in the entire West Coast. Marco Paravallaris, going to roll on in here and tell you about rest round 1.
Thank you, Mike. Mike going to take just a little bit of a break. Kenneth Street and Ken Clark. Ken is 3 thou on the red side. Street is 26, dead 5, going to be good enough. Barry Woods, 592 on the left side. Noah Johnson, 691 on the right. Advantage in the right lane and does not turn it into a win light. Noah Johnson is 17 and got to the stripe first by a quarter of a second to break out 4 thou. Barry Woods, his reaction time almost started with a 2, goes 6 above. That is going to be good enough for the win light. Next pair, Kendall Little on the left side, 610 is the dial. Herb Bailey on the right, at a 6-12. Foul separate him. Win light on a double breakout to Kendall Little. 13 and 2 thou under is going to turn on the win light. Herb Bailey was 17 and 11 thou under, taking 5 thou at the stripe. Kendall Little moving on. Todd McKinney, 676 on the left side. Believe he got the win at Jed's foot brake race in honor of his late son, Lucas McKinney. That was pretty cool to watch. Cody Blankenship on the right, 6 flat is the dial. 500th advantage to Todd McKinney and converts it into a win light. 006 and 2 above. Cody behind at the start and 3 above. Left side, Hot Rod Fincham. Fast and Fincham, as he says, like and share, like and share. 648 dial on the left side. Right side, Chris Smith at a 598. So exactly a 1 bulb head start going to Rodney Fincham. Fincham is 4 thou on the red side. Chris Smith is 26 and 6 thou under. Going to be good enough. Left side, Caroline McCarty. 611 in the Rambler wagon. Right side, not on file at a 538. From the back end, kind of looks like Tommy Plott's Mustang. I'm going to say I'm at least 90% sure that's Tommy Plott in the right lane. Separate him. Top end, win light. McCarty on the drop for the win. 16 and 2 above. Tommy Plott was 22, take 18 to beat 4 thou under. Needed 14 or less. Left side, Ryan Barnes at a 630 in the Camaro. Right side, looks like the dragsters are starting to mix in. Josh Baker at a 461. So in the double groups, in groups A and C, there's no hard separation between door cars and dragsters. So if the lanes are uneven with the door cars, let's say it's left lane heavy and there's some dragsters that pull up in the right lane, we'll start to see door car dragster matchups. How about 6 thou, separate them, win light. Josh Baker, 009, dead 4, 13 total. Ryan Barnes was better with a 003 on the hit, but goes 3 above to be 21 thou behind. Josh Baker, going to move on. Ben Willis, 656 in the pickup on the left side. Right side, Brian Adkins in the Nova, 640 is the dial. 1 thou on the red side for Ben Willis. Adkins, 33 and 12 thou above is going to get it done. Greg Walker in the Camaro at a 554. Right side in the Dragster, TJ Harper, 461 is the dial. Harper in control and the win light. 22 and 28 thou above. Greg Walker was behind, gets their first 17 thou to break out 15 thou. Needed to snug it up to 2 thou or less. Left side, Jacob Stallworthy, all the way from Boise, Idaho, at a 489. Right side, Cortland Carter out of Lubbock, Texas, 466 is the dial. West Coast matchup at Bristol. Stallworthy in control. 2 dead 8 is going to turn on the win light. 10 total for Stallworthy. Carter was behind, got there second, and still broke out 4 thou. Wayne Vernon, 556 is the dial. Right side, Greg Shones, 469 is the dial. Greg is 2 thou on the red side. Vernon would have been quite a bit behind at the start. Goes 1 above. That'll get it done. Jimmy Chavez Jr., 475 is the dial on the left side. Right side, Timmy Markaglu, 459 is the dial. As Mike Ames just said, also Barbara's husband. And according to Mike, that is always the most important part. I would have to agree. Eight thou separate him, win light to Markaglu. 17, take 15 to go 1 above. Chavez was 25 and 2 above. Timmy Markaglu gonna move on. Scotty Watts, heads up. 490 is the dial for both drivers. Scotty Watts on the left side, Cliff Carr on the right. .001 to 24, win light goes to Scotty Watts. 24, dead 0 is going to get it done. Cliff Carr was 001, take 33 to be 10 thou under. needed to take 23 or less. Noah Rambo, 463 is the dial on the left side. Right side, Cameron Manuel at a 476. Both these drivers are double entered, and let's just say their second entries, they're going considerably faster. I believe Noah Rambo's blower car that he's going to be running in Group C, I want to say that thing goes like 420, something like that. Separate him. Win light to Cameron Manuel. 13 dead, 1 is 14 total. Rambo was 18 and locked out. Left side, Parker Dotson. 468 is the dial. Right side, Jamie Holston at a 444. In control and gets behind. Parker Dotson is 22, got their first 9th thou to be 11th thou above. Holston was 008 and 3 above. Parker Dotson moving on. Buddy Fleener, 487 on the left side. Right side, Jeff Serra. 482 is the dial. Thou separate him, advantage to Jeff Serra, rocking the scoop, taking 10 thou to go dead 4 after being 008 and lights up the win light. Buddy Fleener was 19, dead 3. Hard to leave Jeff Serra any bit of room. He'll do footwork on the other end, get inside it. They'll do whatever it takes. Steve Hawkins, 520 on the left side. Right side, Cody Witt at a 493. Cody is 11 thou red. Hawkins is 27 dead 8. Gonna move on. Donnie Burleson in his beautiful, brand new 2022 Ultratech Dragster. 450 is the dial. Right side, Marlon Goats. I apologize. Marlon Goats. 492 is the dial on the right. Thou separate him, win light to Burleson on a double breakout. 2 thou is the margin of victory. Burleson was 8 thou under. Goats was 10 thou under. Goats, despite having a 003 reaction time, took 22 at the stripe, needed to take 20 or less. One of Peter Biondo's rules. If it's a double breakout, to turn on the wind light, you got to take a lesser stripe than the advantage on the tree. There was a 20 thou separation. Got to take 20 or less. Left side, Greg Duffield out of Texas, 498 is the dial. Right side, Jaden Lawler, 466 is his dial. Greg is 9 thou red, Lawler 16 on the tree, matches his age as Jaden's only 16 years of age. Breaks out, being that Greg was red, Jaden will move on. Andrew Conrath, 495 on the left side. Right side, Sugar Shane Carr, 454 is the dial. Sugar Shane is 1 thou on the red side. Conrath, pretty good lap, 007 and 13 thou above, is going to get it done. Steph Fuller, 474 is the dial on the left side. Right side, Timothy Thomas at a 465. Thomas is 2 thou red and ouch, dead on 3. Just 5 thou away from being perfect on both ends. Steph Fuller was 14 and goes 475 on the 474. Gonna move on. Brandon Barker out of Ontario, Canada. 509 is the dial. Austin Thompson out of North Carolina on the right side. 493 is the dial. Barker with the advantage and the win light. 11 take 19 to be dead 8 for the win. Austin Thompson was 37, dead 1. Brandon Barker moving on. Ivy Brannon, 455 on the left side. Right side, Bo Sanders at a 483. Eight thou separate him, advantage Sanders, win light Sanders. 12 take 13 to go 484 on the 483. Ivy was 20 and goes 456 on the 455. Both drivers one above, but Bo Sanders with the reaction time advantage, going to move on. door car dragster matchup. Bug McCarty, 601 in the 95 olds on the left side. Right side, Scott Jorgensen at a 535. Scott is 6 foul red. Bug McCarty is 10 dead 9 to be 19 total. Bug McCarty moving on. Robert Pettis, 468 is the dial on the left side. Right side, J.R. Lockhart at a 488. Robert is 8 thou red. Lockhart 11 and 14 thou above. Gonna move on. Jerry McGraw, left side, 449 is the dial. Jack Collier on the right at a 452. Seven thou separate him. Win light to Jack Collier. 13 getting their first 21 thou to be 11 thou above. McGraw was 20 and goes 451 on the 449. Jack Collier moving on. I'm going to take a moment and welcome and turn the mic over to nephew of Peter and Emily Biondo. This is Dylan Biondo. Dylan?
Appreciate it, Marco. I'm going to step in here with Steve Collier over on the right and Shane Thompson over on the left. Thompson got the 470 on the Dragster. Collier with the 462 dialing. Red light starts. Steve Collier give the win to Shane Thompson. Thompson's 18 up front. Goes 1 thou under. The 469 with the 9 on the 470. He's coming back. Noah Lewis right hand side. Jay Beaulieu left hand side. Beaulieu dialed the 449. Noah Lewis with the 450. 5,000 reaction time advantage. Noah Lewis goes on the right-hand side. He's 001. And he cannot get it done. Give it to Jay Boyu. He's 11, taking 23 for the win. Boyu comes back. Kevin Porches, right-hand side, 448. Ron Campbell, left-hand side, 486. Drivers bump them in, we're ready. Huge reaction time advantage, Campbell. Give him the win. Campbell is 005, and Poitras is late. And we'll leave it there. Campbell coming back for round 2. Lee Dixon, left-hand side, 2010 Race Tech, dialed a 473. Michael Shoup over on the right-hand side, dialed a 481. Dixon's in. Here comes Shoup. Reaction time advantage goes up to Dixon. 007. And he gets it done as Michael Shoup breaks it out. Shoup goes a 480 with a 5 on the 481 to break it out. 5,000. Dixon into round 2. Preston Pennington, right-hand side, 474. Jeff Taylor on the left-hand side with the 470. He's 9. And he's going to break it out. 473 with a 3 on the 474. Wing light's going to go over to Taylor. He is 470 with a 5 on the 470 dial-in. Pennington takes too much. Collier, right-hand side, the 464. Tanner Theobald, left-hand side, 488. Reaction time advantage over the Theobald. And he gets the win. Tanner Theobald, 490 with a 6 on the 488. Collier breaks it out and goes a 463, taking 30,000 with the stripe on the 464. Theobald's come back. Ray Miller III, left-hand side, the 2017 Miller ride, dialed a 455. Philip Pennington over on the right-hand side, 475 in the 16 TNT. Red light start for Pennington, 13 red. Give the winner Ray Miller. Pennington's going to go 472 with a 0 on the 475 on the red light. Miller 453 with a 9 after being 10 up front. Miller to round 2. Casey Pencil, right-hand side. 497 to dial in. Brian Cam, left-hand side, 507 to dial in. And he's going to get it done. Casey Pencil, 11 up front, 498 with a 1 on the 497. Brian Cam, 19 up front, 505 with a 6 on the 507. Breaks it out. Give the win to Pencil. Dakota Wells, right-hand side in the M&M chassis, dialed a 457. Brent Martin, left-hand side, 487 in the race tech. Red light start, Brent Martin. He's 10 red. Dakota Wells, 20 on the green side, and runs it out to a 455 with a 4 on the 457. Brent Martin goes a 481 with a 3 on the 487 after being 10 red up front. Give the win to Wells. Jordan Willis Parker, right-hand side in the 19 American, dialed to 458. Jordan Wyke, left-hand side, 460 is the dial-in. Reaction time advantage in with a Wyke. Winner Jordan. Wyke. Wyke's 008 up front and runs a 461 with a 2 on the 460, taking 29 at the stripe. Jordan Willis Parker's 15 up front, runs a 461 with a 4 on the 458. Going to bring up Greg Hicks, left-hand side. 483 is the dial for Hicks. Sean Parker, right-hand side. 444 is the dial-in. Big reaction time advantage over Hicks on the left side. And he's going to turn into a wing light, taking 001 at the stripe. Hicks is 009 up front, runs a 485 with a 6 on the 483. Takes 001. Parker, 444 with a 4 on the 445. He is 42 up front.
In the pits, Group B to staging lanes 1 and 2 for round number 1. Group B will take you now. Round 1.
Michael Pascal, right-hand side, 475. Mike Morgan over on the left with the 497 on the window. Reaction time advantage over Pascal. And a win light to Pascal. Michael Pascal goes 478 with an 8 on the 475 after being 15 up front. Morgan 504 with a 9 on the 497 after being 35 up front. Pascal moves on. John Ezel, right hand side, 461. And Rick Harbaugh, 472 is the dial in. Big rack time advantage over Ezel. And the win like going to Ezel. He's 003 and goes a 466 to the 2 on the 461, taking 19 thou. Rick Harbaugh, 37 up front, and goes a 475 with a 7 on the 472. Ezel moves on. Kevin Burkett, left side, 494 is dial in. McKenna Brown, right side, 475. Well, 457 is the dial in. Reaction time advantage going perfect. He is 6. But he can't get the win. Takes 40 thou at the stripe after being 6 up front. Goes a 491 with 3 on the 494. McKenna's 19. Goes a 457 with a 0 on the 457. McKenna comes back. Chris Stein, right hand side, 421 is dialing. Corey Galletti, last night's Dragster shootout winner, with a 456 over on the left. Right on the start. Give the win to Chris Stein. Stein goes 421 with a 1 on the 421, taking 2 thou with a stripe after being 20 up front. Galletti, 17, 456 with a 6 on the 456. Doesn't get it done. Stein moving on. Bart Nelson, right-hand lane, 479. Joe Gary, left-hand side, 456. Double 05 for 13, advantage Nelson. But the wing light's gonna go to Gary. Nelson's 005 runs a 478 with a 1 on the 479. Gary's 13 up front, 455 with a 4 on the 456. Nelson takes 11 thou to break it out. Roger Thornton, right hand side, 468. Doug Marsters, left hand side, 497. Double 01 right for Doug Marsters. Give the win to Thornton. Thornton was 004 up front. runs a 467 with a 9 on the 468. Marsters 496 with a 4 on the 497 after being 001 on the wrong side of the tree. Thornton's going to come back for round 2. Derek Hubbard, right-hand side, 454 in the 20 Phantom. Donnie Quisenberry, left-hand side, 481 is the dial-in. Triple 0 for Quisenberry. And it's going to get the win. Quisenberry is 3 total, giving Hubbard no chance. Runs a 481 with a 3 after being trip zip up front. Hubbard, 21 up front. Not much he can do. Breaks out a thou, trying to get in the game. Quisenberry coming back. Trip McCarty, right-hand side, 482 to dial in. Allison Lloyd, left-hand side, 456 to dial. Allison turns it 006 red. Trip McCarty was 19 up front. He's going to be your winner. He goes at 477 with a 6 on the 482. Allison goes at 456 with an 8 on the 456. Trip McCarty's going to come back for round 2. Race Cade left-hand side, 474. Donovan Williams, right-hand side, 470 is the dial. Drivers are in. Here comes the tree. 0040 with 008. Advantage, Race Kid. Winlight, Race Kid. 475 with the 1 on the 474. Donovan taking 20 thou with the stripe. 468 with the 7 on the 470. Mark Kidd, right-hand side, 472. Sam Hamilton, left-hand side, 526. Mark Kidd, 705. Sam Hamilton, 012. Give the win to Mark Kidd. Mark Kidd goes a 473 with a 4 on the 472, taking 2 thou after being 5 up front. Sam Hamilton's 12, goes a 526 with a 9 on the 526. Not a bad lap, but Kidd's going to edge him out here in round 1. Tony Owens, right-hand lane, 491 is the dial. Robbie Hamilton, left-hand side, 490 is the dial. Drivers will leave pretty close. Robbie Hamilton, pocket. And it's going to be enough. Give him the win. Hamilton, 490 with a 6 after being 007 up front. Tony Owens, 14 up front, goes a 492 with a 2 on the 491. Hamilton takes 13th thou, and Hamilton takes the win. He's coming back. Shallon Broussard, right-hand side, 501. Colby Fuller, left-hand side, 473. This is going to be our last pair of dragsters here in the A group. Going to Fuller. And then Winlight going to Fuller. Shallon Broussard got there by 0004, but breaks it out. Broussard's 39 up front, goes 500 with a 4 on the 501. Colby Fuller, 474 with a 6 on the 473. He's moving on. Rolling the door cars here now in the A group. Ethan Dean, right-hand side, 682 in the Malibu. Jake Baird, left-hand side, 561 is the dial in. Dean's off. Steve Baird chases down. He's going to have trouble. Dean's in control. 007 up front. But the win light's going to go to Baird. Baird was 41 up front. Goes a 562 with the 1 and the 561, taking 008. Ethan Dean's 7 up front. Runs a 687 with a 3 on the 682. And I think you might have given that one back. Todd Wood, right-hand side, 618th dial on the 70 Nova. Mike Osting, left-hand side, 552th dial on the 2006 GTO. Red light start Todd Wood, who's 33 on the wrong side of the tree. Mike Osting, 15 on the right side of the tree. Wood's going to run it down to go a 617 with a 7 on the 618. Osting, 554 on the 552. GTO comes back. John Corbin, 68 Firebird, right-hand side, 593 is the dial-in. Joe Nelson, left-hand side, 94 Lumina, has a 538 up there on the window. Corbin's 002, he's got quite the advantage, but he's going to break it out. Corbin, 592 with a 7, going to break it out 3 thou. Joe Nelson was 25 up front, 540 with a 7 on the 538. Corbin took 53, and it was too much. Ivy Hutto, right-hand side in the wagon, dialed into the 609. Wayne Bailey, left-hand side, 531 is the dial on the Beretta. The wagon is off, and it's off. Doesn't dial too early. Wayne Bailey, 005 up front, runs a 535 on the 531. Hutto, 607 with a 6 on the 609. We'll see Bailey in round 2. Dahl, McKinnon right side. Dahl, 14 in the tree. Griffith, 8 in the tree. Give the win to Griffith. Griffith 008 up front. Runs 648 with a 7 on the 648. Taking 40 at the stripe. Getting it done. McKinnon, 656 with a 1 on the 652. McKinnon might be back in the buyback round. Jack Foster, right-hand side in the 63 Nova at the 586 in the window.
Sultan at a 610 on the left. 14 thou separate him, top end, win light, give it to Jack Foster. 11 dead, 8 is 19 total, getting their first 18 thou. Hank was 25 and runs 611 on the 610. Jack Foster, moving on. John Plott, 558 dial in the Beretta on the left.
Brian Tolson, right-hand side, 627 on the Nova. Red light start, John Plott. Brian Tolson, 46 up front. Gonna run it down to break out by a thou. The 626 on a 9, doesn't matter. He's moving on. John Plott, 559 with a 5 on the 558. Tolson to round 2. Benny Ulmer, right-hand side in that 62 Chevy 2, 533 is the dial.
Chuck Roycraft at a 618 in the Nova. Minnesota on the left, South Carolina on the right. Tree drops. Separated by 7 thou in reaction time, win light. How about 4 dead, 5, 9 total for Benny Ulmer. Roycraft was 11 take 15 to break out 17 thou. Benny Ulmer locked him out by 2 thou. Wow. Chuck Sanders at a 622 in the pickup on the left side.
Randy Marison, right-hand side in that 76 Vega with a 594 on the window. Identical 21 reaction time. Finish line. How about Chuck Sanders? 620 with a 3 on the 622. Marison, 591 on the 594. Double breakout affair. Marison gets there 13. And Chuck Sanders gets behind 13. That'll do it. Sanders to round 2. Bob Heen's right-hand side. 701's a dial on the Malibu.
Barnes at a 682 out of Canada in the Datsun 510. Let's just say Barnes is way in control of this one and is easily going to turn on the win light. 18 and goes 687 on the 682. Bob Heen's, let's just say he was behind at the start and goes 1 above. Ted Barnes moving on. Tim Johnson, 571 in the Beretta on the left side.
Heath Bambarger, right-hand side, 68 Nova with a 618 on the window. There goes Nova. And he's going to get the win. Keith Bambarger, 14 up front, 618 with a 5 on the 618. Tim Johnson, 569 with a 5 on the 571, taking nothing. 004 at the finish line. Breaks out. Bambarger moving on. Austin Brown, right-hand side, 72 Nova, 638 to dial for him.
Steve Cisco at a 651 in the Nova on the left. Steve Cisco, the $1.1 million man, and then turned back around and won $100K the next day. That will never be forgotten. Nobody can ever take that away from him. Nova and Nova. Here we go. 6 thou separate him. Big Brown with 6 thou. Advantage and turns on the win light. 10-10 take 10 to be dead 0. Cisco had a pretty good lap, 16, dead 4. Austin Brown said, I'm throwing down 10 total. Good luck getting inside that. Wow, that was a good one. Doug Moles, 547 on the left.
Steve Goose is 588 on the right-hand side of Nova. And he's going to get the win. 001, 553 with the 2 on the 547. Steve Lucis was 009 up front, goes 582 with the 1 on the 588. Couple big breakouts. Big breakout for Lucis. Richie Brown, right-hand side, 69 Nova, 566.
Brown on the left side, 623 is the dial. No relation between these two. Carson, local, out of Blountville, Tennessee. Richie Brown out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. Approximately a 1 bulb head start going to Carson Brown in the pickup. Carson Brown with the advantage and the win light. 15, take 10 to be dead on 6 is 21 total. Richie Brown was behind at the start, got there second, and broke out 8th thou. Carson Brown moving on. Left side, Cody Wiggins in the 78 El Camino, 636 is the dial. His other car that he's running on the Dragster side happens to be a blown Dragster that runs 450s. Quite a difference.
Now we got Rick Henry on the hand side of the Camaro. Rick Henry, 001. But give it to Wiggins. Wiggins, 10 up front, 637 with the 1 on the 636. Henry, 560 with a 1 on the 561, breaking it out after taking 29 thou. Wiggins moving on. Rob Hetzler, right-hand side, 638 in that Mustang.
Jason O'Terry, otherwise known as Krusty, just picked up a 10,000 to win Super Street race just several weeks ago. 707 is the dial in the Firebird. Krusty at the 707 dial. Car can run faster than that. Why is he dialed slower? He's on a throttle stop. Thou separate them. Advantage to Krusty and the win light. 15 and 1 above, getting there 29 thou. Robert Hetzler was 26 and 2 above. Krusty moving on. Jay Ralston, left side, 626 is the dial in the square nose pickup.
Chris Hodge over on the right-hand side, 538 is the dial. But the wing light's going to go to Hodge. Hodge, 15 up front, runs a 540 with the 2 on the 538. Jay Ralston runs 621 with the 4 on the 626 to break it out a lot. Taking 71 at the stripe. Hodge comes back. Tommy Cable, right-hand side, 2000 Camaro, dial was 619.
Side, Jason Overstreet, otherwise known as Loose Change, 679 in the Vega. 002 to a 003. Win light gonna go to Cable. 003, dead 9 is 12 total, getting there 25 thou. Change was 002 and goes 682 on the 679. Tommy Cable, 3-time Fling winner, moving on. $624 in the Camaro on the left.
Jason Sizemore, right-hand side. 611's the dial. Sizemore's 004. 18. Give the win to Sizemore, taking 003 of the stripe after being 004 up front. Runs a 612 with a 9 on the 611. Guffey, 18 up front, 624 with an 8 on the 624. But he's got nothing for Jason Sizemore. Now Moore, right-hand side, 588 in the window.
Left side, Doug Milner in the Pontiac, 558 is the dial. 13 thou separate them. One of them is perfect and gets the win light. 000 and 2 thou under to win the double breakout. Moore was 13 and goes 585 on the 588, getting their first 7 thou. Doug Milner with the win. Big Chief, Jerry Lone, left side, 599 is the dial.
Mark Price, right-hand side, 566 the dial on the Mustang. Gonna try to chase down Big Chief. Mark Price, Price is 19 up front. He's going to take comfortable margin as Jerry Lone looks like he shuts down off down there. Goes 767 with an 8 after being bad up front, but Price coming back. Brian Kennedy, right-hand side, 505's dial on the Corvette Roadster.
Left side, Shane Maddox in the Mustang, Maddox Race Cars, out of South Carolina, 552 is the dial. With a huge advantage is 005 and wins a double breakout. 005 and 4 thou under as Kennedy was behind, broke out, just behind all the way around. Shane Maddox moving on. Colin Estes, 610 is the dial.
Dale Deering over here in the 68 Camaro on the right-hand side of the track, dialed a 571. Colin Estes, and he turns it into a wing light. Estes, 007 up front, 616 with a 1 on the 610. Cuts Deering loose. Deering, 569 with an 8 on the 571 after being 23 up front, taking a bunch and breaking it out. Estes moves on. Cody Spears, right-hand side, 699 in the S10.
left side, Johnny LaBoose at a 642.
Double 08 to a 10. Reaction advantage to LaBoose. And the wing light to LaBoose. Johnny's 008 up front, runs a 643 with a 2 on the 642. Cody Spears 698 with an 8 on the 699. Give the win to LaBoose. Jeremy Kessler, right hand side, 567.
Nate Halsey out of Georgia. 641 is the dial for the pickup. Man, that last pair, 10 take 12 to break out 2 thou. It's starting to get tough out there, and it's only round 1 of APD Wednesday 15K. Big advantage to Kessler and the win light. 13 on the tree and goes 583 on the 567. Nate was behind. Looked like he had some problems down there. Jeremy Kessler moving on. Jesse Long in the 79 Malibu on the left side. 656 is the dial.
Going to take on Jamie Tupper, right hand side, 67 Camaro. Dialed a 583 out of Ontario. Double 07 red for Jamie Tupper. 003. Dead 8. He's moving on. Jamie Tupper is going to have a tough draw there anyway with Jesse Long. But Tupper goes a 583-0 on the 583. Would have been a good one, but Long's moving on. Norman Vaughn, right hand side. 88 Monte Carlo. 620 is the dial.
Harrell at a 668. Nine thou, separate him, top end, win light, gonna go to Caden. 004 and 671 on a 668. Norman was 13 on the tree and goes over a 10th above. Caden Harrell moving on. Seven on the left in the pickup.
Jason Thompson, right hand side in the S10, dialed to 680. Red light star Jason Thompson. Jordan Hardy, 24 up front. Gonna run it down to a 635-3 on the 637. Thompson, 680 with a 7 after turning it red. Arnold moves on.
Hey, Mike Hames just walks in, and we just got hit by 2 rocks.
What 2 rocks?
This announcer's booth just might be cursed this weekend. Trey Sasser, 679 is the dial in the AMC on the left side.
AJ Ash, right hand side, 588.
Separate him, top end, win light. How about AJ Ash dropping for the win? Was 29 on the tree and goes dead 2. Sasser was 20, take 37 to go 676 on a 679. AJ Ash moving on. Stevie Sidewinder, 597 in the tube chassis extended cab pickup on the left side.
Sean Brown, right-hand side, 550 dial in Nova out of Durham, North Carolina. Dustin, 004 Sean Brown's 007 up front. Gonna go down to a 548 with a 7 on the 550. Stevie, 596 with an 8 on the 597 after being 4th thou red. Sean Brown moves on. Jeff Neat, right hand side in the 67 Camaro, dialed a 584.
Left side, Todd White at a 543 in the Cutlass. Both drivers taking their time to stage, and they're both in. 7 thou red for Jeff Neat. Todd was 13 and 7 thou under, gonna move on. Left side, Felix Hutchinson, 591 is the dial.
Roy Sams, right hand side, 645 the dial in. Hutchinson gonna try to chase him down. Three thou separated. 007 lead second. Give the win light to Sams. Sams runs a 647 with a 2 on the 645 after being 004 up front, taking 14 thou. Hutchinson, 007 up front, runs a 594 with a 3 on the 491. Sams to round 2. Josh Kessler, right hand side, 95 Cutlass, dialed a 505.
E-Rock, Troy Williams Jr. at a 574 in the pickup. All three of the Williams having a lot of success in the last month. 003 to 007, advantage to T-Rock, and turns on the win light in a double breakout. 3 take 2 thou at the stripe to be, 4 thou under. Kessler was 007 and 6 thou under. That was a heck of a race. Shane Bonney, 599 is the dial on the left side.
Dean Miller, right hand side, 493 in the Cutlass. Double 007 Boney got the advantage and the win light. 600 with a 3 on the 599. Dean Miller is 18 up front, runs a 494 with a 7 on the 493. Shane moves on.
It's been a pleasure to announce with you for a little bit. Gonna hand it back over to none other than a real announcer.
That's not real either.
No, he's real. Mr. Mike Ames. Mike, back to you.
I'm only real as in, like, I'm an actual live human being. In live form. As Don Cox and Chuck Miner. Cox, in the 55 Chevrolet, is done, broke it. And that makes me sad. Chuck Miner is going to get the win in the S10 is Don Cox. I'm telling you what, I'm like, I need to go find some voodoo or something. So last night, here in the announcer booth at Thunder Valley, late in the night, something relatively large and at a high rate of speed hit the window right in front of my face and broke the window in like spectacular fashion. While Marco and Dylan were announcing, I was out helping in the staging lanes. I walked back in and literally walked back into the announcer booth and tink tink, 2 more rocks hit the window. And then I walk in the first pair and I break a car. I'm not saying it's me, but it could be me. I mean, it could be me. And normally, I generally have, like, good juju and good karma. But
Jegs. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power to weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com. Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
Wednesday, 15 grand to win. We also have the Computech Best Dialer Award. Everybody who's dead on zero. And that is a win or a lose. Enter a drawing to get that Computech Race Air Cloud weather station. And that includes wind and texting. That's like a $1,300 value. We'll get the win. In that drawing, if you're dead on zero, again, that is a win or a lose. We'll put you in that drawing for that great prize. Don Cox on the back of the truck is starting to exit stage right. We'll fire up Brian McCown and Luis Trentham. McCown, that really good looking 67 Chevelle, was our best appearing car when we were here last fall on Bristol 2021 Fling. Just an impeccable Chevelle 67 vintage out of Whitesburg, Kentucky. Call the fire has been made. Brian and Lewis is moving forward. Brian has decided for a dial-in of 636 here in round number 1. Lewis 545 on the number. Just shy of 2 bulbs will be the head start for Brian in his 66 Chevy 2. So do you like your 66 Chevrolet products in the Chevelle variety or in the Chevy 2 variety? I mean, me personally, I wouldn't kick either one of them out of my garage for dropping a couple spots of oil on the floor. We're away and away. Lewis, a little bit better at the starting line. Brian's in a bit of trouble, and Lewis, 12 green and 1 above to be good. Completely locks out Brian McCown. Brian was 32 on the start and 3 under, but really had no chances. Lewis had Brian McCown. Packaged up there in round number 1 is Joey Beeler and Steve Helton. 96 S10 for Joey out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Over in the left lane, the American water cooler side, 640 is the number, Steve Helton. Rogerville, Tennessee, 637. The dial-in for the 82 model S10. Steve looking over to the left. Out in front of Joey. Winner is going to be Steve Helton. 11 green, 1 above 4. Down 637, goes 6-3-8-4 to get the win. Joey Beeler got to the finish line first. But no matter what was going to happen, he was not going to light up a win light because Steve Helton was 25 total and Joey Beeler was 28 green and had no shot. Jake Clayton and Walt Baker. Jake out of Chattanooga in Tennessee. A 91 Mustang. Walt Baker, Nicholasville, Kentucky, 68 Camaro. For Walt, 688 is the dial. He'll have the opportunity to leave first. Jake Clayton will get to release the hounds. But he released the hounds a little prematurely. 7th out on the red light start for Jake. Walt Baker will get the freebie in round number 2. And then he's like, hey, while I was under the bridge, I heard you talking about that perfect dial and the best dialer award to get that Computech Race Air Cloud Weather Station with wind and texting. And he's like, I want to be in that drawing. So he goes out there and runs 688.0. So Walt will be in the drawing. That's Kurt Harrington and TG Pascal. Harrington in the Chevette. All 84 inches of wheelbase. TG in the Nova. 2 itty-bitty ones, the difference on the starting line. Kurt and TG. TG makes the right play down there at the finish line to get behind. Kurt Harrington breaks out by 2 thou, taking 27. As TG just fed it to him down there, and Kurt Harrington took a big old chomp out of the finish line and broke out by 2 thou, taking 27. So TG will move on. Seth Street, Chris Hodge. Seth out of Louisiana is going to bow out to Chris Hodge. Chris pretty good, 004. And on a double breakout, we'll end up on the right side of the mathematical equation. 6-17-6 under by 4 thou. Seth Street, after being 23 at the starting line, is under by 8 thousandths of a second. And on the double breakout, Chris Hodge will defeat Seth Street here in round number 1. Brian Jones and Tony Hall. Brian out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the 68 Camaro left side. Tony Hall out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. Blue-ish. 76 Nova. 6:30 the dial-in for Tony here in round number 1 of Advanced Product and Design Carburetors Wednesday. Jones off and away. Tony Hall out in front, looking over the left shoulder. Brian Jones will get the win. 004. 575 on the 573 is good. Tony Hall is 30 green. Said he was going to run 630 and was well north of that number. Going 641 to be a round 1 casualties. Chad McKee and Troy Akers. Chad McKee out of Milton, Tennessee. 93 Cullis. 526 is the dial. Troy Akers, the Camaro. White on red is 009 and leaves last. It's Chad McKee, 001. And 528 on the 526. 001 on the starting line. Brilliant. He's 001. Snugs it up to 2 thou at the finish. It's pretty good on both ends. Troy Akers, 009, 552. About in round number 1. It's Adam Bambarger and Ernie Elam. AB out of Northport, Alabama. 84S10 for Adam. 650 is the dial. We'll have the opportunity to be off and away first. Ernie Elam, Kingsport, Tennessee. 68 Camaro right side. Ernie turns on that big, gross, hideous, trunk slamming, battery charger tossing, hideous red light there in the first round by 4 thou. Adams, 12 green and under by 11 thou. Said he was going to run 650, go 6, 4, 8, 9. As Ernie Elam was 4 red and then dead on 2.
So it seems.
70% of the time, it happens every single time.
I'd say 69%.
Jacques Bonaparte, there, Peter Biondo.
Attention in the pits. Group C, door cars to 7 and 8. Group C, door cars to 7 and 8. Group C, dragsters, you can hang back. You're on standby.
What Peter Biondo just said. Group C door cars, let's get you. Jacques and Scott Taylor. Scott in the Camaro Roadster. Jacques is in a tight spot as he was 114 on the green light start. And that almost got really, really, really silly. Jacques Bonaparte was 114 green. Scott Taylor was 19 on the tree. Both drivers under the dial. And on a double breakout win, Scott Taylor narrowly avoids catastrophe. 488-1 on the 490 for Scott Taylor. Jacques said he was going to run 767, go 762. And on a double breakout win, Scott Taylor will move on. It's John Scott and Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow in his Roadster out of Texas. 492 is the dial. John Scott out of Pennsylvania. 71 Vega. Seven little ones, the difference on the starting line and the win. Going to go to John Scott. He locks out Dennis Lithgow. 21 on the starting line, dead on 5. He makes 26 total. Dennis was 28 on the green light start, 26 total. As I'm doing the alligator things with my hands, remember, like from elementary school, greater than, less than. 26 is less than 28, therefore 28 is going to bow out. It's Jamie Miller and Jesse Ray. Jamie in the Duster, Spring City, Tennessee, 653 the dial. Jesse Ray in the Nova, Church Hill, Tennessee, right over there. Jamie is off the gas early. Jesse Ray sees that Jamie Miller's off the gas early and gets off early as well. Is going to get the win. Numbers are inconsequential, but 31 on the green light start for Jesse Ray and 3/10 above. Jamie Miller. So he's going to run 653 and goes 954. Obviously problems set in there for Jamie. Larry Mire and Frankie Denton Jr. Lucky Larry out of Michigan. That Mustang Roadster left side, 584 is the dial. Off and away first, and Lucky Larry going to have to go try his luck at the casino. Larry is red by 6 thou. Frankie Denton Jr. will push forward. 39 green and 2 above is good. All right, attention on property. The Fling Fun Zone is open. The lower lot right behind the tower. Look for the giant obstacle course and bounce house in the Fling Fun Zone. Brought to us by our friends at Premier Moving. Down there and get wild and crazy. Boone Davidson turns on the red light by 10th thou in the Camaro. His day is going to be done. William Daniels in the Ventura. 17 green and 7 flat on the 702. Speaking of that Fling Fun Zone, there's an 83.6% chance that Greg Hicks is currently jumping in the bounce house. It's James Hinkle and Ronnie Nave. Hinkle out of Kentucky in the Grand Am is behind. Eek, Ronnie. Ronnie had almost 7/100ths of a second advantage on the starting line. Legs it on out the back. Goes 5:29 on the 5:33. Breaks out by 4/100ths of a second. Taking a 10th and change. James Hinkle dodges a colossal bullet. And we'll get to move on into round number 2 as Don Tipton and Lawrence Hinkle. Don out of Maryville, Tennessee, the S10. .614 is the dial. Lawrence 565. The number for the Camaro out of Lancaster, Kentucky. Tipton in second, but will get to lead first. Green. Don in big control, looking over the right shoulder, and gets an easy one. 29 green, 616 on the 14 to be good. Lawrence Hinkle was a $1.02 on the green light start, and 4 over, and 9 hun behind. So Don Tipton takes out Lawrence Hinkle here in round number 1. It's Chris Galitti and Michael Norad. Chris Galitti, well, I mean, first of all, that's Corey's dad, but that's also top sportsman, Mission Raceway Division 6 top sportsman Wally winning Chris Galitti in the Chevy 2 out of Tomball, Texas. And that Fling Fun Zone is open. Brought to us by our friends at Premier Moving. As I turn around, I don't see Peter Biondo in the tower. I think Peter's out in the bounce house. Which kind of worries me because he's now over 50 and the chances of him like hurting a hip is pretty high. Michael Norad red by 8 thou. Chris Galitti a free look at 538, 5.374 after dropping the hammer 006. Michael Norad after being red is then quick by 2 hun. Chris Galitti. We're going to see fight another day is Gary Williams and Steve Breeden. Gary Williams, one of the several drivers that has won 3 separate main event Fling events. Tommy Cable and Peeps Pennington, the 2 racers that have won 4 main event Fling races. There's quite a few that have won 3, including Gary Williams and Troy Williams Jr. Gary out of Bradenton, Florida, in that Boss Lady Camaro, and Gary 002, 1 above. Will work. 28 green for Steve Breeden, 575. On the 574 will be no good against G-Dub. That's Mitchell McKinney and Billy LeBear. Billy that just really clean 66 Chevy 2 out of Tonawanda, New York. 612 is the dial. Black on yellow Camaro. 646 will be the head start. Big wheels up in both sides. We completely have reversed the reaction times. And Mitchell McKinney is going to end up on the right side of a double breakout. Billy was 13 green, breaks out by a hun. 6:11.0 on the 612. Mitchell McKinney took Billy's reaction time and flipped it backwards. So he was 31 on the starting line and under by 5 thousandths of a second. And I believe
For those those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up, for those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves, for those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Again, it's an APD Carburetors Wednesday. $15,000 to win is on the line for our warm-up Wednesday. So we are down to 5. The conversation back in the staging lanes was a fairly quick one. We'll see which one of them gets to make their way one step closer. 634 dial as Garrett Griffith gets himself staged up and set. Jeff Serra with a 472. Blinks on that second part of the lights, and here we go. Racetrack, and it's going to be Jeff Serra coming back. So Josh Lutke dialed in at 461. Chris Stein dialed in at 415. And Josh Lutke puts up a 10-pack. How about the margin of victory? And this one comes down to 6/10,000ths of a second. Josh Lutke 10 on the tree and 461. 1-0 on a 461. He's 10 total. Chris Stein was 002, dead 8 to beat, 10 total. And with a margin of 6/10,000ths of a second, Josh Lutke is headed back to the semifinals. We're down to 3. Wes is sitting in the 82-bodied Regal, sitting over the left side of the racetrack with a 681 dial. Showing up on his side of the scoreboards, and Jeff Serra. Going to be Wes May by a margin of 1/1000th of a second down at the finish line. Wes was 007 and dead on 5. And we're going to find out if it's going to be a door car kind of day or if it's going to be a dragster kind of day. Josh Lutke, the racer out of Boonville, Indiana. The Racecraft chassis ride dialed in at 461, and Wes May. Lutke in control of this pair and will score the win. Josh was 028 on the tree and goes 461 on a 461 to get the win light.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more big round of applause for your winner here on Wednesday. $15,000 worth of APD carburetor money. It's Josh Lutke.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line. the Ultimate 3, and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the TAC itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Meziere Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Meziere for the best solutions.
Visit TorqueToolsInc.com, home of free calibrations for life. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be a participating sponsor of the Spring Fling brand since 2010. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you are looking for an advantage, remember the name, Hoosier. See us on the Midway or contact your authorized Hoosier Tire dealer nearest you. More and more
All right, moving into Group C. Here in first round of Advanced Product and Design. Warm-up Wednesday. Friends at APD. Kevin Pollard and Noah Johnson. KP out of Virginia in the Love was defeated in his first entry earlier this morning. Noah Johnson, Wilmington, North Carolina, the S10. Over the Motor Mile side of the racetrack, 689. So almost 2 full bulbs will be the head start for Noah. Eight little ones, the difference. And Noah Johnson takes out Kevin Pollard. Kevin's out in both entries. 14 green, 690 on the 689. Kevin Pollard was 006, got to the finish line. 36 thousandths of a second in front, breaks out 16 thou. And Kevin Pollard is done for the day. Noah Johnson will be back as Jeff Verdi. Glen Allen, Virginia, and his GTO. 625 the dial for Mr. Verdi. Chad Duke out of Wilmington, North Carolina, the 68 Camaro ride side. 546 the dial for Mr. Duke. Big tip of the cap to everybody in the chat bleachers on our Motor Mania, Jegs, and Mickey Thompson Tire live feed. Appreciate everybody tuning in from whatever part of the world you are at. One driver is perfect, and one driver is going to get the win. Chad Duke, perfect on the starting line. 547.4 on the 546 will get the win. Verdi was 23 right off the bat and was just wasting fuel on a casual, leisurely 110-mile-an-hour parade lap because there was nothing that Jeff Verdi was going to do to move the win light over into his lane. Chad Duke takes out Jeff Verdi. It's Garrett Griffith and Chad Axford. G Squared out of Alexandria, Virginia. We were talking about Garrett a little while ago, one of the several drivers who has won 3 main event fling races. A very talented young man out of Kentucky. And Chad Axford out of Mount Washington, Kentucky in the Nova. Chad, his other entry was 001 red. Here he's green, and here he's a winner. Completely locks out Garrett Griffith. 16, dead on 9, makes 25 total. Garrett Griffith was 27 on the green light start, and there was nothing humanely possible Garrett Griffith was going to do to move the win light over onto his side. Chad Axford takes out Garrett Griffith. It's David Young and Matt Dattis. David out of Tennessee, the 62 Chevy 2, 594 is the dial. Going to be alongside Matt Dattis in the Starfire, otherwise known as the Star-Lord, otherwise known as Peter Quill. I'm just trying to figure out, like, who's going to be Groot. Dattis will have the opportunity to leave first. 6:31 down there on the Motor Mile scoreboard. Almost a full bulb head start there for Mr. Dattis. Young, Dattis, Matt, and David. Matt Dattis will advance on the breakout. David Young dialed 594, goes 5937. To break out by 0.03 of a second, was in front by 23 as Matt got down there and sent David Young through. And David Young breaks out by 3 thou. Matt Dattis takes both entries into round number next. It's Noah Pollard and Tommy Plott. Speaking of Tommy Plott and Peeps Pennington, the two very talented racers that have won the most main event Fling events, with 4 each. But not today. Tommy Plott red by 1 thou. Noah Pollard 12 green. And dead on 2 makes 14 total. And that's pretty sporty. Tommy Plott, after being 1 red, is then 1 above, 538 on the 537. But Noah Pollard survives and advances. Aaron Vale, Glenn Williamson. Glenn in the Trans Am out of Fortville, Indiana. They're for AV. Glenn Williamson out of Ontario, Canada. Electric orange 79 Camaro. $687 going to be the dial for Glenn. He will have the opportunity to be away first. Aaron Vale, 644 the number. Both drivers off and away under green. 2 thou was the difference on the starting line. And Aaron Vale, 644-1 on the 644. So Glenn Williamson is 15 on the starting line. Aaron Vale's 13 on the starting line. Okay, so he's got a chance. Till Aaron Vale runs dead on 1 and puts 14 total. Glenn Williams is 15 green. And just wasted $13 in race fuel. Andrew Sturck and Ashley Smith. Ashley out of Winterville, North Carolina, 517 the dial. Cobalt over their right side. Sturck, Mustang out of Ontario. Green and green. Ashley Smith. 003 on the starting line. Said it was going to run 517, goes 521. Andrew was 525. I'm sorry, it was 582, goes 585 on the racetrack, 25 on the green light start, but was a hun behind at the finish line is Ashley Smith. Back around for round number 2 is Nathan Schroeder and Chase McKay. Schroeder in the S10. Gonna have 610 on the dial, be doing the chasing. Chase McKay out of Michigan. 68 Camaro for Chase, 643 the number. There goes the Camaro. Here comes the S10. 006, the worst reaction time of the 2. And 006 for Nathan Schroeder, and he's completely locked out. They're just shenanigans and tomfoolery. Chase McKay's 001, dead on 4 is 5 total. Nathan Schroeder's 006 green, and thank you for playing. It's.
Sorry, Mike.
You're good.
Attention in the pits. We'll now take Group C Dragsters to 1 and 2. Group C Dragsters to 1 and 2. So all of Group C has now been called for round number 1.
What Peter Biondo just said. Joe Julesrud and Larry Hamby. Joe out of Stony Point, North Carolina. 685 is the dial on the S10 left side. Larry Hamby, the 5.5 Chevrolet Bel Air. Some point in my life, I got to get me one of those. Green and green. Florida, North Carolina. Larry and Joe. Larry Hamby. 002 dead on 9 is 11 total. Joe Julesrud was 29 green, and Joe, fortunately, is going to be bounced out in both entries. Good afternoon there, Mr. Jeff Kreider. Hope all is well in your world, sir. Believe Howard Westbury. Over on the left side, Laura Bailey. Out of Hurt, Virginia in the S10. Green and green. Westbury. 564 on the 567 was 14 on the starting line. Laura Bailey, 27 on the start, over by 6 hun. And a bow out in round number 1 was Nick Hastings and Stephen Dunn. Hastings out of Shelby, Ohio in that T1000. Like at Columbus, we're talking to Nathan Hershey, and like the T1000, like the sticker price was like $5,600. And that hot rod with the supremely talented Nick Hastings behind the wheel has won substantially more than it. Steve Dunn and that gorgeous 67 Camaro was going to break out alongside Nick Hastings. Hastings locks out Dunn. Means 16 green, dead on 4 is 20 total. Steve Dunn is 22 green. And we'll have a little bit more time to polish up that Camaro. And that Camaro, I'm telling you, is stunning. It looks black, but it's dark green. It's got the black mustache across the front. Rag top. I'm telling you, Dunn's car is impeccable. It's Dustin Smiley and Gordon won. Smiley out of Piedmont, South Carolina in the Grand Prix. 558 the dial, Gordon won. And the Vega Wagon is going to be 002 at the start and 7 thou behind at the finish. Dustin Smiley in the Grand Prix, 14 green, dead on 0. And that's going to throw Dustin Smiley into the Wednesday Best Dialer drawing, where everybody who is dead on 0, win or lose. But there for Dustin, he was the winner. Get that Computech Race Air Cloud weather station, which includes wind and the texting feature. Good job, Dustin. Will be in that drawing. Sean Lingerfeld and Steve Collier. Collier off and away. Lingerfeld and the Beretta doing the chasing. 009 and 004 is what we are on the starting line, and Steve Collier. 004 to be 3 thou in front at the finish line to be good for Steve Collier. 004 dead on 9 will work. Sean Lingerfeld. 009 dead on 7 to be 16 total, and Gonzo in round number 1. Sean might need a hug. There's Jamie Bean and Ken Clark. Jamie out of Mooresburg, Tennessee, the 64 Chevy 2. And Ken Clark, Stewart's Draft, Virginia. There for Mr. Clark. Jamie Bean, who took home a prize. Earlier today, from our friends at Altronics, was Ken Clark, 008. Said he was going to run 6:54. He goes 6:554 to be a hunt in front at the finish line and good. Jamie Bean was 32 at the start. And there was no way he was going to sneak inside the 22 total of Ken Clark. Greg Walker, Cody Blankenship, Cody in the IROC, 6:03 the dial. And Cody going to put on that race ending red light by 19 thou. Greg Walker, 008, 554 the numbers for Mr. Walker. So Greg will be back. Cody, fortunately, will have time for other activities today. Shelly Elrod and Kenneth Street. Shelly out of Port Clinton, Ohio. 565 is the dial. Kenneth Street, Cedar Bluff, Virginia, 532 the dial. And Shelly Elrod definitely had some numbers in the box that Shelly didn't want. 28 green for Kenneth Street. And a lot above to be good. Shelly Elrod's reaction time was 1.311. And I guarantee when Shelly ripped her finger off the button and matted it, and the light went green, and it sat there for a bit, that she was saying shucks, amongst other things. Josh Burrow and Brian Atkins. Josh out of Kaufman, Texas. Over on the left side, 609 the dial. Brian Atkins in the Nova out of Bluefield, West Virginia. 641 the dial for Mr. Atkins. Pretty good down here. 003 and 006. Josh Burrow, 003 to be 4th thou in front. And 300 above will get the win. Brian Atkins, 006. Said he was going to run 641, goes 644. But was 4th out behind at the finish line. Josh Burrow will advance as Robbie Breeden and Jason Rich. JR out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the 39 Chevrolet Coupe with a big bug catcher on top. Robbie Breeden, Cincinnati, Ohio, in the S15. Red light start for Jason Rich. So he lost both entries in round number 1 today. Robbie Breeden was 16 green and dead on 0. He is going to get in today's Computech Best Dialer drawing for that Computech Race Air Cloud Weather Station with wind and texting. I believe that's like 4 that are in the drawing so far, if not more. Well, granted, yeah, I was in the staging lanes for a while, so Dylan O'Marco could have had several more. It was Rick Needham Jr. and Odell Davidson. Rick out of Cleves, Ohio in the Cobalt. Odell out of Phoenix Station, Tennessee, and the Camaro's in a good spot and is going to get the win. 007 for Odell. Rick Needham Jr. was 47 on the green light. And goes 587 on the 586. Odell was 007 and 1 above 5. And had Rick Needham Jr. locked out of the show. Caroline McCarty and Tanner Miller. Battle of wheel standing machines. Caroline, that's Carol's kid. Bug's kid. Trip's sister. And that Rambler wagon out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. 614 the dial for Caroline, and Caroline is going to be a round 1 winner. Tanner Miller red by 2 thou. To bow out, it's Caroline McCarty, 611. On the 614 prediction, it's Caroline McCarty. We'll move on. Tanner Miller will be out in that entry is Jesse Edens and Gary Kimball. Eden's out of Elizabeth, Tennessee, the Radical Maverick. Gary Kimball out of Concord, North Carolina, and the White Nova. One little bitty one separate them on the starting line. Jesse Edens and the Maverick will illuminate a win light. 15 on the green light, start dead on one. Said he's going to run 607, go 6071 to get the win. Gary Kimball. It's 14 green. 609 and the 607 to be a wee bit shy. Here in round number one, Cameron Fredrickson and Kenrick Roundtree. Cameron out of Florida, 623 the dial for the Malibu wagon, 674. That 69 Camaro out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Green and green. Cameron. Take the Malibu wagon into round number two. 13, one above 5. Down 623, goes 624.5 to get the win. Kendrick Roundtree was 28 at the start. Had to be dead on 0. Kendrick, 28 green. Said he was going to run 574, goes 575, and no good. It was Rodney Fincham. Hot Rod in the Vega, 647 the dial. Alongside Jimmy Chavis Jr., JCJ out of Orangeburg, South Carolina. As we do our best to separate the door cars and the dragsters, but there are times when we get towards the end and we're not able to do that. Jimmy Chavis, Rodney Fincham. Fincham will move on as Jimmy Chavis breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Got to the finish line first by 41 thou. Had a little bit of room down there to wompy womp or throw the anchor out. Did do it, breaks out by 5 thou. Rodney Fincham. 39 green and 648 on the 647 is good. We'll see that Vega back in round number 2 is Ryan Barnes and Cody Witt. Ryan Barnes on the Camaro left side. White on blue entry, 637. Cody Witt. Naugatuck, West Virginia. 491 the dial for Cody. Red light start for Cody. By the worst of the worst. One blanking thou. And I'll let all of you use your own adjective for the blanking part. Ryan Barnes, 26 green. And then under by 5 hun. But Cody turns red by 1,000's dead on 8. Which is no bueno. Cody Little. Chris Smith. Kendall out of Killeen, Texas. Malibu left side. 610 is the dial. Chris Smith. Out of North Carolina. In the S10. Who is 006 green and dominated on the starting line. And a double breakout is going to go Kendall Little's way. Kendall was 0-0 on the starting line. 3 zeros for Kendall, the perfect reaction time. Said he was going to run 6:10, go 6:09.4 to break out by 6 thou. Chris Smith was under by 19 thou. And on a double breakout, Kendall Little's going to get the win. And yes, Gator, that is a massive understatement. It definitely got my attention in a hurry. Barry Woods and TJ Harper. Barry out of Georgia, a 92 Camaro right side. TJ Harper out of Virginia, the Race Tech prepared dragster. 596 to thou for Barry, will be off and away. Red light start for Barry Woods. TJ Harper, perfect on the starting line. 461.4 on the 462 to move on after Barry was 18 red. He was then too fast on the racetrack. It was like breaking all the rules. I mean, next thing he's probably going to like speed to the pit area, chew with his mouth open, sit too close to the TV, go swimming sooner than 2 hours after he ate. He's literally just going to break every rule. It's Todd McKinney and Kenny Snyder. Todd out of Elizabethton, Tennessee. 675 on the dial, who picked up a pretty good win a few weeks ago at Jared Pennington's FTE foot brake event. And Kenny Snyder out of Pennsylvania in the Race Tech prepared dragster. Just paying a little attention over to the left lane starting line area. An American water heater side. So we'll still have a couple of pair Dork RV dragster before we should be all dragsters. So Todd McKinney, left side, 675 is the dial. Kenny Snyder, 460 is the number. It's a big split. A full tree and a bulb and a little more. McKinney off and away, looking over the right shoulder. Here comes Kenny Snyder. Todd McKinney, dead on 3, is going to get the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Look at the mile-an-hour split. 53 miles an hour is the difference. I mean, think about it. That's like driving 70 down the freeway and having some Yahoo coming up alongside of you at 120. It creates such a vortex that it almost sucks you out of the driver's seat. Kenny Snyder ended up 4 thou behind at the finish line. Todd McKinney will advance as Bug McCarty and Steve Collier. Bug in the Oles, 602 the dial. Steve Collier out of Benton, Louisiana in the dragster. There goes Bug. Here goes Steve. Separated by a nickel on the starting line, and Collier is going to take out Bug McCarty. 17 green and dead on 5. Will get the win. Bug got to the finish line first by 26 thou. Breaks it out by 16 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 10 or less. Did not do it. Steve Collier will get to move on. Dalton Hayes, to answer your question, a lot. That's how many entries. Scotty Watson, Jack Collier. Scotty out of Lancaster, South Carolina, the American prepared dragster. Jack Collier, Benton, Louisiana, Miller prepared machine. 4-5-3, the dial in for Jack. Collier, better on the starting line, looking to the left and is going to get the win. 10 green, 2 above for Jack Collier. Scotty Watts was Richard Petty at the start and 2 over at the finish. And generally, Richard Petty and 2 over is not going to win many races. Jack Collier, 10 at the start, 455 on the 453, and had him pretty comfortably. Yes, Landon. Nick is here. Lee Dixon and Jamie Holston. Lee out of Chesterfield, Virginia. 475 is the dial. Jamie Holston. And his super quiet Dragster out of Virginia. For the high gear for Jamie. And is going to get the win. 008. 448.2 on the 446 prediction to be comfortable getting the win light there in round number 1. Lee Dixon was 22 green and 3 over. And will be a first round runner up. That's Trip McCarty. Hazelhurst, Georgia. 485 is the dial. Unfortunately, no racer info on the right side. And I believe it's Philip Pennington. I believe, but don't quote me. 475 is the dial. Trip looking over to the right. It was 006 at the start and going to be a double breakout win. 006 and under by 5 thou is better than 28 on the tree and under by 8 thou. On the double breakout, Trip McCarty will advance. Shane McCarty, or Shane Thompson. I just adopted Shane Thompson into the McCarty family. Bug's going to be so happy. Shane Thompson out of Henderson, Nevada. 469 is the dial-in. Coy Collier. Pretty good matchup here in round number 1. Shane, 469 on the board. Coy Collier, 463 the number. A team out of Louisiana. Going to be staging last. Maybe. In. Off and away. And the win for Coy Collier. 007 dead on 9 is 16 total. Shane Thompson was 13 green. Got down there to be dead on 8. But 5 thou behind at the finish line. Coy Collier is going to take out Shane Thompson. And Cody Stevenson, your definition of that word must be substantially different than my definition of that word. Vaughn Cantrell, yes, there is. Get here. Donnie Burleson and Cliff Carr. Donnie out of Richmond, Tennessee. Brand new Ultratech dragster, which is stunning. Cliff Carr out of Toledo Plains, Tennessee is going to get the win. 11 up front. Dead on 0 is 11 total. Donnie Burleson was 19 green and just a big colossal waste of space. There was nothing that was going to happen to move the win light over onto Donnie's side of the racetrack. Cliff Carr throws 11 total and adds his name to that Computech Wednesday Best Dialer drawing for being 489 nothing on the 489 prediction. It's Joe Gary and Noah Lewis. Noah in the dragster. It's that stunning machine that was best appearing car at the Galat Fling. The black and white combo, the split paint scheme. Thing just obliterates the RAD meter. Joe Gary, 456. Just a 1/100th of a second going to be the split via the dial. Noah had that made up on the starting line and is going to get the win. 005 taking 9 thou at the stripe to be 11 total. Joe Gary was 12 green and not a patata. Joe Gary will have the rest of the afternoon to think about how mean Noah Lewis was to him being 11 total. It's Corey Galitti and Owen Duffield. Corey, our winner of our 32 competitor dragster shootout yesterday. Took out Gary Williams in that final round. Corey out of Tomball, Texas. 458 is the dial. Owen Duffield. Corey Gallitti, 17 green. Owen is 10 green. Corey tightened it up to trip 06 at the finish line. 17 green, taking 6-10 thou. Did Corey Gallitti. That was Toit. Toit like a tiger. As Corey Gallitti will advance, it's Roger Thornton and Erica Baker. Thornton out of Chesapeake, Virginia. That Race Tech prepared dragster. 468 there for Roger Thornton. Erica Baker has 460 on the board. A dragster out of Lancaster, Kentucky. Couple of winged machines. Eight hundredths of a second. The difference in the dial. Thornton gave up a couple of hun on the starting line, and Erica Baker locks Roger Thornton out of the garage. 12 green, dead on 2 to be 14 on the combined. Roger Thornton was 30 right off the get-go, and that led to Roger's demise. As Erica 14 on the combined will move forward as Tim Markaglu and Dakota Wells. That's Barbara's husband, that Tim Markaglu guy out of Staten Island, New York. 460 the dial for Tim. Dakota Wells out of Tennessee, 455 the dial for Dakota. Is 003 and 2 above would be good. 003, 462 on the 460 for Markaglu. Dakota Wells was 32 at the start. And 457.5 on the 455. Markaglu parlayed that 300 vantage starting line and pirated himself a victory in round number 1. Let's see, parlay, pirate. Parker Dotson and Preston Pennington. Preston, Three Rivers, Texas. 474 the dial for Mr. Peeps. Parker Dotson, North Carolina. 470 the number for the wingless dragster left side. Leaves 6 thou second. Peeps Pennington was perfect on the starting line. Said he was going to run 474, goes 4738, breaks out by 2 thou, taking 17. Parker Dotson, 006, dead on 9. Peeps Pennington got to the finish line first, breaks out 2 thousandths of a second. Taking 17, needed to take 15 or less to move the win light over in his lane, did not do it. It was Tanner Theobald and Shallon Broussard. Tanner from the great state of Utah. Can't believe they let 2 of us out of the state. Tanner for Theobald Motorsports, 490. The dial in for T squared, Shallon Broussard. Out of Corinso, Louisiana, 501 the dial in for Shallon. Tanner has 490 on the American Water Heaters side of the racetrack. Shallon is red by 12 fouls. Score 1 for Utah. 50 green for Tanner. That's not impressive. 487.6 on the 490 for Tanner Theobald, but our lone competitor from Utah moves in around number 2. is Wayne Vernon and J.R. Lockhart. Vernon out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The Dragster, left side. J.R. Lockhart, Riverside, Ohio. It's got 489 on the Dragster. Over on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack. Wayne Vernon is Babe Ruth red. 3,000 on the red light for Wayne Vernon. 559 at 119 miles an hour, but it was all over right off the starting line. He was red by 3,000. JR was 10 green. Kept it to the wood and goes 488 on the 489. Get the full data acquisition run there for JR Lockhart, who we'll see in round number 2 is Donnie Quisenberry and Timothy Thomas. DQ out of Virginia. 481 over in the left lane. Timothy Thomas, Lumberton, North Carolina. 465 the dial for T squared. Tree away in green. Donnie, 002, 483 on the 481 to be in front by 8,000 at the finish line. Timothy Thomas was 11 green and 2 above. But the most important part of that mathematical equation is Timothy Thomas was 8,000 behind at the finish line. Donnie Quisenberry will advance Robert Pettis and Bo Sanders. Pettis out of Houston, Texas, and his American-prepared dragster. Bo Sanders out of Nebraska had a really good run in our 32-competitor dragster shootout yesterday. Took it all the way down to the semifinals. Was one win light short, taking home one of those 2 great prizes that we gave away last night. Here in first round, alongside Robert Pettis, and Pettis is in a real predicament. 10 green for Bo, 486 on the 484. Robert Pettis was a $115 on the green light start. And dead on 7, but that 115 reaction time certainly led to his demise as Andrew Conrath and Austin Thompson. Conrath is going to need a hug, is going to need a friend, is going to need a support group. Andrew Conrath was 171 red. Austin Thompson, 587 green, 16 seconds over the dial, and is going to be our winner. Oh, Andrew, I feel for you. Austin Thompson, 587 green, is going to be your winner. Andrew was 171 red, and then he was also too quick. But hey, anything worth doing is doing right. It's Austin Thompson. Gets a lucky one. It's Kevin Burkett. And Johnny Zell. Burkett out of Vanceboro, North Carolina. Johnny Bracket Racer. And Louisiana, 462 the dial. For Johnny, those of you that have not seen the clips from the Master Seminar at Columbus, they've been playing them during the Motor Mania broadcast, and Ezel turns to that by 1,000th of a second. Let's bow out here in round number 1. Kevin Burkett, 24 green and 490 on the 491. But the Johnny Ezel, Sean Serra clip from Columbus is absolutely worth everything it is. And I'm sure Mark and Joanne will play it at some point because it was truly epic. is Bart Nelson and Cameron Manuel. Cameron out of Louisville, North Carolina, 452 for Cameron. He's over on the right side. Bart Nelson out of Texas, 479 is the dial. Bart will get a lead first. Cameron will be chasing. Bart is 007 on the green light start and is going to get the win. Ooh. Bart, 007 dead on 6 is 13 total. Cameron missed the tree and is 30 on the green light start. And when you're 30 and the competitor in the other lane is 13 total, no good. Allison Lloyd and Jaden Lawler. Allison of Doswell, Virginia, 458 for Allison. 454 is the dial for Jaden Lawler. Jaden, 16 years young, over in the right lane. That wingless dragster. Better hurry. Finally lights up that bottom bulb. Allison, better of the starting line. Better of the finish line. Completely locks out Jaden Lawler. 10 on the starting line, dead on 6 on the racetrack. Is 16. Hey, he's like, you know, you're 16 years of age. I'm going to put 16 total on you, and you're going to be 28 green. And at 16 years of age, I think Jaden can go into the bounce house. I think. But Jaden will have the remainder of the afternoon to create TikTok content on all those other things the 16-year-olds do. It's McKenna Brown and Marlon Goatz. McKenna out of Boca Raton for Team Jegs. Marlon out of Troy, Texas. 482 is the dial. McKenna is green. Marlon is green. McKenna Brown will take Team Jegs in around number 2. 15 green. Said it's going to run 457. Goes 4.586 for McKenna Brown. Marlon is dead on the dial. Was 35 at the start. Ends up being 8th out behind at the finish line as McKenna Brown will proceed as Ron Campbell and Casey Pesnell. Campbell out of Bean Station, Tennessee, 491 the dial. KC out of Alabama. The American Prepared Machine. 3,000 the difference at the starting line. The win going to go to Mark Campbell. 13 at the start. KC was 16 green. He was like, okay, I'm right there. Then Ron Campbell goes dead on 1 to be 14 total and locks out KC. Brandon Barker and Michael Pascal. B squared out of Belleville, Ontario, Canada A. 509 is the dial-in. Michael out of Greensboro, North Carolina, the Race Tech prepared entry. He will be doing the chasing. 475 as we look down that Motor Mile scoreboard. Red light start for Brandon. By 3 thousandths of a second, Michael is 10 on the green light start, 4.748 on the 475 to advance in round number 2. George, my friend, what was your question? I'm sorry I missed it. It was Douglas Marsters and Michael Shoup. Marsters out of Maine, 497 is the dial for the undercover prepared dragster. Michael Shoup out of Maryland. Miller assembled. Pipe rack in the motor mile side. 481 is the dial in for Michael. Douglas has 497 as we look down yonder at the American Water Heater scoreboard. Green and green. Tight on the starting line. On a breakout win, going to go Michael Shoup's way. Douglas Marsters was 17 green, got to the finish line first by 19 thousandths of a second to break it out by one stinking thou. Michael Shoup's his way in around number 2. 20 green and 1 above 5. And that'll be good enough as he advances on the breakout. It's Buddy Fleener and Jeff Serra. Buddy out of Rogersville, Tennessee, 487 the dial. Mr. Serra out of Pennsylvania, 472 is the number. And our fall Fling apparel. Hats, shirts, hoodies, etc. is available by the grandstands. Again, our Fling apparel is available here on Wednesday over by the grandstands. Fleener and Serra. Serra in a good spot. 003 taking 2 thou for Jeff Serra to advance. 4737 on the 472. Buddy Fleener was 15, dead on 7. Gave up a little bit on the starting line. Jeff Serra took that little bit of advantage on the starting line. Paid it off at the finish line. To moving around number 2 is Brian Cam and Greg Hicks. Cam for Team Lucas Oil, Team Tom Baer's School of Drag Racing. See Thomas Baer leaning in. To Brian. Brian's raced a long, long time out in California. Calls Pacifica home. Greg Hicks. Genco Plumbing. North Las Vegas, Nevada for Hollywood. He's Hollywood when he does something good. He's Philip Gregg when he's not. Cam, a little bit late, reacted to green. Hicks is in a pretty good position and is going to get the win. 20 on the starting line and 2 above will be good. Brian Cam, 65 at the start and dead on 1. But he was a little late, ripping his finger off of the button. Gave Greg Hicks win there in round number 1. Is Jay Beaulieu and Jeff Taylor. Beaulieu, left lane out of Quebec City, Canada for Pro 1 Safety Products. 449 is the dial for Jay. Jeff Taylor. Just saw Greg Hicks pick up the win, the pair in front of him. Jeff's trying to go 2 for 2 in the Taylor camp. Jeff looking over to the left. Here comes Jay. Jeff Taylor, 007. And 4 above to be comfortably in front. Jay Beaulieu was 17 green. And almost a 10th above to send Jeff Taylor into round number 2. Steve Hawkins and Jordan Willis Parker. Hawkins out of Madisonville, Tennessee, 520 is the dial. There for Hawkins, all one racecraft. Jordan Willis Parker, Plainwell, Michigan, 461 the dial for that winged American dragster. Over in the right lane, be leaving second. Hawkins is off and away. Jordan looking over to the left and is going to get the win. 2 green, 2 above to be good. Steve Hawkins was 28th thou on the green light start and 3 over. And that combination of numbers will not work out in a win light in Steve Hawkins' lane as JWP will advance. It's Jerry McGraw and Chris Stein. McGraw, Nebraska. Chris Stein, Silver Lake, Indiana. 452. The dial for Jerry McGraw here in round number 1. Chris Stein, 423. It's pretty quick for up here on the mountain. Red light start for Chris Stein by 0.03 of a second. Jerry McGraw, his fingers and toes on the reaction time and goes 448 on the 452. So 20 light for Jerry, but it was all over right off the bat. It's Chris Stein from that big, ugly, nasty, heinous, grotesque, putrid red light by 3 thou. And it'll be a first-round casualty is Mark Kidd and Kevin Poitras. Oh, wait a minute. I introduced Mark Kidd incorrectly. Race Kidd's dad over in the left lane. Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno. Kevin Poitras in that incredible brand new Ultratech Dragster out of Ocala, Florida. Easy for me to say 449. I just see Kevin's Dragster and I just get all discombobulated.
Group D. It's a big field, so we're going to call Group D even numbers first. Group D, even numbers. To the staging lanes now, please. So Group D, if your car number ends with an even number, you could bring it up, and then we'll call Group D odd next.
So is 0 an odd number or an even number? And Race Kid's dad is going to get the win. 13 green, 473 on the 472. Kevin Poitras, 48 green, and 2 above to be 400 shy at the finish line. All right, so you heard Mr. Biondo. Group D, even number. Group D, even number. Agent lanes, please. Steph Fuller and Ben Willis. Steph Fuller completely locks out Ben Willis to advance. As Noah Rambo and Shane Carr. Noah out of Michigan, 423 is the dial, and Sugar Shane, 454. Tell you what, our friend from Mexico that was announced in Vegas. Vámonos. We'll just go down in history. Shane Carr is going up on the wrong side as he breaks out by 1/100th of a second, taking 24 thou at the stripe. Both competitors were 19 green. Noah Rambo will take out Shane Carr. 19. Down 423 goes 424-4. And Shane Carr will be a first-round runner-up. As Brent Martin and Mike Morgan We'll move on. Brent Martin was 70 on the starting line, and Fling races are so good or so tough, man. You're 70 on the starting line. It's a pretty big hill to climb. Fortunately, not able to climb it. There's Mike Morgan. Was 22 at the starting line and dead on 5 to be 27 total and completely locks Brent Martin out of the show. Mike Coltrane and Ray Miller III. Mike, who normally terrorizes Division 6 in his incredible Camaro Roadster. He's in Jacob Stolworthy's machine. 491 is the dial, and Ray Miller 3 sticks. Spring City, Tennessee. Miller prepared machine, one of the house cars, 456. There for Miller. Coltrane is in a tight spot, as Ray Miller is a Dapper Dan man. 001 green, 458 on the 456. Coltrane was 27 at the rip. Got to the finish line first, going 490 on the 491. Breaks out by 8 thou, but there was nothing that Mike Coltrane could have done to move the win light over on his side of the racetrack, as Ray Miller was 22 on the combined, and Mike Coltrane was 27 at the start. Scott Jorgensen and Ivy Brannon. Ivy for Ivy Hutto's Golf Cars Sales and Service. Young Ivy, Gaffney, South Carolina. 456 the dial for Ivy and Scott Jorgensen. Orange City, Florida. Ivy in a dominating position on the starting line will get the win. 25 green for Ivy, 456.5 on the 456. Scott Jorgensen was 83 on the reaction time. And anytime your reaction time is greater than that of the age of new King Charles, it's rarely going to result in you lighting up a win light. I mean, right? Isn't King Charles like 70-something? I believe so, yeah. Ricky Harbaugh and Curtis Allen. Ricky out of Maryland, 475. The dial in for Team Harbaugh. And Curtis Allen out of Kentucky. The winged dragster in the right lane, 493. The dial in for CA. Once again, D group, even numbers. D group, even numbers. The D group is massive. Identical reaction times for Ricky and Curtis. And in a pretty good drag race right there, Curtis Allen ends up on the right side of the numbers. 004. Said he was going to run 493, goes 493, or goes 4951. Ricky Harbaugh said he's going to run 475. He goes 478.1, 3 above. But Curtis Allen lights up the win light. Moving around number 2 is Jordan White and Donovan Williams. Pretty good matchup here in round number 1. Jordan, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 461 the dial for JW. And Donovan Williams, 470 the number. The young man out of Florida for Team FTI, Team Overkill. Green and green. Donovan is 001 and 1 above 2 to be 6 thou in front. Jordan, 12 green, dead on 7 to be 6 thou shy is Donovan Williams. We'll move on. It's Derek Hubbard and Race Kid. So Derek Hubbard and Race Kid. Hey, after what happened first round, it's Mark's son. Red light start. Now he really is marked front. Race Kid Red by 10 thou and goes 472. Derek Hubbard, Lake Mary, Florida, 15 green and dead on 3 was going to be 18 total. But Race, turn on that just grotesque red light by 10 thou. Goes 472 on that 474, but Race Kid will bow out in that entry in round number 1. Sam Hamilton and Colby Fuller. Hamilton out of Millersville, Maryland. 527 is the dial. Colby Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia, who moonlights as a heavy equipment operator at Galat Motorsports Park. Red light start for Colby Fuller by 10 thou. So as Colby is red, he's going to have more opportunities to hone his excavating skills. He's going to have the rest of the afternoon to hone his craft. Sam Hamilton is going to get the win. 14 on the green light start and 2 over. Sean Parker and Robbie Hamilton. Sean out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Wing dragster left side, and Robbie Hamilton, Millersville, Maryland. Racecraft assembled hot rod, 490 the dial. For the wingless dragster over on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack. Down and away. Driver's going to be separated by 0.04 of a second, and Robbie Hamilton is like, I want to be in the drawing for that Computech Best Dialer Award. 17 green, 4900. We'll get the win. Sean Parker was 13, one above to be 8 thou behind at the finish line as Robbie Hamilton will move on. It's Brian Griffin, on the solo. To wrap up Group C, Camaro out of Trenton, Tennessee. 15 green and a free look at 592. Goes 594.6 to roll in round number 2. Gary Minter and Mike Laws as we are rolling into Group D. As Mike Laws is going to get the win. 11 green. Minter was 4 green and above by a lot to bow out on round number 1. As Jack and I are getting a Tennessee geography lesson. Cortland Carter and Tommy Cable. Tommy Cable out of Maryland. 468 is the dial. Cortland Carter, 466 the number here in round number 1. Cortland out of Lubbock, Texas. The Chromeworks assembled hot rod. The wing dragster in the left lane. Cortland and Johnny and the team here. Carter, last to stage. Off and away. Cable with a little advantage on the starting line is going to get the win. 17 green, dead on 6 is 23 total. Cortland Carter was 29 right off the bat and had no chance. Josh Lutke and Nick Warren. Josh out of Boonville, Indiana. That's 470 on the dial. Nick Warren out of Nicholasville, Kentucky. One itty-bitty one separated these two on the starting line. And Josh Lutke going to dump it down there to be dead on 8. 11 green, 4708 on the 470. Will get the win. Nick Warren said he was going to run 467. He goes 470 as he cut Josh Lutke loose. Josh ended up being right on the money. Colin Estes. And Kobe Hodges. Colin out of Rockford, Illinois. Brand new Danny Nelson assembled machine. 516 is the dial to Colin. Kobe, Wilkesboro, North Carolina, the Race Tech assembled ride. And Colin. I mean, we want to talk about like tight finish line stripes. I mean, this one's okay. Colin Estes, 13 green. Kobe Hodges was 14 green. Kobe Hodges, 487.0 on the 486. Colin Estes is 517.1 on the 517. When you add, subtract, multiply, and divide, you do your order of operations. 0.001. 1/10 thou going to be your margin of victory at Colin Estes. It's tight. Tight like a tiger. Blaine Meyer and Jack Ostrowski. Jack O had a good run in last night's Dragster shootout. Dragster out of Pennsylvania, Blaine Meyer out of Georgia. And Blaine Meyer is just nasty to Jack O. 005 dead on 3 is 8 total. Jack Ostrowski is Yo 11 on the green light start and is in the space and just completely in the way. Blaine Meyer, every time I see Blaine Meyer's name, full disclosure, I just want to make Better Off Dead references. But even though John Cusack's character in Better Off Dead was Lane Meyer, I just want to say, you know, I want my $2 but it's Blaine Meyer, not Lane Meyer. So I can't go like full Better Off Dead, but I can go a little Better Off Dead. Jason Hoff, which is a very underrated 80s movie. It was Jason Hoff and Keenan Myers. Hoff out of Littlestown, Pennsylvania, 443 is the dial-in. Going to be doing the chasing. Keenan Myers, Madisonville, Tennessee. 499 on the board. We'll be leaving first by a bulb and a little bit of a second. All right, Group D odd. Group D odd. Speaking of odd, that was an odd one right there. Jason Hoff was 30 green. Got to the finish line first by 46 thousandths of a second to break out by 4 thou. All he needed was a little wompy womp of the gassy gas or the tappy tap of the breaky brake to move the wind light over on his side. Did not do it. Keenan Myers, 60 green and one above. 60 green, and one above is going to be good. Chris Ferguson and Chris McGuire. Hey, this is going to be the first appearance of the prediction machine. Prediction machine says Chris is going to move in round number 2. And as everybody knows, the prediction machine is never, ever incorrect. Chris McGuire, red by 7th thou. Chris Ferguson, 004, will move in round number 2. So Chris of the Ferguson variety will advance. Chris of the McGuire variety will be done for today. Steve Withrow. Matt Grise, Bowling Green, Kentucky, and all my friends in the chat bleachers could absolutely use some help on that. Pronunciation, guaranteed I'm butchering it. Matt out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, 501 is the dial. Steve Withrow out of Virginia. We're green and green, 006 is last of the starting line. Tight. And Steve Withrow, 004, 4609 on the 460. Matt said he was going to run 501, goes 4993 to break out by 17 thou, taking 24, needed to take 7 or less, did not do it. Steve Withrow will get a proceed. It's Hayden Whitted and Junior Hodges. Relatively sure I'm destroying Hayden's name as well. Hayden out of Virginia. Junior Hodges out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina. 493 the dial for Hayden, 480 for Junior, and a win light's going to go over to Junior Hodges' side of the racetrack. Double breakout win for Junior, under by 6 thousandths of a second with 16 green, and 6 thou under. Hayden was Michael Jordan at the start. See, now we have to clarify Michael Jordan at the start. Early Michael Jordan at the start, and goes 490 on the 493. 23 light for Hayden. But it'll bow out in round number 1. This is Misty Unser and Denise Young. Misty and Denise. Denise, Misty. Misty out of Kuna, Idaho. Representing the 208. 472 is the dial for Misty. Denise, Knoxville, Tennessee, and Misty turns on the ugly, putrid, battery charger throwing, toter kitchen slamming red light by 11 thousandths of a second. Denise Young is 5 thou on the green light start and 457.7 on the 458. Denise Young defeats Misty Unser here in round number 1. It's Jason Overstreet and Barry Brown. Loose change out of Maryland. 497 is the dial for Loose. And Barry Brown. 476 the dial for the M&M Machine out of Bluntville, Tennessee. Literally right down the road. Right, Bluntville's like right down the road. So Jack says Bluntville's like 5 minutes away. He literally doesn't even bring a truck and trailer to the racetrack. He just throws some fuel in the car and just drives it on over. Red light start for Loose Change. Overstreet's red by 10 thou. And Barry Brown, 008 and 2 above for the local runner. And that M&M supercar will get to advance. It's Michael Harbaugh and Carson Brown. Michael Harbaugh out of Maryland. 475 is the dial. Carson Brown out of Bluntville, Tennessee. 485 is the dial. And there for CB. A tenth of a second head start there for Carson Brown. Red and red. Not a true start situation, but Carson Brown was out in front of green by 8 thousandths of a second. Michael Harbaugh was 003 on the red light, but he left second. So just a traditional red light victory going over to Michael Harbaugh. Carson Brown will bow out in round number 1. Michael Harbaugh will advance. Matt Recolaitis and Mark Price. Matt out of Sawyerville, Pennsylvania. 480 is the dial. And Mark Price with 482 on the dial in for MP. Green and green, separated by 6 thousandths of a second are the drivers, and Mark Price will get the win via the breakout. 15 green, 483 on the 482 for Mark. Matt Recolaitis was 21 up front. Said he was going to run 480, goes 4777 to get the win. It's Todd Zeller and Don Butkowitz. Zeller out of Michigan. Don Butkowitz out of New Jersey. But we're meeting kind of in the middle in Bristol. 456 the dial for Todd. 477 the number for Don. Don Butkowitz, 12 green, 4 above, is going to get the win. Todd Zeller was $1.36 on the green light start. And that rarely, and I mean rarely, turns out in a win light. Don Butkowitz, a good one. To move on, Samantha Rogers Thornton and Troy Henry. Samantha out of Virginia, 477. On the dial, Troy Henry out of Kentucky. That winged undercover dragster over in the right lane, 486 the number for Troy. Red light start for Troy Henry by 13. Samantha Rogers Thornton a free smell of 477. And she's going to take a big whiff of 477.5. After being 004 right off the bat, that's 9 total. Samantha's like, man, I wasted that on a red light. As Rick Johnson and TG Pascal. TG out of North Carolina, and Slick Rick out of Johnson City, Tennessee. When you say Slick Rick, you know, once upon a time not long ago when people wore pajamas and lived life slow. Great hip-hop tunes of all time. Slick Rick. Children's story. And Rick Johnson not very slick right there as he turns a red by 9 thousandths of a second. 10 green for TG and under by 7 thou. But TG was more than welcome to do that as the race is already over as Rick Johnson turned that round 1 red light as Chris Wallen and Jerry Hollingsworth. Wallen out of Spencer, Ohio. 493 is the dial-in. Jerry, 526 on the board. Chris and Jerry, Jerry and Chris, Jerry Hollingsworth will move on. Chris Wallen dialed 493, goes 4928 under by 2 thou, was in front by 21 thousandths of a second at the finish line. There was a little bit of room down there. Drivers were separated by 4 thousandths of a second as Chris Wallen was 11 green. Jerry Hollingsworth, your winner, was 15 green. And one above to get the win is Rachel Conrath and Troy Williams Jr. Rachel left side. Rachel out of Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania. Troy Williams Jr. out of Florida. Identical reaction times for both drivers. Troy, Rachel, give it to Rachel Conrath. Both drivers 36 green. Both drivers too quick. Rachel Conrath 499.5 on the 5 flat. Troy Williams Jr. down 469 goes 4680 and ends up on the wrong side of a double breakout. Rachel Conrath takes out Troy Williams Jr. as Ian Woods out of Powell, Tennessee. And Clyde McKinney, Newland. McKinney out of Newland, North Carolina. 514 is the dial for Clyde. Ian Woods, 482, the dial in. Thank you, Gerald. Red light start for Ian by 1 blanking thousandth of a second. That's lame. You guys can all fill in whatever adjective you want there for the blanking. Clyde McKinney, 31 green, dead on 2. And of course, Ian, after being red, goes too fast. It's like breaking every rule that we can. Probably speeds through the pit area. Doesn't return a shopping cart. Just like violates every rule. It's Christopher Schneider and Allison Eads. Schneider out of Strongville, Ohio. 515 the dial. Allison out of Bristol, Virginia. 536. Red and red. And not a true start. Allison Eads left first and was more red. 10 on the red light side for Allison Eads. Christopher Schneider was 002 on the red light side. So not a true start. But Christopher Schneider went up on the right side of the win light. There in round number 1. It's Dagan Hurst and Cindy Wiggins. Sydney getting the expert tutelage from Chad Axford. And I am doing air quotation marks when I say tutelage. I'm also doing air quotation marks when I say expert. Cindy has 454 on the car. Dagan Hurst, Jefferson City, Tennessee, 545. The dial in for Dagan. Driver spectacular on the starting line, but Cindy Wiggins going to get the win. 28 green and dead on 1 to be 29 combined and lock out Dagan Hurst. Dagan was Walter Payton at the start, and when your opponent is 29 up front, you got to be better than 34 on the green light to have a chance. Dagan wasn't and had no chance. It's Chris Galitti and Severn Johnson. It's a pretty good matchup here in round number 1. Chris out of Tumble, Texas for RAD Torque. 448. Severn Johnson, 471 is the dial. Over on the right side. Crownville, Maryland for Severn. Win. Severn Johnson, 004, taking 9th thou. Be 1 above 4. Get the win for Severn. Dialed 471, goes 4724 to get the win. Chris Galitti was 22 green, dead on 5. but Severn Johnson had Chris Galletti locked out, being 18 total. Scotty Neat and Travis Colangelo. Colangelo out of Port Clinton, Ohio, 479 the dial for TC. Scotty Neat, Columbia, Kentucky, 505. The dial in for Scotty. Leaving first by about a half a bulb. Scotty's green, Travis is green. Scotty looking to the left and is going to look at a win light. 37 at the start for Travis Colangelo. 480 on the 479 will work. Scotty Neat was better at the starting line. 13 green. Got to the finish line first by 45 thousandths of a second to break out. 3 thousandths of a second. Just needed to apply a little bit more pressure with that brake pedal. Flip the win light over into his side of the racetrack. Did not do so. Travis Colangelo will escape around number 1. It's Paul Rich. Paul Rich and Brittany Ulmer. 005 in this pair is going to leave last. And on a double breakout, Brittany Ulmer lights up a win light. 002 green. That's 495, goes 4948 to get the win. Paul Rich, 005 on the starting line. 475 was the dial, goes 473.9 of the racetrack. The double breakout side. We'll go to Brittany Ulmer. It's Chris Johnson and Jamie Tupper. Jamie out of Tillsburg, Ontario, Canada. Jamie, 472 is the dial. Chris Johnson, Maryville, Tennessee. That American assembled machine. Red light start for Tupper. By 10 thousandths of a second. Chris Johnson, a free look at 475, 4766. At 145 miles an hour, Chris Johnson. Come back and play again. It was Joel Maddox and Jason Sizemore. Maddox out of Piedmont, South Carolina. The wingless dragster in the left lane, 475. The dial in for Joel, Jason Sizemore. Kyle's Ford, Tennessee, 487 the number for Jason. Green and green, 4th the difference on the starting line, and Joel Maddox turn on the win light as Sizemore was off the gas well before the end of the finish line. 22 green for Joel and 482 on the 475 to advance. Jason Sizemore was 26 green, 531 on the 487. And no good. Yes, Ruth, I agree on Brian Cerruti. Ray Fordyce Jr. and Candy Deary. Ray out of Williamstown, New Jersey, 464 is the dial. Candy Deary, Gaithersburg, Maryland, 477 is the dial. A little bit better on the starting line. Is going to be better at the finish line. 007 right down here. Goes 465 on the 464. Down over there to turn on the win light. Candy Deary was 17 and 3 above. And that combination of numbers will not work out in a win light. Ray Fordyce Jr. will advance as Johnny LeBouse and Cody McDaniel. LeBouse, 474 is the dial. Cody McDaniel, 457. LeBouse, better on the starting line, looking over to the right, and better on the finish line. Caboose gets the win, 12 green, 3 above. Cody McDaniel's 26 on the green light start, 8 thou 2 quick, taking 25 at the stripe. As John LeBouse takes out Cody McDaniel. There's Joe Kerner and James Hinkle. Joe out of Merritt Island, Florida. Kerner is 495 on the dial. James Hinkle, Danville, Kentucky, 474. Dragster over in the right lane. Racecraft assembled machine. Hinkle, better on the starting line, but ends up on the wrong side of the win light. Joe Kerner, 17 green, 2 above to be 1 thou in front at the finish line. As James Hinkle was 007 and got behind by 1 thou. As Hinkle bows out here in round number 1 is John Edwards III and Frank Lacates. JE3, Chesapeake, Virginia. 496 the dial for John Edwards III. Frank Lacates, 463. Dragster out of Maryland, who in the time run this morning broke a throttle cable. So it's good to see Frank was able to make the necessary repairs. Two little bitty ones, the difference on the starting line. John, Frank, give it a John. 21 green. Frank was 23 green. Frank's like, I got a chance. John Edwards goes down there and runs dead on 0 to be 21 combined and locks out Frank. He's going to put John Edwards III into that Computech best dialer drawing. That Computech Race Air Cloud weather station with wind and texting. So a $1,300 prize is going to be drawn out with everybody who runs dead on 0. And that is win or lose here on Advanced Product and Design. Carburetors Wednesday. Robert Benson and Trevor Denton. RB out of Victor, West Virginia, 508. Is the dial in for Robert. Trevor Denton out of Bristol, Tennessee. And right down over here, 496 is the dial and 3,000 difference on the starting line. And man, another one of those situations. Trevor's like, all right, 3,000 difference on the starting line. I got something to work with. Robert Benton then goes down there and runs dead on 2 to be 13 total and locks out Trevor Denton, who was 14 green. Starting to get more interesting. Just saying, Brian Jones and Scott Albrecht. Brian out of Cookeville, Tennessee, 446 a dial over in the left lane. Scott Albrecht. Dragster out of New Jersey, Race Tech assembled right over on the right side. Albrecht will have the opportunity to lead first and is staged. Brian Jones follows. In, tree, and away. 4 is the difference on the starting line. Scott Albrecht, 15 green, taking 6 thou of the finish line to be dead on 4. Brian Jones down 446, goes 447.4. An 11 on the green light, start to be 6 thou behind there at the finish line. Scott Albrecht will advance. Brandon Taylor and QJ Arnold. Brandon out of Woodland, Alabama. QJ. Maryville, Tennessee. Brandon stole a couple of on the starting line. Took that advantage to light up a win light here in round number 1. 006, 468, 1 on the 466 for Brandon Taylor. QJ was 478.9 on the 479. Needed to be dead on nothing to move the win light over on his side. Over on the QJ side, excuse me. And Brandon Taylor will advance as Justin Harrington. And Haley and Haley Whitted. And I guarantee I'm butchering that. So if anybody could help me, it'd be greatly appreciated. Justin Harrington, Muncie, Indiana. 533 is the dial for Justin. 518, the dial for Haley. And a win for Haley. Justin Harrington turns on that ugly, just red light by 18 foul, and then goes 532 on the 533. Haley was 27 green, one above, but we'll get the win. It's Fred Hagberg and Tommy Norton. Hagberg out of Charlotte, North Carolina. 495 is the dial. Tommy Norton out of Maryland. 452 as we look down on that motor mile scoreboard. Is Derek Jeter red? Fred Hagberg, 008 on the green light start and goes 499 on the 495. But it was all academic as that red light had already been illuminated in Tommy Norton's side of the racetrack, and he will not be honeymooning his way into round number 2. Norton, honeymoon, Mike Hoff, and Nick Hurst. Norton and the Honeymoons. I'll take references that were relevant in 1961, Alex. Mike Hoff, Hanover, PA. 491 is the dial. Nick Hurst, 535 the number. The Race Tech assembled hot rod from Jefferson City, Tennessee. Hurst, 535 is the dial. As we are pre-staged. Hurst moves in. Mike Hoff follows. Hurst is 001 at the start and breaks out to give Mike Hoff the win. 490 with a 2. On that 491 dial was 17 green. Nick Hurst, 001, got to the finish line first by 18 thousandths of a second to break out by a Hun. To bow out in round number 1 is Tom Dauber and Eddie Dearens. Dauber out of Medford, New Jersey. 474 is the dial. Eddie out of Morristown, Tennessee. 503. The dial in for Eddie. Separates them on the starting line. Tom and Eddie. Eddie and Tom going to be Eddie Dearens. 10 green. Dead on 1 is 11 total. And that's pretty sporty. Eddie Dearens. We'll move on. Tom Dauber. 009. 1 above 7. And a wee bit shy here in round number 1 is Mike Nelson and Alan Bird. Nelson out of Newland, North Carolina. 505 is the dial. Allen out of Churchill, Tennessee. 478 is the estimated performance here in round number 1 for AB. Red light start for Alan Bird. Mike Nelson dodges one as being Richard Petty on the starting line. Normally that doesn't work out in a win, but it does here as Allen turns on the big, ugly, nasty red light here in round number 1. And then, of course, red and dead on, and that's usually how it works. And I'm going to move out of the way as the brain trust of the Fling family, the mom and the dad, Peter and Emily, going to take you through the rest of here round number 1. PB, Emily B, it's all you.
former track manager at Rocky Mountain Raceway.
That's right.
Going to give you a little bit of a break. We got Big Jet coming in tomorrow as well.
I miss Jared.
He's so comforting, Jared. Whenever I have like need words of wisdom or I'm a little tensed up or something, I just have to talk to Jared, and he just makes it all better. He's like a bowl of chocolate ice cream.
He's a smooth fella. Jessica Hopp in the left lane, Lester Adkins in the right. 476 for Jessica, Lester 452. Red light starting to Lester. Moving on to round 2. Jessica will go through, breaking out a little bit. She'll get it dialed in for the next round.
Hope everyone's enjoying themselves, both at the event and on the live feed. Thanks to Jegs and Mickey Thompson, Motor Mania, bringing it to you. Katie Kirby and Brian Kennedy. Little Virginia versus Texas matchup.
I'll take the girl. You take the guy.
All right. If you can guess Katie's mile per hour within 2, I'll give you $10.
132.
Wow, that was pretty good. 514. Oh man, you might get it.
I used to run low fives. Brian Kennedy. Red light start, and I get $10 from Peter because she went 133 mile per hour.
Foot in mouth. Holy moly. I underestimated you. All right, that might have been a fluke. Jeremy York is dialed 451. Tell me what his speed's going to be. Carrie Long in the right lane, 479.
Jeremy York is going 182.
Oh, you just lost it all on that one.
Why-
That's quarter mile stuff right there.
Whoopsie. JK.
Okay. Whoopee. Try again. I'll give you one more.
I run 451 at Nvidia in your car, and I can't even remember what I go. 153?
Yes,
Okay.
there you go. So the 06 Miller for Carrie Long and the 15 Diamond. Pair of rear engine Drax is going at it, and Jeremy York just flinched or something not working out for him. Wave red, Carrie Long 012 on a tree. 476.5, holding 25 thou. Speed 154. There's our buddy Bill Dempsey. Billy Dempsey, good friend from Elkton, Maryland. He's a great guy. I think he's, what do you think, 82 years old now?
He might be having issues, Bill.
He picked up the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award 2 years ago, I believe it was, when he had a bunch of issues, mechanical issues, in the first couple of days and came out swinging on the last day with 2 000 lights in a row. And we handed him the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award. But right now we're checking some debris. Hopefully we can let him run. We're gonna check it out. Meanwhile, Dustin Light is patiently waiting.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
So while there's just a quick break in the action, if anybody needs 116 fuel Sunoco Max, we have 1 drum left. The first taker can go see Bob down at the other end at the fuel station. So I know there was a shortage of 116 fuel Sunoco Max. If anybody needs a drum, we have 1 drum left. You can go and buy the whole drum. You can split it up with your friends. Whatever you want to do. All right, so Bill Dempsey's going to have a shot. Now, I know I'm not supposed to play favorites up here, but It's hard not to root for Bill Dempsey.
He's just a good old boy.
Flickering the stage bulb.
They're both in. They're both green. Dustin Light, 010, and Dustin Light gets the win. One over with a 0, taking 400s at the stripe.
Yeah, Bill Dempsey, 479 at 138. He, a lot of experience. Dropped the hammer down there, couldn't get there, but Dustin was one above safe, and we'll move on to round number 2. So today, no buybacks today. We gave a time run, and we have a great crowd here at our 13th annual RAD Fling, RAD Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Josh Owens, Tim Thomas. Good matchup here. 488 for the 2014 American of Josh Owens, Tim Thomas from Lumberton, North Carolina, 479.
That's why they let me out of the diva desk, because there's no buybacks today.
Hey, see that? You get a break.
Oh, this is a break?
Yeah.
Staged up and going. 018 right lane. Not much separates them. Win light, dead on with a 0. Josh Owens goes 488-0. Dead on in the right lane too, but not dead on enough. 1 thou margin of victory goes to Josh Owens.
Today, both drivers sticking it low dead on with teen lights.
Todd Coltrane in the left lane, Dennis Lithgow in the right. 465 for Todd, 474 for Dennis.
Check out where they're from.
Idaho and Texas. That's not very close to here, is it?
That's no hop, skip, and a jump. I knew we were going to have a big crowd here when I started getting calls from Nebraska, Idaho.
Canada.
Yeah, Canadians showed up big thanks to Snakebite Bob.
They got a little compound up there. Red light start for Todd Coltrane. 016 red. Dennis Lithgow, 030. Moving on to round 2. Going dead on with a 1.
I'd have to tweak the box a little bit for round 2. Coltrane's day will end. And now we'll bring up Ricky Harbaugh and Josh Dykes. That's little Ricky Harbaugh. That's the 3rd generation racer of the Harbaugh family. Final call for round 1D. Group D, final call.
Josh gets the win. Dead on with a 4. 469.4 with a 12 light. Nice little 16 pack for second round. First round will advance into second round.
Pretty impressive in the heat of the day. Sticking it dead on 469. Jesse York and AJ Ash. AJ Ash driving the Mullis 2022 Mullis. That is a beautiful ride. One of the best appearing at the Summer Fling in Columbus 2 weeks ago. And Jesse York. When I first met Jesse York, I was at Indy and Mike Fuquay's race, and I was like, I was in the final, and I looked over. I said, I don't even know this guy. And then a few people came over and said, you'll get to know him real quick. He's a track champ multiple times over and over. And I did. Tough family from Muncie, Indiana.
AJ takes the win, going 1 over with a 0. 471 on a 470, and Jesse breaks out by 200s.
Yeah, AJ couldn't get there and made the right move. Dropped it off to 138 mile per hour, 471, and fed Jesse 300s. Jay Ralston and Todd Barton. Todd Barton, the 2017 Miller. He is the man in charge of the event shirts and apparel. And Jay Ralston, one of the New Media, Pennsylvania drivers. Shout out to Big Bobby if he's listening. And Robert and Vinny and D and Nanj, Little Pete. So 435 for the Hunlock Creek PA driver. That's getting it up here on the mountain.
Down track. Let's see if he can catch Barton. Nope. Up. Todd Barton, 482 with a 3 on a 480. 018 light takes it by 6 thou down at the end.
Now I'm going to say Todd Barton 482 at 143. He was flat-footed. That was given to him by Jay Ralston. Jay Ralston went 438 at 154. I'm pretty sure he goes closer to 160. So Ralston gets behind 6 thou, and Todd Barton moves on.
Steve Law in the left lane, 477. John Budakowski in the right, 456.
Oh, okay.
Give it to Steve Law. 003 dead 5, 8,000s package. 457 with a 3 on a 456 for Budakowski.
So no Team Mexico that I know of here, which I'm slightly disappointed, but they do show up at Vegas. Almost heads up, 490 to 486.
Mike Griffin, 013. Brad Core gets the win. Going 2 over with a 3, taking 600. Something happened down there to Mike Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin's car wasn't happy. 494 on a 486 at 140. So something not right. Hopefully he can get it worked out. Meanwhile, Brad Core, 009. Pats the gas down there to go 2 above for the win.
Up next, Johnny Carter in the left lane, Cody Wiggins in the right. 493 for Johnny, 451 for Cody Wiggins from Kentucky. For Cody, 020 for Johnny Carter, and Johnny breaks out, giving the win to Cody Wiggins. 452 with a 2. On a 451. Getting down to the end of the round here. A couple more D single enter dragsters left. David Dean in the left lane, Scott Taylor in the right. 445 for Scott. David Dean going to be rolling down there, 511. Red light start for David Dean in his day. Scott Taylor moving on, 428, 443 with a 0.
Ronnie Whitlock and Jamie Bridge. Jamie coming down from Canada. A lot of the Canadian racers making their way to the Flings this year. A lot of them were at Vegas. A few were at Columbus. Don't think we have many at Galat. We have probably about 10 entries here from Canada.
Yep, a couple at Columbus, right?
Yep. 449. That's a fast high rod at about 3,800 feet of DA.
Flying off the line. 7/10 on the tree. And Jamie Bridge going just 5 over.
He was looking over you could see him wander to the right a little bit as he was looking for Ronnie, who was way, way back there. Ronnie had something going on the reaction time. Jamie, 489, 132 for the win.
We got Keegan Hinkle in the left lane and Tom Bayer in the right. Tom Bayer coming in from California. Is he driving his own car?
He's got he's a drag racing instructor, and you can rent his cars and he can teach you how to race while you're racing his cars. It's a pretty good deal. He's got Brian Cam as one of his students this weekend, all the way from Cherry Valley, California. He went on a hot streak this year. I think he won maybe 2 in a row in Top Dragster in NHRA. Let's see what he does with the big guns here at the Fall Fling. Attention to pits. Round 2, Group A door cars. Group A door cars for round 2. Bring them up.
And they're off. Tom Bayer going red by 24. Keegan will take the win. 026 green, and he goes 1 over with a 3. 543.3. And Tom Bayer will be done for the day. There's still a lot of racing going on this weekend.
We didn't even get to the main events yet.
I know. It's hard to believe this is only the warm-up race.
We got, if you're, and I know some drivers are on their way. If you're on your way, we're just getting this party started. We got the 3 main event days coming up. New entry time runs each day if you're a new entry off the highway. We're going to run for 30K, 100K, and 30K. And we're going to give away a boatload of racer appreciation giveaways starting tomorrow.
Seth Street in the left, Keith Thomas in the right. One thou red for Keith Thomas, giving Seth Street the win. So Seth will move on to round 2. And Keith Thomas will be done for the day. Gilbert Derry in the left lane. Boyd Denton in the right. Gilbert, dad to Chelsea and Candy. Candy's here racing this weekend. Gilbert Derry dialed in at 492. Boyd Denton, 548. Staged up, ready to go. Green light, green light. Not too pretty. Let's see who gets it. Gilbert Derry pulls it out with a 048 reaction time, going 1 over with a 3. Boyd Denton stopped down there, and it didn't work out for him.
His first fling, his father used to race with my father, and in a cool car called the Weasel.
Wow, the Weasel. Okay, Shane Maddox in the left, Josh McDaniel in the right lane. 2/10 separate the dial-ins. South Carolina and Tennessee matchup. Both of these racers have been coming to the Flings for years. 003 for Shane, 011 for Josh. Josh gets the win. 011 dead on with a 1, taking 0002 at the finish line.
About Shane Maddox, 003 drops to dead on 9 and 2 thou behind.
Ooh, too bad there aren't any best losing packages today. You gotta do that again tomorrow, Shane. Marty Burton in the left lane, Greg Maddox, dad of Shane in the right lane. Right, Dad? Yep. 498 for Greg. 008 off the line. Let's see if Greg can pull it out for the Maddox family. He does. 3 over, taking 8 thou. 063 for Marty Burton. Tardy on the line and still broke out on the left-hand lane.
All right, we're going to give Shane Maddox a Meziere starter. My buddy Shane was 11 or 12th out package and got there second by 0002. So we're going to give him a Meziere starter for his efforts. So Shane, when you get back to your trailer, you can come up and see the girls at the Diva desk. Pick up your prize. Kyle Coltrera, that man is hot. He's on fire. He didn't have any time runs. He just came in off the highway. Dials it in 463. Just picked up a $100,000 win last weekend in Darlington.
Sweeping up 100Ks like they're candy. 014 right out of the box. And 2 over with a 2 for the win, taking 2 thou. Zach Henry, 025, 1 over with a 3.
And that Kyle proving why he's at this point in time, he's probably, I mean, if Drag Champ does that top 10, he's probably number 1 right now. I mean, I'm looking at the racer guide and he's on a cover from last year winning the 100K. Picked up 100K last weekend. And didn't what did he do in Columbus? He won 100K too. Holy moly. This guy. I'm going to check his pulse. G-Dub, speaking of 100K winners, the Williams family, and Dan Davies.
Wow, 423 dialing for Dan Davies.
G-Dub.
Per hour is that?
423, 162.
Woo.
Gary Williams does not care. He's still holding 9.
007, James Bond green for Gary Williams. And takes the win, dead on with a 0. 7 thou package. He got there, oh, nope, Dan Davies got there first by 7 thou, broke out by 2.5.
That's right.
Dead on with a 0 gets Gary Williams an entry into the drawing for the Alta Lab weather station. Dead on with a 0 on Wednesday, win or lose goes into the drawing.
Man, Mike Keems is staying sharp. But how about G-Dub against a 420 car, 7-pack? Steve Breeden and Aaron Roberts. Bluff City, Tennessee. That's a stone throw away. 459. Steve Breeden from Vornor, Tennessee. I have no idea what that is. 493.
Oh, 1 thou separates them. Left lane for the win. 93 with a 7 on a 93. Taking 200s. Steve Breeden will move on. John Parks in the left lane. Does he have that new car, the Ultra Tech?
Oh, no, that's not the shorty. Yeah, that's a new Ultra Tech car. That car is you want to talk about a work of art. Beautiful car. 419 dialing.
Wow, and Ken Batchelor dialing in at 445. Green lights for both. 016 for Parks, 008 for Ken. Ken gets the win. 1 over with a 6, taking 13 thou at the finish line. John Parks bows out, 016. 2 over. And coming up now is the buy run for the D category. Mark McKay. He'll close out round 1 for us here.
I'm going to say he's going 479.2 on a 478. You got the under or the over?
Under. Mike Eames says 477 with a 3.
He's not going to break out in the heat of the day, Mike. Come on, man.
I'll be the cream in the middle of the Oreo, and I'll go in between you two.
Easy now.
That was
So last-
supposed to be innocent.
Last car in round number 1.
80 with a 2.
Mike, stick to announcing. 480 with a 2 on a 478 at 143. That will end round number 1. Bristol staff, heck of a job. I don't know how many cars we ran, but I think it was about 490. We will check the stats soon, and we called door cars in Group A. Now we'll take
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the 3rd time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at BiondoRacing.com.
Well, once again, good afternoon, racers, and welcome to National Trail Raceway as we are ready to go again with a Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Back here for a 2nd year in a row, and it is going to be a whole lot of fun. We are getting ready to go race for some pretty big money today, and we have been absolutely blessed with perfect weather, awesome track conditions, a great crew, and a great group of racers and Fling family members that have joined us all out here today. Locked, loaded, turn them loose.
I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up at the Summer Fling. It's our 2nd year here. You guys and gals made our job very easy to do what we do behind the scenes.
32 cars racing for that opportunity to take their pick between 2 of the best built cars on the planet. So Matt Shell dialed in at 486, Bill Webb dialed in at 489. Webb has got the pre-stage bulb lit. All 4 on, tree drops. Red light start for Matt Shell, and Bill Webb is going home with his choice of Dragster. Find out if it's going to be a door car kind of day or if it's going to be a dragster kind of day. Josh Lutke, the racer out of Boonville, Indiana. The Racecraft chassis ride dialed in at 461, and Wes May. Josh Lutke in control of this pair and will score the win. Josh was 028 on the tree and goes 461 on a 461 to get the win light. Pete Diagnolo, Eric Paterka, the final two standing here on a Fuel Tech $30,000 to win Thursday. Diagnolo taking over the left lane, dialed in at 582. Eric Paterka, the dragster on the right side, dialed in at 483. We stay green, 9,000ths of a second separate them in reaction time, and Pete Diagnolo goes back to back.
So your final round for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event, it's going to be Kyle Coltrera and Nasty Nick Hastings for $100,000.
Nasty Nick in the T1000, fresh off 100 grand, coming in here and trying to do it again. Green lights both sides of the Christmas tree. Kyle Cotrera is in control, and the scoreboard lights up for Kyle Cotrera. 18 green and 454 on the 453 for Kyle. One dragster, one door car, one shot, one run for one last trophy. Tim Markaglu, dragster rolling up on the left side of the racetrack out of Staten Island, New York. And Garrett Griffith be his opponent here to close out the show in the 2022 Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Dragster's in, door car is in, tree drops, final pair, final day, final round. Let's go. 9,000 separate them in reaction time, and the scoreboard lights up for Garrett Griffith. Garrett, 21 on the tree and dead on 2. He is 23 total, taking 12 thou at the stripe to get the
Hello and thanks for watching our video. Today Meziere Enterprises would like to help you take a look at your starting system, most especially the main cable side, and help you to troubleshoot problems such as poor cranking speed, kickback, and intermittent solenoid clicking. So let's take a look. If you're changing to a Meziere starter from another type of gear reduction starter, there will be an increased electrical demand on the solenoid side. Our starters can demand up to 40 amps to activate, and rarely are start switches and neutral safety switches rated this high. If this is an issue for you, please see our video for our start relay, the WIK 400. To begin the test, you'll want your batteries fully charged. Set your voltmeter on 0 to 20 volts. The battery should check between 12.5 and 13.2 fully charged. And now we're going to crank to get a baseline while it's under load. Next, we'll perform the same test, except with the leads connected at the starter. So what we saw was 11.1 volts under load at the battery and under 9 volts at the starter. That's over 2 volts lost through the system. A good car is going to be about 1 volt lost through the system. So what we're going to do now is check at the different points in the system so that we can isolate which components are causing the loss. Now we'll check the back side of the switch. So after checking at the master cutoff switch, we now know that we have a small loss through the primary wire, a small loss through the master cutoff switch, but over 1 volt loss through the main cable running from the front to the back of the car. It's quite common for these cars to be set up with cable that's too small for the job. We recommend 1/0 cable, fine stranded, high quality wire. So what we're going to do now is we're going to change that cable out and see how the voltage check improves. All right, so we're just completing the change out of the cable as well as the installation of the new master cutoff switch. In an attempt to make this system as good as it can possibly be, we decided we needed to get rid of that extra half a volt drop. So the final thing is to check the system again, front and back, and see what the voltage loss is. Let's check it out. So with the changes we've made, we've got a pretty good result. We've got about 1 volt loss in this car. The spin is much faster, and under hot cranking conditions, it's going to be much more reliable. Thanks for watching our video, and please contact us if you have any questions about these products or any others.
So we started at 8:30 this morning with our time runs. Had a really good pace to the day. And we concluded with time runs and all of first round at about 5:20. And I agree, George, I miss Nate Hershey as well. He's one of my favorite human beings on the planet. And an A+ announcer. And great to work with. Dustin Smiley. Piedmont, South Carolina, the 95 Grand Am, is going to start us off here in round number 2 alongside 2 mil 1 year Jeff Verdi. And the Top Gun Firebird out of Virginia. Verdi, 599 is the dial, and Dustin Smiley, 25 on the starting line. 558-1 on the 558 to get it done against Jeff Verdi. Verdi was 20 green, said he was going to run 599, go 6 flat to be 4th thou behind. Dustin takes out Jeff Verdi, Nathan Schroeder, and Steve Collier. Schroeder in the S10 out of Iowa. Collier out of the OHIO in the S10. We are side-by-side S10s. Collier better on the starting line, and will turn on some electricity here in round number 2. 659 on the 658 was 005 on the green light start. Nathan Schroeder was 18 green, dead on 7, but Steve Collier, 005, taking 001 at the finish line, and that is textbook there for Steve Collier. It's Kenneth Street and Aaron Vale. Street out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The S10 left side, Aaron Vale. Fortville, Indiana. The Pontiac Trans Am over on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack. 2 thou is the difference on the starting line. And Aaron Vale is going to get the win. 36 green, 3 above will work. Kenneth Street dialed 678, goes 6771 to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Was in front by 39 at the finish line. He had some room to move the win light over onto his side of the racetrack. Did not do it. Barry Woods and Tim Denton. Woods out of Georgia. Denton out of Tennessee in the Camaro. Denton is 001 off the gas to get the win. Barry Woods was 26 green and way off the gas to have the elapsed time that we do not talk about. But let's just say it's 3 6s. So Tim Denton, 001 there to move on. We're just taking a little look at that American water heater side of the racetrack. Richard and the starting line crew appears to be satisfied. I believe. Again, we just started round number 2 on Advanced Product and Design. $15,000 warm-up Wednesday here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Tomorrow, we'll roll into ATI Performance Products Thursday with 30 grand to the winner. And then we'll roll into Mosier Engineering $100,000 Friday. Close down the show here at Bristol Dragway with Jegs Saturday. On those of you across the country that are watching the Great Motor Mania Jegs Mickey Thompson live feed that have never been to Bristol Dragway here at Thunder Valley, on a scale of 1 to 10, this place is easily a 56. Place is A++. Jamie Bean and Chad Duke. Jamie out of Mooresburg, Tennessee, 631 is the dial for the 64 Chevy 2. Chad Duke, 546, the dial for the 68 Camaro over on the right side. Nearly identical on the reaction time side of things, and Jamie Bean, 14 green, 631.2 on the 631 is 16 on the combined. Chad Duke was 16 green. To have any opportunity whatsoever, needed to be 546 with a goose egg. Chad Duke was 548 with an 8. To be 2 above and to be 2 shy there at the finish line is Jamie Bean. We'll be back in round number 3 is David Young. The 62 Chevy 2 for 594 the dial for David Young. And Matt Daddis out of Vermilion, Ohio. Thanks, Vermilion. 98 Grand Am, 620 is the dial. There for Matty D. Daddis a little bit late, ripping the finger off the button. David Young trying to make him pay and will do so. And David Young is like, I want to be dead on 0. I want to be in the drawing for that Computech Best Dialer Race Air Cloud weather station with wind and texting, a $1,300 value. David Young, 13 green, dead 0. As Matt was 35,000 on the green light start. And was all pretty much academic from there. This is David Young. Dead on 0. We'll move on as Rick Needham Jr. and Chase McKay. McKay out of Romulus, Michigan. As both racers are fingers and toes on the reaction time, and Chase McKay going to end up on the right side. 20 green for Chase, 648 on the 643. 5 above the dial, Rick Needham Jr. Dial to 586 goes 598. Also 20 on the tree. That's Chase McKay. Back in round number Trey. See what I did there, Trey Summers? Round number Trey. 3, Trey. This is Bug McCarty and Larry Hamby. Bug in the Olds Achieva. 601 the dial for Bug. That's Carol's guy. And Larry Hamby, 55 Chevrolet Bel Air. And a red light start for Larry. 76 trombones on the red light start for Larry. Bug McCarty is 18 green and a look at 601, and he's going to look at 6026 to advance. Larry Hamby All sorts of shenanigans and tomfoolery there. This is Kendall Little and Scott Albrecht. Kendall out of Killeen, Texas. 610 is the dial. Scott Albrecht. And that gorgeous. And I mean, the video on the Motor Mania live feed does not do that 67 Camaro justice. That is an impeccable piece. Ragtop. The inside is just incredible. Took a good look at that hot rod down the staging lanes earlier. Scott is behind by a couple of hun. As Kendall Little is 001 and 611 to get the win. Kendall snugged it up to 6 thou at the stripe. Scotty Albrecht was jackpot on the starting line. 21 on the green light start and then 573 on the 573. But a 6 thou shy at the finish line. It was Donald Brown and Tanner Miller. Brown in the Beretta out of Curry, North Carolina. Tanner Miller in the wheel stand and Vega wagon out of Mooresville. Just a little bitty wheel stand there for Tanner Miller. Donald Brown trying to chase down Tanner and will do so. 008. 539.9 on the 538. Makes 27 on the combined number, and Tanner Miller was 3-7 up front and had no chance to turn on a win light on his side of the racetrack based on that reaction time. As Garrett Griffith and Gordon won. Garrett coming off the day number last win at the Columbus Fling up there at National Trail Raceway. Joined the big group of talented racers that have won 3 main event races at the Flings. 003 leaves last. Gordon and Garrett. Gordon won, takes out Garrett Griffith. 001 taking trip 02 down there at the finish line. Garrett was 003 green, 1 above 9. But the most important part of that is Garrett Griffith got behind by 2 10,000ths of a second. Gordon Wan takes out Garrett Griffith. It's Caroline McCarty and Brian Atkins. Caroline, that's Carol's kid. We love Carol McCarty. One of the nicest human beings I've ever met. Caroline out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, in that Rambler wagon. 614 the dial for Caroline. She's going to be looking over to her right at Brian Atkins. At Bluefield, Virginia, the 72 Nova. Caroline stands him up, sets him down, and is behind at the start, but makes it work. 48 green for Caroline, dead on 9, and is 2 thou in front. Brian 32 at the start. And neither driver is going to be framing the time slip. Ron Campbell and Chris Smith. Campbell out of Bean Station, Tennessee. 485 is the dial-in. Chris Smith. Red S10, red light by 9 thou. 596 on the 594. Ron Campbell, 13 green, 1 above will work. But it was all over right off the bat. Ray Miller III, and TJ Harper. Ray Miller 3 sticks out of Spring City, Tennessee for Miller Race Cars. 456 is the dial for Ray. TJ Harper, Harrisonburg, VA for TJ. 461 is the dial. Miller has just been all over the Christmas tree. Time run, round number 1, and here 003, 3 above for Ray Miller III to get the win. TJ Harper was 18 green, breaks out by 3 thou. As Ray Miller III. We're back in round number 3. Steph Fuller and Josh Baker. Fuller, Plattsmouth, Nebraska. .476 for Steph Fuller on the dial. Josh Baker, 464. Lancaster, Kentucky, the American chassis machine. Baker, Fuller, going to be Josh Baker. 10 on the starting line for Josh. Gets to the finish line first. It's 3 over. To be good. Steph Fuller was 35 at the start. 2 over the dial. And a hun behind at the finish line. To bow out here in round number 2 is Wayne Vernon. And Michael Pascal. Vernon out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The Dragster left side, 558. Pascal. The Race Tech prepared machine out of Greensboro, North Carolina. 475 is the dial. There for MP. Tree. And we're away and away. Wayne Vernon dug himself a pretty good hole in the starting line. And Michael Pascal buried him in it. 477 on the 475. Was 20 green. Wayne Vernon gave up a bunch at the start. And is 1 over. And no good, Michael Pascal. Back in round number 3, Scotty Watts and Jeff Serra. Scotty out of Lancaster, South Carolina. The Dragster left side, 490 is the dial. Will be leading first, Jeff Serra. Adamstown, PA for Mr. Serra, who, if I started rattling off his racing accolades, we'd be here, well, for a while. It's a bad hombre. That motor mile side of the racetrack. Scotty Watts just gave up 0.04 of a second to Jeff Serra on the starting line, and it's never going to end up in a red light unless Serra makes a big mistake, and he does not. Jeff is 005, 487. On the 485, on the 482, Scotty Watts was 50 green and 2 above. But Jeff Serra move on into round number 3. Joe Gary and Bo Sanders. Joe out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. 457 is the dial. Red light start for Bo Sanders by 9 thou. Joe Gary, a free look at 457, and when he grabs that time slip, it's going to say 4.567, which is a small straight in Yahtzee. Got 30 points, right? For Joe Gary. So 4.567 for Joe. Bo Sanders red by 9 thou. Joe Gary will move on. It's Todd McKinney and Jaden Lawler. Todd out of Elizabethton, Tennessee. 675 as we look down at the American Water Heater scoreboard. Jaden Lawler. Jaden, the 16-year-old. 465 on the dial for Jaden. Todd's away. Jaden's away. Jaden will get the win. 466 on the 465. Was 15 at the start. Todd McKinney was 40 on the green light effort. Gave up a couple of hun right off the bat. Todd McKinney was 3 over the dial. Jordan. And Jaden ended up getting to the finish line first by 0.04 of a second. It was Jaden Lawler. We'll move into round number 3. Again, final call for Group A. Final call Group A for round number 2. If you are not in the staging lanes right now, you are like way tardy, borderline detention is how tardy you are. And I was an angel in school. I never got detention. And if you believe that, I'll tell you about Tim Markoglu and Cameron. Cameron's 002, and that's just flat dirty to Barbara's husband. Cam Manuel, 002, dead on 6s, 8 total. Tim Markoglu's 25 at the start. And all he did right there was waste about $16 in race gasoline. There was no way he was going to illuminate a win light. Cam Manuel just roughed up Tim Markoglu. It was Robbie Hamilton and Dakota Wells. Robbie Hamilton. Millersville, Maryland, 493 is the dial. Off and away. Here comes Dakota Wells, and it's all over on the starting line. Robbie is read by Babe Ruth. Dakota Wells, 004. Said it was going to run 456, goes 4559, but it was all over as Robbie Hamilton was read by 3 thousandths of a second. Roger Thornton and Jack Collier. Again, Group A, if you are not in the lanes, you're very late. So Thornton, left side. Out of Virginia, Jack Collier. Benton, Louisiana. For Team Manpower. Red light start for Roger Thornton by the slimmest of margins. 1 thou on the red light. Thornton, 1 thou red. Jack Collier, 003. And if we look at 453, goes 451 as Lee Dixon and J.R. Lockhart. All right, everybody, attention on property. Attention on property and in the pits. We have a racer in need. Josh Lutke needs an MSD grid and control box. Josh Lutke needs an MSD grid and control box. Again, racer in need. Josh Lutke. An MSD grid and control box. As Lee Dixon and Jared Locke are off and away with identical reaction times, it's going to come down to that dial-in and the finish line. JR going to get the win. 10 green, 488.9 on the 488 to get the win. Tightened it up to 5 thou at the stripe. Lee Dixon was 10 green as well and 476.4 on the 475 to be 5 thou shy at the finish line. So once again, racer in need. Josh Lutke needs an MSD grid and control box. If you can assist, we'd appreciate that greatly. It's Donnie Burleson, KC Pesnell. KC out of Gardendale, Alabama. Donnie Burleson, Richmond, Tennessee, as we are off and away. Donnie and KC. KC, 13 on the tree, 497 on the 496. We'll get the win. Donnie Burleson, 451.3 on the 452. To be shy there in round number 2. Yes, Peter Biondo.
All right, attention the pits. We'll now take Group B for round number 2. Group B for round number 2. Let's bring them up to staging lanes 9 and 10.
So Group B as in Biondo. Into the staging lanes, please. There's Brandon Barker and Chris Stein. Barker out of Belleville, Ontario, Canada. It's great to have all the racers representing Canada here with us this week. Big tip of the cap. Great having everybody here. It's Chris Stein, Silver Lake, Indiana. And his super quiet dragster. Very stealth. Brandon Barker is going to get the win for Team Canada. 12 green, 1 above 2. 510 with a deuce on the 509 will get the win. Chris Stein is 23 at the start. Needed to be dead 0 to move the win light over onto his side of the racetrack, as he was 23 green. Unfortunately, Chris Stein was 420 with a 7. To be a second round runner-up is Andrew Conrath and John Ezel. Conrath out of Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania, 496 the dial, is 002 at the start, but John Ezel is 14 green, dead on 5, and ended up being 2 foul in front at the finish line. And I don't believe what I'm seeing in the water box, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Johnny Brackett Racer, Mr. Ezel, moving around number 3. It's Jordan White and Shane Thompson. Jordan, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 461 is the dial. Shane Thompson for Team Silver State. We'll move on. 22 green, 471 to be a thou in front of the finish line. Jordan, 16 green, 4628 on the 461. But 1 thou behind at the finish line to bow out to Shane Thompson. As we bring up Greg Hicks and Jeff Taylor, teammates here in round number 2, who apparently cannot figure out how to pull in the staging lanes correctly. Greg and Jeff, I'm ashamed of both of you. Greg Hicks for Ginco Plumbing. Jeff Taylor for Ginco Plumbing. Hicks, 483 the dial. Jeff Taylor, 472 the dial. Well, I mean, I guess like the good thing is that one of the Ginco Plumbing team cars is going to move in around number 3. Taylor, better at the start. Hicks is in trouble. Jeff Taylor, 004 and 474-1 takes out Greg Hicks, as Hollywood is 20 up front and drops to be 3 above. There's Jeff Taylor. Takes out Greg Hicks in round number 2. There's Race Kid and Tanner Theobald. I mean, this is Idaho and Utah here in round number 2 in Tennessee. Race out of Boise, Idaho for Kid Performance and Dyno. Tanner Theobald, St. George, Utah. For Theobald Motorsports. I'm sure Dad Brent, Travis, Lindsay, Parker, I'm sure they're all on live feed. Race gives up a little to Tanner on the starting line, but makes it work down at the finish line. Tanner, 14 green, got to the finish line first by 31 thousandths of a second to break out by 5. Race Kid, 23 green, 1 above, will make it work. As Race keeps his momentum from Darlington last week. Tanner Theobald going to bow out. Here now, number 2 is McKenna Brown and Trip McCarty. McKenna out of Boca Raton for Team Jegs. 457 is the dial. Trip McCarty. That's Carol's kid. Hazelhurst, Georgia for McCarty Auto Parts. 482. The dial for Trip. And a double red light, and I believe for the first time today, a true start red light will go Trip McCarty's way. Trip left first and was the less worser of the red lights. Trip was 10 red. McKenna Brown left second and was 11 red. And the situations where both competitors are red, true start accounts for who is the bigger of the red lights, and the lesser of the offenders is the winner, which is Trip McCarty. Ends up on the right side of True Start. It's Parker Dotson and Jacob Stolworthy. Parker out of North Carolina, Stolworthy out of Idaho, and Jacob turns it red by a nickel. And goes 488.8 at 141 miles an hour. Parker Dotson, 4704 on the 470. I believe it was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the starting line. Jacob. Man, if he could just been, 10 on the green side, he would have been good, but it was all over as Jacob's red by 5 thou. Parker, 33 green, and dead on Forest. Steve Hawkins and Colby Fuller. Hawkins out of Madisonville, Tennessee, 521 the dial. Colby Fuller, who moonlights as an excavation operator over at Galat Motorsports Park. Out of Savannah, Georgia. Fuller, 007, taking 8th out of the finish line to be 477 on the 474. Steve Hawkins was 26 green and 2 above to be 8th out shy of the finish line. Colby Fuller. Yeah. This is Jay Beaulieu and Race Kid's dad. Race Kid's dad over on the American water heater side of the racetrack is off and away. And drops it 002 green. Does Mark Kidd and is 11 total. Jay Beaulieu out of Quebec City, Canada. For Pro 1 Safety Products was 23 green. It was just in the way as Mark Kidd, 11 total. Not bad for an old man. I've literally known Mark my whole entire life, so I can call him an old man and get away with it. This is Donnie Quisenberry out of Virginia. Be our final Final Group A car is Donnie Quisenberry. Moving to round number 2 of our B category. Donnie's 001 and 481.5 on the 482, which is good. To wrap up Group A here in round number 2 as we're moving into Group B. Jake Baird and Jack Foster. Jake out of Hampton, Tennessee in the Z28 left side. 561 is the dial. Jack Foster out of West Virginia. 585 the number for the Nova. Foster in a dominating position right off the bat, and 586.8 on the 585 will get the win. Jack Foster was 14 on the green light start. Jake Baird 39 on the green light effort and 1 above, but he gave up 200 and change at the start, was not able to overcome that deficit. We'll bow out here in round number 2 in the B category is Wayne Bailey and Benny Ulmer. Benny out of South Carolina, the 62 Chevy 2, and Benny jetting on in round number 3, 15 green. There for Benny is Wayne Bailey in the Beretta out of Sneedville, Tennessee, is read by 24 thou. It was all over on the starting line is Benny Ulmer. Will proceed as Joe Nelson and Brian Tolson. Nelson and Illumina out of Morganton, North Carolina. Tolson coming over from Virginia. 70 Nova right side. Brian is in a very, very difficult position. 3 above is good. Tolson, 65 at the rip and 5 over. And those combination of numbers rarely will light up a win light at one of the Fling events. Joe Nelson, 005 and 3 above is good. It's Chuck Griffith and William Daniels. Chuck out of Alexandria, Kentucky. The red S10 left side, 648 is the dial for Chuckles. And William Daniels, Newland, North Carolina in the Ventura. We are off and we are away. Chuck and William, William and Chuck. William Daniels as Chuck Griffith is in a hide all sharp object situation. Chuck got to the finish line first by 0.07 of a second to break out by 2 thou. Yeek. William Daniels was 37 green and 6 above, and in a sea of sharks where like 20 total will lose, he will move on. It's Mitchell McKinney and Chris Hodge. McKinney, the black on yellow Camaro, is 12 green and will get the win. Chris Hodge, the 66 Chevy 2 out of Tennessee, is 31 at the start and 3 over. And it'll end up being 3 hun behind as Mitchell McKinney had him covered on both sides. To move in around number 3 is Mike Austin and Sean Brown. Austin in the GTO out of Mount Vernon, Georgia. 552. The dial in for Mike. He will leave first by the slimmest of margins. 0.03 of a second going to be the difference in the dial. Sean Brown, Durham, North Carolina, 67. Chevy 2, 549 is Sean's estimated performance here in this round. We are in round number 2. Advanced Product Design, $15,000 warm-up Wednesday. 006 leads last. Sean Brown, 002, 552.2 on the 549 will move on. Mike Austin. 006 at the rip. Got to the finish line first by 39 thou to break out by 11 thousandths of a second. And it'll be done here in round number 2 is Troy Williams Jr. and T.G. Pascal. Red light start for T-Rock by 9 thou. T.G. is 004 and 1 above. Take out Troy Williams Jr. Troy was 009 and then under by 9 thousandths. If you could take that 009 red and put it on the dial-in, I mean, he's perfect. Fortunately, he can't do that. Troy Williams Jr. going to bow out via the red light here in round number 2. Chuck Sanders and Mark Price will be our next pair. Price in that super cool Mustang. Chuck Sanders, the S10 out of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And speaking of Pleasant, Emily Biondo. Red and red, both competitors are 001 on the red side. When you take it out to the 4th number that you cannot see, Mark Price will end up on the right side and will get the win. All right, everybody on property, the Fling apparel stand is going to be closing here shortly. Those of you that did not thoroughly prepare and might be in need of a hoodie or some warmer articles of clothing, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I would get over there sooner than later. Again, over by the grandstands, the shorter grandstand, over trackside. So again, shirts, hats, hoodies, all that stuff. They're going to be closing soon. Yes, Pete. Colin Estes and Heath Bambarger. Heath out of Alabama will move on. 009, 1 above 5. Down 618, goes 6195 to get the win. Colin was 25 green and 1 above, but to be behind as Heath will come back in round number 3.
All right, attention in the pits. Group C door cars for round 2. Group C, if you want to run with door cars and you're in Group C, bring them up. Group C dragsters will be calling you shortly. So Group C door cars, if you want to run with door cars in Group C, bring them up.
Lala concurs with both.
Everything PB just said. It's Caden Harrell and Michael Illig. Michigan and the Cavalier looking over to the left and looking at the wind light when he looks back to the right. 004 dead on 8 for Michael Illig. Caden was 10 green, 3 above. And there's going to be a second round runner-up. It's Michael and the Cavalier back in round number 3. Shane Maddox and Lewis Trentham. Green for Shane Maddox. Overcomes a starting line deficit. 553.6 on the 552. There for Shane. Lewis was 006 and 5 above and 2 hun behind the finish line. Shane Maddox and Mustang back for round number 3. Shane Boney and Chuck Miner. Shane out of Bellevue, Minnesota, the 94 S10. Shane Boney, $5.99 on the dial. It's Chuck Miner. Powell, Tennessee in the S10. $6.21 the number. About a half a bulb going to be the head start for Chuck. Green, green. Shane and Chuck. Give it a Chuck Minor. 43 on the green light start. Dowd 621, goes 622.9 to be 100 in front of the finish line. Shane Boney was 32 at the start. Said he was going to run 599, goes 603. As Chuck Minor takes out Shane Boney. Here in round number 2 is Jesse Long and Austin Brown. Big Brown out of Jacksonville, North Carolina, the 72 Nova, 638 is the dial. Jesse Long, the Malibu out of Georgia. .656 board. Austin was away. Unfortunately, Jesse Long rolled through the beams. That definitely kind of messed up Austin. Taking his finger off the button is all of a sudden all the stage lights are lit, and then all of a sudden 2 stage lights disappeared and his top hill lights on. But Austin gets a freebie. Unfortunately, Jesse. And that Malibu rolls through the beams. There's Jason O'Terry and Frankie Denton Jr. O'Terry out of Pennsylvania and the Firebird, 708, the dial in for Jason. Frankie Denton Jr., 522. The dial for the young man out of Knoxville, Tennessee, just right down the road. So full tree head start plus a little bit more. Be a big split. Jason O'Terry is going to be out there a ways before Frankie Denton Jr. will get to release the hounds. There goes O'Terry. Red light start for Frankie Denton Jr. by 4th out. O'Terry's 13 green and 709 on the 708. We'll see Jason in round number 3. Frankie Denton, unfortunately, his advanced product Design Wednesday will come to a close via the red light in 4th out. Doug Moles, Steve Helton. Doug out of Morristown, Tennessee, 548 is the dial for the 67 Chevy 2, Steve Helton, and the S10 out of Tennessee. Rogersville to be exact, and Steve Helton. 004 right down here. Said he was going to run 636, goes 639.9 down over there to get the win. 26 green for Doug Moles, and then 4 over. And that combination of numbers for Doug does not work out in a win light in his side of the racetrack. Steve Helton will move on as John LaBouse and John Scott. Oh, prediction machine. John is going to win this round. LaBouse out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. The Chevy 2, 643 the dial for LaBouse. John Scott out of Pennsylvania in the big. 003 for Scott. 598.5 on the 596 for Scott. 003 taking. 003 on John LaBouse. LaBouse is going to bow out in round number 2 with 16 green, 1 above, but 3 thou shy at the finish line. John Scott takes out John LaBouse. It's Ted Barnes and Jeremy Kessler. Barnes out of Ontario, Canada. Super cool 72 Datsun. 681. The dial for Mr. Barnes. Jeremy Kessler out of Ohio is going to get the win. 24 green for Jeremy. Going to take out the Datsun of Ted Barnes. 568.5 on the 567. Barnes was 41 at the start and 3 over. And that unique Datsun won't see again until ATI Performance Products Thursday. It's Todd Whitted, and Scotty Taylor. Whitted, Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The 95 Olds Cutlass. As I look to the left, the Legends of Thunder Valley up on the big scoreboard, and I see Warren Johnson's name, and you can't help but think about Warren Johnson when you look at those 95 Cutlasses. 542 the dial for Todd. Scott Taylor. The Camaro Roadster, 486 of the dial. Out of Portage, Michigan. Todd and Scott, both are green. It's Todd, 009. 542.9 on the 542 to be 18 total. Scott Taylor was 18 green. Needed to be dead, nothing to have a chance. It was 487.8 on the 486. That's Todd Whitted. Take that Cutlass in round number 3 is Cody Wiggins and A.J. Ash. Cody and the Mino Camino. Out of Kentucky, 637 the dial in. A.J. Ash out of Long Beach, Mississippi, but really lives in Louisiana. 590 the dial for A.J. For Team Mullis. Looking over to the left at the El Camino of Cody Wiggins. And Cush is going to get an extra treat when A.J. gets back to the trailer. 001 green for A.J. 591 on the 590. To get the win, Cody Wiggins was 18 green, 2 above. A.J. 001. 1 above is good. As Adam Bambarger. And Roy Sams. Adam out of Alabama in the S10. 649 is the dial in. Roy Sams, 646. A red light for Roy Sams. Adam will get a free data acquisition run. 56 green for Adam and 2 over. 651 on the 649. It's Carson Brown and Tommy Cable. Carson out of Blunttville, Tennessee, literally right down the road. Like 5 minutes-ish. 624 the dial for Carson Brown and Tommy Cable. Out of Maryland. Camaro for TC. He'll be leaving second. 620 dial. One of our competitors. 0-0-0 on the starting line. That's going to be Carson Brown, who's going to get the win. Tommy Cable got to the finish line first by 32 thou to break out 5 thousandths of a second. It was 13 on the green light side was Tommy Cable. Carson Brown was perfect. 0-0-0 on the starting line. And go 628 on the 624 to get the win. There for Carson Brown. It's Chris Galitti and Jason Sizemore. Chris for Team RAD. The 66 Chevy 2. 536 the dial for young man out of Tomball, Texas. Jason Sizemore is 81 on the green light start. Chris Galitti's 004 and will get the win. 541 on the 536, but he had almost 0.08 of a second on the starting line advantage. Did Chris Galitti. Can't give Chris Galitti 800. He'll pay it off pretty much every single time. It's Brian Jones and Walt Baker. Brian out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the 68 Camaro, left side. Walt Baker, 68 Camaro, right side. Nicholasville for Baker. Again, the prediction machine has turned on and said a 68 Camaro is going to get out of round number 2 in this pair. Brian Jones, Walt Baker. Give it to Brian Jones. 009, 574, 2 on the 572 in the left lane. Walt Baker was sweet 16, but couldn't pay it off. 689, 7 on the 687. And it'll be done here in round number 2 is Chad McKee and Jesse Ray. McKee out of Milton, Tennessee, the 93 Cutlass. Jesse Ray, the 69 Nova. 598 on the board. 7/10 head start. 008 will leave second as Chad McKee is 003 and one above to be 6 thou in front of the finish line. Jesse Ray, 008. Said he's going to run 598, goes 5.991 there for Jesse Ray. But Chad McKee going to take out Jesse after being 003. And 29.0 on the 28 is Jordan Arnold and James Hinkle. Jordan out of Knoxville, Tennessee, the 99 S10. Jordan at 635 on the scoreboard. James Hinkle, 5 flat for the Grand Am. Slicks little one. The difference on the reaction time. And Jordan Arnold, 29 green, 638 on the 635, and a 6 thou in front at the finish line. James is 35 at the start, 5.030 on the 5 flat. And will be bested by Jordan Arnold here in that round 2 matchup. It's Gary Williams and Don Tipton. G-Dub out of Bradenton, Florida for Team FTI and that Boss Lady Camaro. Gary Williams took that Boss Lady to the Saturday win at the Fling at Galat, down there at Galat Motorsports Park. Don Tipton, Maryville, Tennessee, the 89 S10, and Tipton is definitely in a tight spot. Gary Williams, 19 green, 558, 3 on the 555 to move on. Tipton was Jackie Robinson at the starting line. And anytime you're alongside Gary Williams, you cannot be 42 on the green light effort and have any hopes of turning on a win light. It's Doug Milner. With the Group B solo, 73 Pontiac. They're from Milner, Laurel, Delaware. It's 26 green, dead on one for Mr. Milner. 122 on the speed for Doug. And that Group B solo is Group C. Is here at the ready light, the ready line. Right here at the bridge to the right of the tower. Race operations in the announcer booth. Got the tractor out on the racing surface right now, doing a little sweepy sweep of each side of the racetrack. And I believe just be a couple of moments of quiet time on the racing surface.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at Jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at Jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is Jegs.com.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com. Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
All right, so we're sitting up here in the Jegs suite on the last day of the Fling. It is the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We've asked Chris Baer to come up here and join us in the tower because we wanted to talk a little bit about a new program that we started here this weekend. It's called the 000 Hero Program, where basically any driver that goes trip zip on the tree and then wins the round gets a commemorative Kyle Seipel coin as well as $50. And it's kind of a bragging rights type of thing, right? I mean, you get an actual token. It's a very nice minted coin. And you can kind of start stacking those up in the trailer and almost like it's a little bit nicer than a sticker on your car, but it's something that's really cool. And of all of the guys that have been out here, you seem to have figured that one out, and you've got a collection of those coins already back at the trailer. I think, this weekend alone, we're counting 6 perfect reaction times, and since we started handing out the coins on Thursday, I think you've collected up, 3 of those?
Yeah, so far, been able to have the fortunate luck to collect 3 of the coins so far. Almost collected a 4th here, trip 0 on the tree, but unfortunately Cameron Manuel threw 6 total at me, and I just couldn't get in on that, so...
Yeah, it's a little tough when somebody's got 6 on the other side, but I mean, we're talking 6 perfect reaction times. The weekend for you has been pretty impressive. I know. Tell me a little bit about the coins that you've collected. What do you think of how they look and just the fact that something like that was introduced?
Oh, it's amazing. It's just an additional opportunities for us as racers, to get a little bit of cash in our pocket, but also just have a nice keepsake for the memory of Kyle. Pictures last a lifetime. It's just a great way to show appreciation, obviously, to his memory and obviously, the racers. So I think it's a great program. I definitely think it's something Peter should keep with, hopefully. It's absolutely amazing. Love the new format, the doubles. Things move real quickly. Shoot, we're done at 8 o'clock at night with 300 entries. Anywhere else you're racing until almost midnight. You don't have an opportunity to hang out with your friends, grill, so on and so forth. Kind of, again, and I believe that's what Peter wants to do, is just have that national event feel. And you definitely have it when you come to a Spring Fling event.
Well, that's cool. So, again, I'm glad you brought up kind of the doubles thing because for a guy like you, the way that the format was working out yesterday, today, the day before, you had 2 cars entered. You took those both very, very deep, even into the latter rounds. And the fact that we separated everybody out in the first round, came back, brought them all together, that give you the chance to kind of get your head straight in between running the first and second entry. Does it help you out at all? What do you think of how that is planned out?
It's nice to have that little bit of a break, but, to be honest with you, if I had to look at my time slips, I think I had 15, 20 minutes between runs at some points, and even earlier than that. I know the one run, we only had 7 or 8 minutes between them, but it allows you to keep in a momentum that you're not able to attain when, you have a couple hours between each hit. It's one of the things, they tell you to practice is, take 5 hits, walk away from the practice tree of the car for 5 or 6 hours, walk back to it, hit 5, see what your consistency rating is over a course of time. Kind of the same deal here. You don't have that longevity. You don't have to worry about 3 hours later, what's the sun look like, so on and so forth. So it gives you a better opportunity to come up and repeat the same thing.
Well, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions here because we made some notes, and I'm just kind of looking at this. So, like on Thursday, you were still double at round number 6. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I was double to the round of 12.
And then on Friday, you were still doubled at the round of 5.
Yeah. Oh, no, actually, maybe. I can't remember, to be honest with you, on that one. I know I made it late with the double and then fell out of the car.
Okay. And then you've had all of those perfect bulbs. So you've gone deep into the rounds over and over again. You've had all of those perfect bulbs. And I'm going to tell you this right now. This whole coming up here to talk to you about the 000 Hero thing and the being doubled up in the format was a complete hoax. It was an absolute ploy to get you to come up here. Have you heard of a little thing called the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP Award?
Yes, I have.
Well, guess what? You've been selected as our Todd's Extreme Paint MVP of the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. You are going to get this custom painted impact vapor helmet. You are going to get a check for $1,000. And sir, your performance out here this weekend was amazing. I mean, we were sitting there debating between several drivers, but looking at what you have done here this weekend, it was a heck of a performance, and we are honored to present you with the MVP award.
Thank you. This is this is really cool. Words can't describe how I feel right now, because when you show up to an event like this and you hear the packages going on over the last 4 days, and you get elected something like this, that's top notch, man. I mean, there's things you can't just do in this world, and this is one.
Round number 3. Heard Advanced Product Design. Carburetor Wednesday. Dustin Smiley, Steve Collier. Going to start us off. Collier in the S10 out of Ohio. 007 with a 659 dial in is going to light up the win light. 660 for Collier. In the S10 to advance, Dustin Smiley was 31 up front and was completely locked out as Steve Collier was 21 total. Joe Nelson and Chase McKay. Joe out of Morgantown, North Carolina, 538 the dial for the Lumina. Hirsch, Georgia. 611 the dial for the Rambler Wagon. And Sean Brown, Durham, North Carolina, the 67 Chevy 2. 550 the number for Sean. So Caroline McCarty. All right, so Doug Milner and Matt Dattis. Milner left side. Out of Delaware. Matt Daddis out of Ohio. The 98 Grand Am. Or in the Starfire, excuse me. Matt's also driving the Grand Am, but he got beat in the Grand Am earlier. But here he's in the Star-Lord. The Star-Lord. The Peter Quill. Milner and a Pontiac. 558 on the dial. Green and green. Daddis looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Milner and the Pontiac. Daddis. 15 on the green light start and one above. 634 on the 633. Milner was 34 at the start. Got to the finish line first by a thou. But broke out by 2 thou. He had no chance. Again, all drivers in competition. We're at that point of the day. I need taillights. I need taillights badly. Taillights badly. So Caroline McCarty and Sean Brown. Part 2. Carolina, Hazelhurst, Georgia, the Rambler Wagon. 611 is the dial. Sean Brown out of Durham, North Carolina, the 67 Chevy 2, 550 the dial in for Sean. Caroline will get the head start by an entire bulb and a little bit more. Away and away. One driver is perfect. The other one is 15 green. And Sean Brown is going to get the win. Perfect on the starting line and 2 above. Caroline McCarty, 15 at the start, 613-1 on the 611. As Sean Brown will advance. There's Jamie Bean and William Daniels. Jamie out of Tennessee, the 64 Chevy 2. William Daniels out of North Carolina in the Ventura. 702 the dial. Green and green. Daniels in a better position. But Jamie Bean will get the win, which is the ultimate endeavor. 631 on the 630. Jamie Bean was 57 at the start. Daniels was 16 and then a tenth above and more. Jamie Bean. We'll see in round number 4 is Greg Walker and Chuck Miner as we are in round number 3 of the door cars. Walker at Wolfpack Racing Camaro 553. We'll be doing the chase of Chuck Miner in the S10 over on the right side, looking over at Greg Walker. And Chuck Miner's going to be looking at the win light. Walker, 007, got to the finish line first by 21 thousandths of a second to break out by 6 thousandths of a second. Needed to tighten that up to 15 or less to move the win light over onto his side. Chuck Miner, 20 green, dead on 2. I'll have the win light over on Chuck's side of the racetrack, the right lane, is Adam Baumbarger and Jack Foster. Bambarger, Northport, Alabama, the S10. Jack Foster, West Virginia, 63 Nova, 585 the dial for Jack, 650 for Adam, and give it to Jack. 588 on the 585 to advance. Adam was 3 over as well. 7 thou was the difference on the starting line. Jack Foster got to the finish line first. And will turn up the win, or turn on the win light. Take out Adam Bambarger here in round number 3. Shane Maddox and Heath Bamberger. Maddox in the Mustang left side, Bamberger in the Nova right side. Alabama, South Carolina. Let's give it to South Carolina. Shane Maddox, 31 at the start, 5:51.3 on the 5:51. It'd be dead on 3. Heath Bamberger was 22 at the start, 3 over, going 6:21 on the 6:18. Shane Maddox. Moving around number 4 is Jordan Arnold and Jeremy Kessler. Jordan out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Jeremy Kessler, Sabina, Ohio. The OHIO 567 for Jeremy. Be doing the chasing. Jordan's off and away. One little one. The difference in the reaction times, Jeremy Kessler, 24 on the green light start, dead on 3. We'll get the win. Jordan Arnold was 25 in the green light, 6:37.2 on the 6:36. And it'll be a hun behind at the finish line as Jeremy Kessler defeats Jordan here in round number 3. Jason O'Terry and Mark Price. Price in his super cool Mustang. 565 the dial for the blue oval, and Jason O'Terry out of Pennsylvania. His 92 Firebird, 708 for Mr. O'Terry. O'Terry off and away. Mark Price, a little wiggle out there, and it did cost him. Jason O'Terry, 001, 709.8 on the 708 to get the win for O'Terry. Mark Price, 14 green and no good there for the Mustang. Jason O'Terry will press forward. Todd Whitted and Steve Helton. Todd out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia, in that 95 Cutlass. The WJ Special, 540 the dial for Todd. Steve Helton. Rogersville, Tennessee, in the S10, 638 the dial in. Helton looking over the left shoulder. Here comes the Oldsmobile of Todd. Helton, the S10, 005, 640 on the 638, taking 8th thou at the finish line will get the win. Todd Whitted, 19 green, 1 above 4. But 8th thou shy of the finish line. That's Mitchell McKinney and Gordon Wan. Mitchell out of Newland, North Carolina, the 69 Camaro, the black on yellow ride. 644 is the dial for Mitchell. Gordon in that Vega wagon. 76 model year out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Mitchell and Gordon. Give it to Mitchell. 005 taking 002 for Mitchell McKinney. 645.9 on the 644. Gordon Wan is 24 on the green light, dead on 2. But when we got to the end of 660 feet, was ultimately 2 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line. Mitchell McKinney gets the win there in round number 3 is Noah Pollard and T.G. Pascal. Noah out of Greenwood, South Carolina. 635 is the dial. Pascal in the Nova. We'll light up the win light on his side of the racetrack. 20 on the green light start. 582 on the 580. Noah Pollard 536.8 on the 535, but he was a couple of hun behind at the start as Noah was 39 thou, breaking the stage beam after that green light turned on. About here in round number 3 is Bug McCarty and Benny Ulmer. McCarty for Team McCarty Auto Parts in the Oldsmobile. Benny Ulmer in the Chevy 2. Ulmer's 003, 2 above. To dispatch Bug McCarty. 22 green for Bug. 6051 on the 603. This is Benny Ulmer. Takes out Bug McCarty. It's Kendall Little and Ken Clark. Little out of Killeen, Texas. Ken Clark, Stuart Straff, Virginia. We're away and away. Little left side is in a little bit of a predicament. And now is in an even bigger predicament. No win light for Ken Little there as Ken Clark will get the win. 008 and 4 above. 659 on the 655 for Ken Clark was 008. Snugged it up down there at the finish line. 0003. The margin of victory there for Ken Clark. So 008, taking 310 thou. That's an outstanding job on both sides of the racetrack there for Ken Clark. Chad McKee and Noah Johnson. Chad McKee in the Cutlass. Trying to chase down Noah Johnson in the S10. McKee out of Tennessee in the Cutlass. 17 green, 529.3 on the 528 will get the win. Noah Johnson was 1-3 at the start. Noah predicted 691 and put 694 down on the racetrack. In this round 3 defeat, Chad McKee back around is Brian Jones and Aaron Vale. Jones out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the 68 Camaro, red machine, left side. Aaron Vale, Pontiac, Fortville, Indiana, right side. 645 the number for AV. Vale, big deficit on the starting line. Brian Jones able to drive around and get the win. 24 green for Brian. Going 574 on the 572. Aaron Vale was 67 on the green light start and 3 above. And at this late juncture, being 67 on the starting line is not a recipe for success. As Chris Galitti and Chad Duke. Galitti left side. The Chevy 2 out of Tumble, Texas. 535. The dial for Chris. Chad Duke, Wilmington, North Carolina. 550 the dial. Chad and Chris give it to Chris Galitti as Chad Duke breaks out. Chad was 004. Ripping the finger off the button. Goes 547 on the 550. Was under by 3 hun. Chris Galitti was 23 green, 1 above. And that'll work out in his favor. Chris Galitti advances. Chad Duke bows out in round 3. It's Dustin Smiley and John Scott. Scott in the Vega out of Pennsylvania, 597 right side. Dustin Smiley, Piedmont, South Carolina. Grand Am over on the left side. 8,000 difference on the starting line, and Dustin Smiley goes 558.0 on the 557 will get the win. John Scott was 31 green, 1 above 6, and 14 thou behind at the finish line. That's Dustin Smiley. We'll move out of round number 3 as Brian Griffin and A.J. Ash. Brian out of Trenton, Tennessee. A.J. out of Louisiana. $588 the dial for A.J. Brian Griffin, $589 the dial for the Camaro. Virtually identical reaction times for the two. And A.J. Ash makes the right call down there at the big end of the racetrack. 590 on the 588 was 11 green for A.J. Brian Griffin was 12 on the green light start. It goes 592 to be 3 over. But A.J. Ash will get the win. Moving around number 4. It's Caroline McCarty and Chase McKay. Caroline in the Rambler wagon out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, 616 in her second entry. She bowed out earlier in the round in her first entry. Chase out of Romulus, Michigan, 68 Camaro, right side. One driver is perfect. One driver is 11. And the driver with the perfect reaction time is not going to get the win. Caroline McCarty, 11 green, dead on one. To get the win, Chase was trip zeros. It's Chase, perfect and 3 over. And Marco Paravalera sitting right next to me was like, hey, in Caroline's first entry, the person in the lane was also perfect. So Caroline had 2 perfect lights thrown at her in that round. She was taken out by one and toss the other one aside is Ashley Smith and Gary Williams. Gary in the Boss Lady Camaro. Ashley Smith in the Cobalt. 13 green for Ashley. Gary's better than that. And 7 total for Gary Williams. 007 dead on 0. And that'll throw Gary Williams into that Computech Wednesday Best Dialer drawing, where the winner is going to get that Computech Race Air Cloud Weather Station that includes wind and the testing feature. That's drawn at the Racer Appreciation Party Friday, right? So Gary Williams, 7 total, will move on as Mike Nelson and Mark Kidd. That's Race's dad. Mike out of Newland, North Carolina, left side. 508 is the dial. Mark Kidd for Kidd Performance in Dino. Twin Falls, Idaho. The undercover machine for Mark. 470 the dial for Mark Kidd. Kidd, 006 on the green light start and is going to get the win. 472 on the 470 for Mark. Mike Nelson, 21 green, dead on 6. There for Mr. Nelson. At 135 miles an hour is Mark Kidd. 006 snugs it up to 410 thou at the finish line. Mark Kidd did a pretty good job on both sides. It's Donnie Queensberry and Greg Hicks. Queensberry out of Virginia, the dragster left side. Hollywood, North Las Vegas, over on the right side. For Genco Plumbing, 484 on the dial-in for Philip Gregg. The difference on the reaction time side of things, and Donnie Queensberry is going to take out Greg Hicks by 2 thousandths of a second. Hicks was 006, dead on 7 to be 13 total. Donnie snuck inside of that, being 10 at the start. 481-1 on the 481 to be 11 total. To move on, Greg Hicks is done for the day. Is Ron Campbell and Josh Baker. Campbell out of Bean Station, Tennessee, the rear engine dragster left side, 485 the dial. Josh Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky. His American Race Cars Assembled Dragster. Both of these competitors still have 2 entries in. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to see Ron Campbell is going to lose one of the entries. Josh Baker, 12 green and 2 above will get the win. Kind it up to 3 without the stripe. Ron Campbell gave up a bunch on the starting line to Josh Baker and was not able to overcome the difference in reaction time. Campbell runs dead on 0, so even win or lose, he will get in that Computech drawing for tomorrow, or for Friday, for today's Best Dialer Award. Even though he lost that round, Josh Baker. Turns on the win light is Katie Kirby and Dakota Wells. Katie out of Virginia, the Diamond Assembled Dragster. Dakota Wells, the M&M Pipe, 455 the dial for Dakota. And a tip of the cap to both of these competitors with the great lights across the top of the back of the wing. All of us in race operations greatly appreciate that. Makes it a lot easier to see the cars as they're down track. Dakota behind at the start, but is going to end up on the right side. Dead on nothing for Dakota Wells. 35 green, 455-0 on the 455 for Dakota to turn on the win light. Katie Kirby was 22 at the start, had 516 on the scoreboard, 515-3 on the racetrack. Breaks out by 7th thou, got to the finish line first by 0.02 of a second. Had some room there to get on the right side of the number and just couldn't do it. It was Ray Miller III and Jack Collier. Pretty juicy one here in round number 3. Ray Miller III, Spring City, Tennessee, 455 the dial. Jack Collier for Team Manpower, Benton, Louisiana. Staged, tree, go. 004 leads last. Ray, Jack Collier. 003 dead on 9 to get the win. Ray Miller III was 004, leaves second, 456.6 on the 455, and is 8th thou behind at the finish line. Jack Collier takes out Ray Miller III as Blaine Meyer and Barry Brown. Blaine out of Woodstock, Georgia. 476 the dial for Blaine. Barry Brown, Bluntville, Tennessee. The M&M Dragster, 478 with the opportunity to leave first. Just got absolutely tattooed to the starting line. Myers 10 green, 479 on the 476. Barry Brown is 1, 2, 3, which is definitely not as easy as ABC if you want to win a drag race. Barry Brown 1, 2, 3, and 487, and that is not good. Blaine Meyer. We'll move on. Joe Gary. And Todd Barton. Todd Barton design. The Great Tennessee is Miller Dragster, 477. There for Todd. Wife Martha. Son Troy. Dad Don. And Joe Gary, Boiling Springs, South Carolina. 454 the dial for Joe. Barton, better at the starting line. and is going to break out by 0.03 of a second. Todd Barton was 13 green, got to the finish line first by 27 thousandths of a second, and goes 476, 7 on the 477, breaks out by 3. Needed to take 24 or less. Joe Gary was 32 green, and 1 above, and will be a winner. Michael Harbaugh and Junior Hodges. Michael Harbaugh out of Maryland will move on out of this pair. 19 green and 472 on the 470 for Harbaugh. Junior Hodges was 30 at the start. Got to the finish line first by 16 thou to break out 4 thousandths of a second. Needed just a little brake work to get on the right side of the number. Wasn't able to do it. Michael Harbaugh. We'll get out of round number 3 is Bart Nelson and Tommy Cable. Bart out of Texas. 479 is the dial for Bart. Tommy Cable, 467 the number. For the Maryland resident, the Race Tech chassis for TC. $1,000 the difference at the starting line. Bart Nelson, 005. And dead on 7 will get the win by 6 thousandths of a second. Tommy Cable, 006, 1 above 2. But 6 thou behind at the stripe as Bart Nelson takes out Tommy Cable. There's Noah Rambo. And KC Pesnell. Noah Rambo with a blown machine, 423 the dial for Noah. In from Michigan. KC is up from Alabama. KC away first and is already a winner. 002 on the green line start for KC. And then dead on 3 is 5 total. I mean, that's okay. I mean, 5 total's good. You know? Pretty good there for KC to get out of round number 3. Noah Rambo was red by 8 thou. And then 302 quick. KC would have been pretty tough being 5 total. It's Brandon Barker and Haley Whitted. Haley over on the right side. Dublin, Virginia, 516 is the dial. Brandon Barker, 507 for Team Canada A. Barker trying to take one of the Team Canada cars in round number 4 is going to be able to do it. 29 green, 2 above. Haley was 49 at the start. And 516 at 131. Trip McCarty and Steve Collier. Trip out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. 482 the dial, Steve Collier. For Team Manpower out of Louisiana. Collier, 004, 466 on the 463s. He got down there and Trip McCarty was 14 green and 2 under. 480 with a 1 on that 482. But Steve Collier, I mean, we might need to check the pavement down there because he literally tossed the anchor out. And Steve Collier might have time between rounds to change the brake pads, because it might be necessary. Seth Street and Race Kid. Seth out of Richland, Louisiana. 468. The dial for Seth. Race out of Boise, Idaho for Kid Performance and Dyno. $474 the dial for Race. Has some momentum rolling in here from Darlington last week. Race Kid 007. Dead on 2 is 9 total. The Kid camp been pretty good this round. Seth Street 22 green. 468-2 on the 468. But is a hun shy. They're on Race Kid. Race Kid moves on. It's Curtis Allen and J.R. Lockhart. Curtis out of Foster, Kentucky. 492 the dial for Curtis Allen. J.R. Lockhart, Riverside, Ohio. 488 the number for J.R. Lockhart is staged. Curtis Allen's in. Away and away. Curtis Allen, big starting line deficit. J.R. Lockhart will pay it off. 20 green, 489-2 on the 488. Curtis Allen was 5-6 at the start. Gave up almost 0.04 of a second. Could not get around that deficit. J.R. Lockhart get the win there in round number 3 is Robbie Hamilton and Shane Thompson. Shane out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State. 468 the dial for Shane. Robbie out of Millersville, Maryland. 488 the dial for the Racecraft Pipe. Over there in the left lane. Shane Thompson red by a thou. And Robbie Hamilton was 41 green, and that's going to sting a little bit for Shane Thompson. I mean, it makes me hurt a little bit. Tim Markaglu and Scott Albrecht. Markaglu left side. Staten Island, New York. 460 the dial in for Tim. Scott Albrecht, 461 the dial for the runner out of Jackson, New Jersey. 1 thou is the difference on the starting line. Scott Albrecht will end up on the right side. Markaglu got to the finish line first by 16 thou to break out 8 thousandths of a second. Scott Albrecht, 15 green, dead on 7. Will take out Tim Markaglu. Here in round number 3 is Keegan Hinkle and Jerry McGraw. Keegan left side. 543 on the scoreboard. Jerry McGraw has selected 447. Here in round number 3. Hinkle, McGraw, win light for Jeremy McGraw. 11 green, dead on 8. Hinkle was 13 green, 2 above, but Jeremy McGraw, 19 total. Back around number 4 is Corey Gallitti and Bo Sanders. Corey Gallitti, our winner from our Dragster shootout yesterday. Bo Sanders made it down to the semifinals of that event. A couple of young men have already turned on a slew of win lights already. Keep it rolling here today. Gallitti, 457 the dial. Bo, 487. Sanders is 008, looking over to the left of Corey Gallitti. And Bo Sanders, 008, 488 on the 487 will take out Corey Gallitti. Gallitti 17 at the start and 2 above. Bo Sanders takes out Corey Gallitti.
Parts call, parts call. We need a Jezel shaft rocker 1.7 ratio for a Pro Comp conventional big block Chevrolet head and an 8.850 length push rod. So if anybody's got anything like that, Jason Sizemore would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
That was very specific, as parts calls tend to be. Steve Law and Steph Fuller. Law 001 and 478 on the 477 to get the win. Steph Fuller was 16 green, 1 above 3, but 13 thou behind at the finish line. Steve Law been pretty good today. You know, round number 4. There's Joe Kerner and Cameron Manuel. So Joe Kerner, Merritt Island, Florida, 497 the dial for Joe. Cameron Manuel, Louisville, North Carolina, the American prepared dragster for CM. Both drivers are green, separated by 4 thousandths of a second. Cameron Manuel, 008, taking 3 thousandths of a second at the stripe to get the win. 477.2 on the 476. Joe Kerner was a dozen on the green light start. 498.1 on the 497. But 3 thou behind at the finish line. It's Cameron Manuel. Ends up on the right side. It's Parker Dotson, Jerry Hollingsworth. Dotson out of North Carolina, left side, 467 the dial, 526 the number for Jerry Hollingsworth this round out of the state of Ohio. Jerry Hollingsworth, a little bit better on the starting line, is going to get the win light at the finish line. 004, 527 on the 526. 004 being 009 in front at the finish. Parker Dotson was 15 up front, dead on 9, but 9 thou behind at the finish line. Parker needed to be dead 0 to try to get into the little numbers. Wasn't able to do it. Jerry Hollingsworth. We'll see in round number 4 is Brandon Taylor and Denise Young. Denise out of Knoxville, Tennessee, 456 the dial for Denise. Brandon Taylor, Woodland, Alabama. Young, A little better at the starting line, but Brandon Taylor is going to get the win light. 16 on the green light effort as Denise Young breaks out. Got to the finish line first by 26 thousandths of a second. Breakout by 6 thousandths of a second. It's Denise Young. Bows out. Brandon Taylor. 16 green and 1 above. Will work. Chris Johnson and Jeff Taylor. Chris out of Maryville, Tennessee. Jeff Taylor. Apache Junction, Arizona for Jinko Plumbing. 468 the dial for Jeff. Taylor, a little better. Right down here. And is going to lock out Chris Johnson. 13 green, dead on 4 for Jeff Taylor. Makes 17 total. Chris Johnson is Emmett Smith on the starting line. 22 on the green light start, and no good. Jeff Taylor gets out of round number 3. Steve Witherow and Colby Fuller. Witherow out of Virginia. 459 the dial for Steve. Colby Fuller, Savannah, Georgia. Is off and away. Here comes Steve Witherow. Fuller. 472.6 on the 472 to turn on the win light. 12 green there for Colby Fuller. Steve Witherow. 17 on the green light start. 457 to be under by 14 thou. And he'll bow out. Joel Maddox and Sydney Wiggins. Maddox out of South Carolina, Wiggins out of Kentucky, and give it to Joel Maddox. And that's just rude. It's just rude. 005 dead on 0 for Joel Maddox. Cindy Wiggins was 25 green and just unnecessary wear and tear on the valve train components. Because Cindy had no shot. Joel Maddox, 5 total. And that's pretty good. I mean, if you're 5 total and somebody sneaks inside of that, good job. Donnie Quisenberry and Jaden Lawler. Donnie out of Virginia. 481 is the dial. Jaden Lawler, the 16-year-old out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. 466. The estimated performance for Jaden Lawler through 660 feet. Jake picked up a bunch at the starting line and is going to get the win. 467 on the 466 was Pete Rose at the starting line. Donnie was 46 green. 481.5 on the 481 for Donnie, and it's all for naught. It's Jaden Lawler. It's Ron Campbell and Austin Thompson. RC out of Bean Station, Tennessee. And Austin Thompson, Sneeds Ferry, North Carolina, 593 the dial. Will be given the opportunity to leave first. Campbell is 004 and left second by 4 thousandths of a second because Austin Thompson was 0-0-0 with a reaction time and goes 495 on the 493. Ron Campbell was 004. Got to the finish line first by 27 thou to break out 3 thousandths of a second in this round 3 defeat. It's Trip McCarty and Michael Pascal. Pascal out of Greensboro, North Carolina. 475 the dial for MP. Trip McCarty. That's Carol's kid. Trip out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. 485 the dial. Pascal, red by 1 thou. And Trip McCarty, 24 green, and it was holding 9. It's all good. 476 on the 485 there for Trip. Pascal bows out by the most heinous of red lights. 001 on the red side. Jeff Serra and Ivy Brannon. Mr. Serra, Adamstown, Pennsylvania. Had 2 entries, defeated in 1. Last bullet in the gun there for Jeff Serra. 484 the dial for Jeff. Ivy, 453. Jeff Serra left side. Ivy Brannon right side. Jeff Serra is in. Ivy Brannon is in. Tree, away and away. Ivy, a little bit better on the starting line and a little bit better on the finish line. Totally locks out Jeff Serra. 11 green, dead on 3, makes 14 total. Jeff Serra is 15 up front. Dead on 3, did what he had to do down there, but ended up just being on the wrong side of a 4 thousandths. Stripe, as Ivy Brannon takes out Jeff Serra. And Serra will be done for the day. It's Travis Colangelo and Aaron Vale. TC out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Aaron Vale. And the Trans Am out of Fortville, Indiana. 645 the dial for Aaron. 478 the number for Travis Colangelo. Vale is Derek Jeter on the starting line. And 1 above to get the win. 646-0 on the 645 after being 002 at the rip. Travis Colangelo was 49 at the start and 2 above. And that combination of numbers will not work out in a win light. Aaron Vale. We'll see in round number 4 is Mark Price and Josh Dykes. Mark in the Dragster left side. 484 the dial for Mark. Josh. Kingsport, Tennessee. 469 the dial. 15 hundredths of a second going to be the difference on the dial. Mark will have the opportunity to leave first. Price, Dykes, Josh Dykes, 13, 1 above to be good. Mark Price was 483.7 on the 484, under by 3 thou. Took 6 thou at the stripe. Had a little room there to get on the right side of the number. Not a lot, but he had a little. It's Josh Dykes. Takes out Mark Price. It's Michael Shoup and Dennis Lithgow. Shoup out of Hagerstown, Maryland. 481 is the dial. Lithgow, Mansfield, Texas. Shoup. Give it to Michael Shoup on the breakout. Dennis Lithgow might need some kind words on a daily affirmation. Lithgow, 28 green and under by 3 thou. Took 42 down there. And I'll bow out here in round number 3. Jamie Bridge and John Ezel. Jamie out of Ontario, 482 the dial. Johnny Zell out of Louisiana is going to keep on keeping on. 26 green. Dead on 6 for Zell. Jamie Bridge was 22 at the start. 481.7 on the 482. Breaking out by 3 thou, taking 13 at the finish. Johnny Zell. See in round number 4. It's T.G. Pascal and Dustin Light. Dustin out of Tennessee. Greenville to be exact. 480 is the dial. TG coming up from North Carolina. 467 the number. Dustin turns on the most heinous of red lights. 1 thou. 478.7 on the 480. TG was 004 and legged it out the back to go 466.3 on the 467. That's Dustin Light. Come to a close on that 1 thou red light. That's Mark Kidd and Erica Baker. That's Race's dad over there in the left lane. Twin Falls, Idaho. Kid Performance and Dyno, 469 the dial for Mark. Erica Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky, 458 the dial for Erica. In a good position and breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second, taking 32 down there. Eric Baker was 30 green and put it in reverse. Erica 458, just 146 miles an hour. As Erica disappeared, Mark Kidd broke out by 8 thou, but Kidd still has one entry rolling into round number 4. It's Kyle Coltrera and Gary Williams. I mean, this is like an okay matchup here in round number 3. Kyle Coltrera, 462 the dial. Gary Williams, 484. This is like King Kong and Godzilla side by side. This is like Ali Frazier. This is like Red Sox Yankees. No, that's a bad example because the Red Sox are terrible this year. And I'm really sad about that. Like, not at all. And Kyle and Gary. Oh, I thought they were going to sit there for a little bit, and that was going to be great. Kyle rolls in. Gary follows. Williams. Coltrera rips all over the place down there, and Gary Williams on a double breakout. 008. Under by 2 thou for Gary Williams. Kyle Coltrera, 21 on the starting line, under by 15 thou. And on the double breakout, Gary Williams will take out Kyle Coltrera. Ken Batchelor and Jack Collier. KB out of Leland, North Carolina. 444. The dial-in for Ken. 452. The dial-in for Jack out of Louisiana. The Miller prepared machine for Jack. Collier behind at the starting line. And Ken Batchelor takes out Jack Collier. Collier totally locks him out. 23 green, dead on 5, makes 28. Jack Collier, 31 thou on the green light start. Ken Batchelor. We'll roll into round number 4 is Carson Brown and J.R. Lockhart. Carson Brown out of Tennessee, 624. The number for Carson, J.R. Lockhart. This will be final pair here in round number 3. Carson, better than J.R. on the starting line and better down there to get the win light. 12 green and 3 above is good. J.R. Lockhart, 486.8 on the 488, but there was nothing that J.R. was going to do to get the win there. Carson Brown will close out round number 3 with a win. And that'll wrap up round number 3. As we had some doubles that were left. We've yet to call any cars up. So we're making the call now. Round number 4. All my door cars, let's get you up in the lanes, please. Round number 4 door cars, let's get you up in the lanes. We will have some quiet time on the racing surface for, I'm going to say 7-8 minutes, perhaps maybe a little bit longer. Round number 4 door cars, let's get you up in the lanes, please. Round 4 door cars, let's get you headed this way.
It's, again, this is a special moment right now. Thank you. This world.
Well, congratulations to you, man. This is an honor to present it to you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the man right here of the hour of the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, Chris Baer, your MVP, the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP of the 2022 Jegs Summer Fling. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
32 cars racing for that opportunity to take their pick between 2 of the best built cars on the planet.
32 car shootout, that means light up the scoreboard 4 times and you're gonna get a Dragster chassis.
Light it up 5 times, you get to take your pick. This one's a big time matchup. Seems like round number 1 is gonna be full of those. Von Butkowitz was 28 on the tree, dead on 7, and had no prayer. Jamie Holston, trip, zip, dead 7. 11 foul, the difference between them in reaction time, and Jeg Coughlin puts up 8 total. All right, day number 1, we've had like 2 time trials, and we've already seen a 7-pack, now an 8-pack. It's going to be like brutal out here. Reaction time, and the win light's going to turn on for Griffith. 003, dead 9. Garrett Griffith moves to round number 3. Third perfect reaction time of the race so far. Trip, zip, perfect bolt for Matt Schell, and dead on 6. Red light start for Garrett Griffith, hands the victory over to Joe Hoskins. Kyle Bigley here on the right side, 450 is the dial. Gary Williams on the left side, 467, so a 17 thousandths of a second split between the two. Again, pre-stage bulbs are lit, the 2 dragsters deciding amongst themselves who is going to go in first. Starting to see little flashes out of the bulbs at the bottom, and I mean, they are blinking them hard. Oh. Williams is in big-time trouble. You can see like a little trail of smoke out from behind the car as he got there to about the 330-foot mark, but it is no good. Kyle Bigley, 008 and 452 on a 450. Drivers were dead on the dial. About 4 thou separate him. Out of Ohio, 487 the dial for Bigley. Both drivers leave early. And this one is going to be a true start affair. Tree drops. We stay green. 11 thou, the difference between the pickup truck and the dragster, and at the finish line, it's going to be Schell. Bill Webb is in and set. He's got the 89 body Cutlass on the left side. Bill Webb, the reaction time is 000. So with Bill Webb coming in from Ohio. Running a home game here, and Matt Shell. As Marco had pointed out, two cars that are very evenly matched. Just a 300th of a second split between them in the dial. All four on, tree drops. Red light start for Matt Shell, and Bill Webb is going home with his choice of Dragster. Runs 590 on a 489 after getting out of the throttle plenty early. Was 029 on the tree and picks up the win light.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
And I think, Pete, you know, as you're watching this, say you're on the sidelines and you're 10, 12 pair back further, you know, you're hoping what's happening on the boards is kind of reassuring all the math that you went through from the time you computed your first run, what you thought you would run, to what you think you can run while you're standing in the staging lane. So yeah, that plays into my game plan as I left the trailer and as I have right now. Or you're on the other side of it and you say, well, you know, what am I missing here? You know, I'm seeing all these breakouts. Is there something I'm missing here? And kind of go back through your math or through your routine, whatever it may be. You know, you've got to be confident, you know, when you fire up the car that, you know, what the number you put on the side is what you think. Obviously, you want to run it, but you might be holding 300. You might be holding 500. You might be, you know, going one above and playing nitrous spray through it. So I mean, there's so many different things, but I think the most important part of that scenario is is it fitting into the game plan of which I already have, or did I miss something, and do I need to reconsider a game plan because now I'm 10, 12 pair back and it's go time.
It's more kind of like Pete said about controlling the race. I feel like when you hold numbers and sometimes when you hold a lot of numbers, you're really controlling the race. You're giving your opponent, they have to do whatever their game plan is, whether it be flat-footed, whether it be...
You're adding a lot of pressure to them, to their run.
Yeah, and it's really, and it's intimidating, and I like that because when you intimidate them, like you get them...
There's more likely to be red late, you know, make a bad run.
Yeah. And they screw up, they look at you, especially if you catch them early and you start ripping it from...
They make them think their car's broke. One of them kind of do it.
You good? You're controlling this conversation right now. No, it's about controlling the race, and I feel like, at least for me, like when I control the race, I feel confident.
this next decade was basically bracket racing evolved, and as a response to Edmund and Scotty Richardson, they basically dictated what happened next. Because everybody said, how the heck do we beat these guys? We can't give them a clean wheel down there. Clean wheel meaning an easy target. So let's mix it up, and that's when a spot drop became popular. And basically, a spot drop was hold a couple of numbers. Edmund and Scotty will pull up alongside of you. You give them what they call a moving target. So it made their job a little bit harder. This is it right here. As far
Mitchell McKinney and Chris Galiti are going to start us off in round number 4. McKinney, black on yellow Camaro out of North Carolina. 644 is the dial for McKinney. And Chris Galiti, Tumble, Texas. For Chris, 66 Chevy 2. Galiti, 536 is the dial. Chris Galiti, that is like top sportsman, Division 6 divisional winning Chris Galiti a couple weeks ago. Green and green, Mitchell and Chris. Galiti better on the starting line, but Mitchell McKinney, 17 green, 644.5 on the 644. Galiti got down there and got behind by 2 thou. And pretty sure he didn't want to be. Mitchell McKinney will move on. It's Chad McKee and Nick Hastings. Chad out of Milton, Tennessee in the Cutlass. 529 is the dial for Chad. Nick Hastings, Shelby, Ohio in the T1000. And for Nasty Nick, 614 is the number. Hastings looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Chad McKee, Nick Hastings. 18 at the start, 1 above 1 to be 7th thou in front of the finish line for Nick Hastings. Chad McKee, 36 green and dead on 0. So the bad news, Chad McKee is going to bow out in this round. Good news is he's going to get in that perfect dialer drawing for being dead on 0. It's Brian Jones and Jack Foster. Brian out of Cookeville, Tennessee, 573 the dial for Brian. Jack Foster, Nova out of West Virginia. Behind at the start is Foster, and not going to turn on a win light here in round number 4. Brian Jones, 577 on the 573, was 23 green. Jack Foster was over by a 10th, after being 35 at the start. But Brian Jones moving to round number 5. Shane Maddox and Austin Brown. Shane out of Piedmont, South Carolina. The 86 Mustang for Shane, 549 is the dial. And Austin Brown, big, Jacksonville, North Carolina. White 72 Nova, 640 the dial for Austin. Here comes Shane and the blue oval Mustang. But no, the bow tie is going to get the win. 14 up front, 1 above 3 for Austin Brown. Shane Maddox, 006 and 552 on the 549. As Austin Brown takes out Shane Maddox. It's Jamie Bean and AJ Ash. I told AJ in the staging lanes earlier today, I'm like, hey, you need some more stickers on your car. And he was like, it makes it so I can't screw up the finish line as bad. Jamie Bean at 64 Chevy 2. 631 is the dial. AJ, 588 for AJ and Team Mullis. Jamie Bean, 26 green and dead on 2 to be 28 total. AJ Ash was 34 up front. So Dustin Smiley and Chase McKay. Dustin out of Piedmont, South Carolina. Grand Am left side, 557 on the board. Chase McKay, 643 on the board for runner Romulus, Michigan. 68 Camaro there for Chase. Dustin left side, Chase right side. 660 feet later, going to be Dustin Smiley, 12 green and 8 thou in front at the finish line. It was 558 on the 557. Chase McKay was 22 green, 1 above 4, but 8 thou behind there at the finish line. It was Donald Brown and Chuck Miner. Donald out of Curry, North Carolina in the Beretta. Chuck Miner in the S10. Powell, Tennessee, 617 the dial. Mr. Miner. Red light star for Donald Brown. Chuck Miner, 007 green on a free look at 617. How do you like 619? At 109 miles an hour, Donald Brown was read by 7 thou. In that round 4 defeat was Jason O'Terry and Benny Ulmer. Jason out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, 92 Firebird, 708 the dial for Jason. Benny Ulmer, 534 on the board for the 62 Chevy 2 out of South Carolina. Off and away. Here comes Benny Ulmer. Jason looking over that right shoulder, and Jason O'Terry throws 12 total at Benny Ulmer. 005 dead on 7 for Jason. Ulmer was 12 on the starting line, had to be dead 0 to even have a chance with one of the little bitty numbers, and ended up being dead 8 and 8 thou behind at the finish line. Jason O'Terry rolling around number 5. It's Carson Brown and Jeremy Kessler. Carson out of Blunteville, Tennessee. 627 the dial for Carson. Jeremy Kessler out of Ohio. 566 is the dial for Jeremy. Carson, Jeremy Carson. Give it to Carson Brown on a double breakout. 22 on the green light effort for Carson. Jeremy cut that number in half, being 11 on the green light start, and goes 563.6 to be under by 3 hun. Carson Brown under by 11 thou. On the double breakout, Carson Brown is going to get the win. Caroline McCarty and Gary Williams. That's pretty good. Caroline McCarty out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, the Rambler wagon. 611 is the dial. Gary Williams, 555 the dial for the Boss Lady Camaro. Gary for Team FTI. Carolina's in. Gary Williams is in. Red light start for Caroline by 7 thousandths of a second. Gary's 003. 554.7 on the data acquisition run for Gary Williams. Caroline McCarty, 007 and 610. There for Caroline. It's Ken Clark and Steve Helton. Ken Clark. That S10, 658 the dial. Going to be along the side of the S10 of Steve Helton. 1 thou is the difference from the starting line. Helton looking to the left. Here comes Ken Clark. Win Ken Clark by 1 thou. 12 green, dead on 9 makes 21 total. 11 green and 11 above makes 22 total. 1 thou, the margin of victory for Ken Clark. And he'll make it down to 32 cars. As T.G. Pascal and Matt Dattis. Pretty good matchup right here. Pascal, 580 is the dial-in. Matt Dattis, 634. For the runner out of Vermilion and the Starfire. Matt Dattis turns on the red light by 8 thousandths of a second. T.G. Pascal, 4 green and under by 7 thou. As Pascal will advance via the Matt Dattis red light as Aaron Vale and Steve Collier. Remember, so microphone close and talk a little loud. So Aaron Vale and Steve Collier. Aaron Vale left side, going to get the win. 008 dead on 6 to be 14 total. Locks out Steve Collier. Collier was 31 on the green light start and was completely locked out. As we roll into our dragsters, Greg Hicks, who was already out of competition. I was going to say, who are you going to have in the next round, but you're already out. Going to jump on the mic for a little bit and work you through primarily the rest of round number 4.
Thank you, Mike. First pair, round number 4. Blaine Meyer and Erica Baker. Blaine down 474 in the left lane. Erica going to chase him down with 458. Blaine leaving first. Puff of smoke might have sprayed it down there to go one above one, 475 at 144. Erica Baker, 16 on the tree, 459.6 to be behind. Donnie Quisenberry. Left lane, dialed 481. Donnie, the guy that sent me up here to the tower. Bo Sanders in the right lane. Going to leave first with a 487. Donnie puts it in first. Bo follows him in. We're clean and green as they head down the racetrack. The advantage to Bo is he's 10 on the tree. Gets the win light. 488.5 on the 487. Gets there 5 thou. Donnie Quisenberry, 33 and 3 thou under, trying to chase him down. Brandon Barker and Colby Fuller. Fuller in the right lane, dialed 472. Brandon Barker going to leave first with a 508. Colby may or may not be a part-time excavator driver. It's just what I heard. Brandon out of Belleville, Ontario. I don't know if that's Canada or if that's I think that's Canada. Geography was not my strong suit. And Colby lights his 5 thou red. He's going to take it back to the trailer and put her away for the night. Brandon Barker's 004, 5 thou under. Pretty solid spot to be, heading into round number 5. Joe Gary, 453 in the left lane, and Josh Dykes, dial 470, out of Kingsport, Tennessee, in the 2020 Race Tech. Joe going to let him leave first in his pretty brand new American. Joe Gary lights with 3 thou red. And his day will be done. Josh Dykes gets a little bit of a gift as he leaves the starting line 039. And he'll probably adjust that as he comes back. He goes 5 thou under his 470 dial. Michael Harbaugh, Dakota Wells. Harbaugh, dialed 470 in the left lane. He will leave first as Dakota is dialed 454. They leave the starting line, and Harbaugh turns it red. 003 red. Oh, Dakota Wells, that's a gift. And Harbaugh's probably not going to want to see that ticket. He's not going to be happy. But you know what? There's 3 more days of racing for Harbaugh to make up for that. Dakota Wells was not very good on the tree. 453.8 on the 454. Going to round number 5. Joel Maddox, 472 out of Piedmont, South Carolina in the left lane. Cameron Manuel, big crammed out 477. We'll get a little bit of a head start. So we are green. Someone has a big advantage, and it's Cameron Manuel. Gets her a little over the center line down there, but I think he's good. 478, 4 on the 477 after being perfect on the starting line. Joel Maddox, 26 leaving the line, 3 thou under. That is no good. Cameron headed around 5. Steve Law and KC Pesnell. Steve, 477 the dial in. He will let KC leave first at 496. KC leads first, leaves red, 007. Lights it up a little bit under down there, but it didn't matter. Steve Law is 11, dead 6. That would have been a tough lap to get inside anyway. Robbie Hamilton and Scotty Albrecht. Robbie dialed 486 in the left. Scotty Albrecht, 460 out of Jackson, New Jersey. Driving that 2021 Race Tech for Kyle Koretsky. Robbie from Millersville, Maryland. I would imagine that Robbie Hamilton can go a little bit under right here. Probably, I'm not going to put his business out there, but Scotty, I'm sure, can go under as well. They're both in. Robbie's going to leave first. Scotty's going to track him down. Scotty's got the advantage, and Scotty's got the win. 461.3 on the 460, taking 10 down at the far end. Robbie missed it a bit to be 25, and 1 above at only 135 miles an hour. So Scotty got dropped a little bit down there, but caught it. He's going to move on to round 5. Brandon Taylor, Mark Kidd. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Race his dad, they call him, dialed 468. He'll leave first. It's Brandon Taylor, who's dialed 462. As BT gets on a little bit of a roll, you got to watch out. But Mark can do the same thing. Problem for Mark Kidd. He gets her pulled over. Brandon Taylor's going to lift out of the gas, take the win, 006. And Mark looked like that thing was not happy when it left the starting line, but he does an excellent job to keep it in one piece and keep the shiny side up. Race is walking down there to figure out what happened. Looks like maybe, I'm not going to speculate, but they'll get it figured out.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Each year at the Fling since 2010, we do what's called a reaction time challenge. The drivers love it. We call 25 drivers to the staging lanes, randomly picked. If they get a 00 anything reaction time, so 001 to 009, they get $100 cash. If they get a 000, they get $1,000 cash and a chance to come back and do it again. If they hit the second time, they get $10,000.
All right, check it out, guys. I'm here with Bill Dykes in the lanes for the reaction time challenge here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Bill, how has your experience been out here so far this weekend?
This is the most amazing race, best time ever. If you can't have fun here, you shouldn't be drag racing.
You're about to go and try and turn on a 00 reaction time for $100. Trip Zip gets you $1,000. What are you doing with the delay box?
Yeah, I leave it. I'm pretty aggressive with it. Last year I went 00 back-to-back. So I just left it. Hopefully I'm paying attention at the light and see what happens.
Well, good luck to you here in the reaction time challenge and in today's 30K main event. Can't wait to see you out on the track.
Thanks for talking to me. Have a good one.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultima tachometer line.
the Ultimate 3, and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Meziere Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Meziere for the best solutions.
A, B, C, D, all colors, all numbers, even, odd, all groups. Bring them on up. Door cars, if you're not here, you're late. If you got a dragster, come on.
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at biondoracing.com.
Great day. So for the rest of the weekend, tomorrow I expect to have somewhere around 550, maybe 520, 550, whatever, but it's going to be in that area. So we're going to go ahead and set the schedule for the rest of the weekend so you guys can prepare accordingly. There'll be new entry time runs tomorrow, and then we'll get right into round number 1 of the 30K. We're going to race just like it is on the flyer, Thursday, Friday, Saturday to completion, just like it is. The only reason I'm making this announcement is I want to get you guys on the same page. There will be no buybacks for the entire weekend. I don't believe we'll be able to, if we start getting 550 cars and get an oil down or 2, I don't want to run you guys thin to the middle of the night to 1, 2 in the morning. So with this amount of cars, there will be no buybacks for the rest of the weekend. And another reason I'm telling you guys now, because you all have the same opportunity. If you want to double enter, you can do that. So everyone's on the same playing field here. So for the 30K tomorrow, the 100K on Friday, and the 30K on Saturday, there will be no buybacks. We'll be all on the same page. And everyone has the option, anybody has the option, or everyone has the option to double entry. So there's no favoritism there. The Diva desk will be open till 11 o'clock tonight. If you want to change your plans, if you decide you were single and want to double, or vice versa, we'll take care of you. Once again, thanks. Huge crowd. Our biggest crowd here was a 498. We hit that twice, once in 2014 and once in 2020. And we're going to blast right through that. So we're going to race for some great money. The only thing we're taking away is the buyback, but you do have the option to double enter.
So that announcement there from Peter Biondo about racing for the rest of the weekend. With no buybacks here the following 3 days. There was a lot of thought and a lot of discussion that went into that decision, and Peter always takes, what's best for the racer and the team and everybody here, and in order to complete these events in a timely manner. That was the decision that was made, and we support that decision as we move forward. As we need dragsters for round number 5 up in the lanes, please. Dragsters up in round number 5. Let's get you up in lanes if you would, please. So we believe 32 competitors are left. Once again, dragsters round 5, dragsters round 5. Get in the lanes, please.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD Torque Systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
All right, round number 5. Here on Advanced Product Design Wednesday, Nick Hastings, Chuck Miner. 32 machines are left here in round number 5. Hastings, 616 the dial over on the left side, the T1000. Chuck Miner, Powell, Tennessee, the S10 right side, 620 is the dial. We are in, tree, and away. Both drivers, 001 on the starting line. Nick Hastings, Chuck Miner, Nick Hastings. 617-1 on the 616. Chuck Miner got to the stripe first by 26 thou to break out, 15 thousandths of a second. Nick Hastings will advance down to the round of 16. Jamie Bean and Ken Clark. Jamie out of Mooresburg, Tennessee, the 64 Chevy 2. 631 is the dial for Jamie. Ken Clark in the S10 out of Stewart's Draft, Virginia. Ken Clark, 658. Double 01 for Clark. Jamie Bean trying to get around the starting line advantage of Ken Clark, not able to do it. 659, 5 on the 658 was 001 green. Jamie Bean, 26 at the start, dead on 8, and no good. As Ken Clark will advance. Dustin Smiley and Aaron Vale. Aaron out of Fortville, Indiana, the 73 Trans Am. 645 on the dial for Aaron. Dustin Smiley, Piedmont, South Carolina, the Grand Am left side, 557. And a good spot on the starting line. And a good spot down there at the finish line. Dustin, 003 and 3 above. We'll get the win. Aaron Vale, 22 green, 1 above 3. Bow out. Here in round number 5, Dustin Smiley was 003 and in front by 2 thou. Down there at the finish line. Dustin did a good job on both ends. To move down to 16 cars. Carson Brown and Gary Williams. Carson out of Bluntville, Tennessee, 626 the number. There for Carson left side. Gary Williams and the Boss Lady Camaro, 556 the number for Gary. Team FTI, Team Overkill. Carson Brown off and away. Here comes Gary Williams. Gary Williams locks out Carson Brown. 003. Dead on 6 is 9 total. Carson Brown, 15 green. Just had a leisurely 106 mile an hour parade lap because there was nothing Carson Brown was going to do to turn on a win light. Over on his side of the racetrack is Brian Jones and Austin Brown. Brown out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the 68 Camaro left side. Big Brown and the 72 Nova out of North Carolina right side. 641 the dial for Big. Red light start for Brian Jones. Austin Brown will advance down to 16 cars. On a free look at 641, he's going to look at 639.7, 106 on the speed for AB. Brian Jones, after being red by 14, is dead on the dial, going 573.5 on the 573s. Jason O'Terry and TG Pascal. O'Terry out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, in the Firebird, 708. The dial for JO. TG, 579, the number on the Nova. Green and green. O'Terry was late. TG Pascal will move on. 29 green, one above. To be 1 thou in front at the finish line for TG. Jason O'Terry was car 54 on the green light, which is never good. 707.5 on the 708. And 1 thou behind at the finish line. TG had Jason O'Terry locked out. It's Mitchell McKinney and Sean Brown. Mitchell, black on yellow, 69 Camaro out of North Carolina. 644 is the dial for Mitchell. Sean Brown, Durham NC, 67 Chevy 2. 551 the dial there for Sean Brown, right side. Mitchell, 300 advantage on the starting line. And we'll use that advantage down there at the finish line. 005 for Mitchell in that yellow Camaro. 645.7 on the 44 to move on. Sean Brown was 42 green. 8 thou behind at the finish line. Still going 200 under the dial, going 549 on the 541 is Mitchell McKinney. We'll take it on down to 16 cars. Is Brandon Barker and Bo Sanders. B squared out of Belleville, Ontario. Greg Hicks, that's in Canada. It is not the Ontario, California. It is Canada. Canada is the country that is north of the United States. Bo Sanders, Raymond, Nebraska. The American chassis machine over on the right side. I was talking to Greg Hicks in the tower about geography, and he was like, I don't need to know right angles. No, that's geometry. Totally different thing. Bo Sanders, Brandon Barker, womp, womp, womp down there, and Bo Sanders, 19 green, dead on 7 to be 3 thou in front at the finish line. Bo had a good run yesterday in the Dragster shootout, taking it down to the semifinals. He continues to illuminate win lights. Takes it down to 16 cars at least today. It's Blaine Meyer and Scott Albrecht. Blaine out of Woodstock, Georgia. 474 the dial for Blaine. And Scott Albrecht out of Jackson, New Jersey. The Race Tech machine, 461 is the dial. Red light start for Scott Albrecht. And Blaine Meyer picked a perfect time to be 78 on the green light start, and it's when your opponent in the other lane is 12 red. Meyer. Blaine Meyer, 78 green, dead one, is going to get it done. Scott Albrecht was 12 on the red light and 461. Brandon Taylor and Josh Dykes. BT out of Woodland, Alabama, 462 the dial. Green and green. Josh right side, Brandon Taylor left side. Brandon Taylor, 002, 463.9 on the 462 to be in front by 6 thou at the finish line. Josh Dykes was 20 up front, dead on 7 in the back, but 6 thou behind at the finish line. Brandon Taylor takes out Josh Dykes and advances down to 16 cars. Steve Law and Dakota Wells. Steve out of Boonville, Indiana. Dakota Wells, Sevierville, Tennessee. 453 dial for Dakota. Over on the right side. So my geography major, Greg Hicks. Sevierville. Sevierville? Ha! I was right. It's near Gatlinburg. There we go. Craig Hicks is like I'm Googling it. Wow. Better at the starting line. Better at the finish line and locks out Dakota Wells. Steve Law, 005 dead on 7, makes 12 total. Dakota Wells of Sevierville, Tennessee, 16 green, and no chance. Bart Nelson and Jerry McGraw. Bart out of Texas. Jerry McGraw. Plattsmouth, Nebraska. And Bart Nelson. Nelson, 003, 2 above. Is good on that combination of numbers. Jerry McGraw was 20 green and 2 above. But 16 thou shy of the finish line. Bart Nelson in the left lane will take it down to 16 cars. Jack Collier and Michael Shoop. Collier, Benton, Louisiana. Miller Prepared Machine. 451 the dial for Jack. Michael Shoop, 482 the dial for Shoop. The Miller Prepared Machine out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Collier left side, going to get the win. Locks out Michael Shoop, 18 right down here. 451-2 on the 451. Down yonder to be 20 total. Michael Shoop was 38 on the green light start and completely locked out of the barn. Steve Collier and J.R. Lockhart. Steve out of Benton, Louisiana. We're whittling our way from 32 cars down to 16. J.R. Lockhart, Riverside, Ohio. Motor mile side of the racetrack, the right lane. It's decided 487 is the number for JR. Lockhart, Collier. Wow, Lockhart, 16 green, 2 above is good. Steve Collier, 119 on the green light start for Steve Collier. Eek. J.R. Lockhart, 19 green, 2 above will be good. Steve Collier picked an... I mean, really, is there ever a good time to be 119 on the green? I mean, the only good time to be 119 green is if your opponent's red. Or if your opponent has difficulties in the other side of the racetrack. But rarely does 119 green work out in your favor. So I believe we're just waiting for...
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
All right, as we got our doubles rolling back around, continue to work our way down towards 16 cars. It's Trip McCarty and Cameron Manuel. McCarty, 479, the selected dial for the Hazelhurst, Georgia Dragster. Cameron Manuel, Louisville, North Carolina, 477 is the dial for Cameron. Cameron, Trip, Cameron Manuel, 10, dead 3, is 13 total. Trip McCarty was 27, ripping the finger off the button to go down there and be dead on 2, but was just completely in the way. Cameron Manuel, very efficient, being 10 green, dead on 3, taking out Trip McCarty. It's T.G. Pascal and Ken Batchelor. T.G. Pascal left side. North Carolina, the Race Tech Machine, 466 the dial. Ken Batchelor, 444 the dial. 6 little ones separate them on the starting line. T.G. Pascal, 20 green, dead on 8 to be 28 on the combined numbers. Ken Batchelor was 26 up front, needed to be dead 2 or better. Was 1 above 1. 9 thou behind at the finish line. T.G. Pascal will advance down into the round of 16.
Jegs. For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
All right, here we are at the ET Shack at the Summer Fling. It's $100,000 ATI Friday. I'm here with McKenna Brown. We're going to have some fun at the ET Shack. McKenna, you turned on the win light. I'm going to give you $50 cash if you can tell us your reaction time. And I'm going to give you $100 cash if you could tell us your get the reaction time and the finish line margin of victory correct. So what was your reaction time?
Well, I felt like I missed a little bit. I actually bumped down 3 times, so I did take 12 out of my reaction time. So,
by the way, 4 in a bump, that's a Jeggy thing.
Yep, I did learn that from him. I'm going to say I was probably around 12 on the tree.
Pretty close, 15 on a tree. All right, so how much did you get there first by?
Let's see. All right, well, it was double breakout. I broke out 3 thou. He broke out.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait. He got there first, my bad. How much did he get there first by?
Wait, what'd you say?
How much did he get there first by?
Let's see. So he broke out by 10 thou. I broke out by 3 thou. And I guess he had a pretty decent light. I'm going to say he probably took around 6 thou.
18 thou.
All right.
So, McKenna, You got the win light round one. How are you feeling about your chances today? Did you win? And did you win in your first entry?
I did not win. I was 004, take 003 this morning for the L. I broke out 1 thou. I had Zach Fulcher. He was a 001, dead 5. So it was a pretty good lap, but didn't turn on the win light, so I'm glad I got the win light on this one.
All right, she's 1 out of 2. I'm sure you're going to buy back in the first entry.
Yes, absolutely, and I'm feeling good about today.
So, McKenna, tell us a little bit about when you started racing, how long you've been racing, and what you love about racing.
Well, I love this track because I actually started racing here when I was 10 years old. I got my license here, junior dragster, and I came out. I got my license on a Thursday. I came out on a Saturday morning, and I won my very first race here in a junior dragster that same weekend. So I've loved this place. I've won some track championships here in junior dragster, and then once I came into a big car, I really haven't come here very much. But every time I come here, I love it. So that's how I started racing, was actually here at this track, and racing with my family. I had my Uncle Jeg out here today and my Uncle John out here yesterday and the day before, and I mean, he hasn't raced in like 10 years and he was doing awesome. Like that's what I love about it so much, is being able to come out here and do it with my friends and family, and it's just, that's what I love most about it, is having the community that I've grown up with, people at this track, just being here and having a
She said she was nervous about the interview. She talks like she's been doing this for years, interviews. So how do you feel about your chances the rest of the day? You got the home court advantage, so to speak. And also, do you approach a Fling race, a big buck event, any different than you approach, let's say, just a weekly bracket program event here?
I don't. I think of every single round as its own round. I don't see it as, I'm racing for 100,000 this morning. I see it as I'm just racing another person. As soon as I put the helmet on, I know I have a game plan of what I'm going to do, and I just try and stick to that. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to try it again. But no, I don't really look at it as a big race. I just try and take it one round at a time and focus on it like that. If I try and think of it as it's a big race, I get a little too nervous, and I see my performance start to go down. So my grandpa Jeg, he taught me that a long time ago, to not really look at the flyer and just take it one round at a time.
I tell you, she is calm and she's cool. And at these events, sometimes it's that kind of attitude, it's that kind of approach that ends up standing in a winner's circle at the end of the day. Good luck today, McKenna.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
All right, so we're down to 16 left in the field. 7 door cars, 9 dragsters. TG Pascal is doubled in 2 separate cars is the current situation. So he has 1 door car left, 1 dragster left. 7 total door cars remain. 9 total dragsters remain. 16 total. We will be on a ladder in round number next. As we ladder there at 8 cars. But we're trying to get the drivers in the cars tomorrow morning. We'll move into ATI Performance Products Thursday. We start up at 8:30 in the morning with new entry time runs. No, sorry, new entry time runs at 8 a.m. I'm going to lose a half-hour of beauty sleep. I mean, I need like 496 hours of beauty sleep. And I would still need more than that. These cars are rolling forward. We're going to start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. New entry time runs, and then right off the bat in round number 1. Over 500 cars on property. Just an incredible turnout. The RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Automotive Batteries. Door cars are moving forward. Round number 6. 16 machines left. And I'm going to put Greg Hicks to work. Because, I mean, he's just sitting up here looking pretty. Might as well have him do something.
Thank you, Mike. I do feel pretty. It's been a good hair day for me. Pair number 1, round number 6. Nick Hastings going to line up in the left. 616 the dial for Nasty. Ken Clark. The Stewart's Draft, Virginia. 658 the number for him. He'll let Nasty leave first, try to run him down. Nick Hastings has a resume that probably doesn't need any introduction. If you don't know who Nick Hastings is, then you might live under a rock. A really large rock. Or you're Amish. Nasty is nasty. 008. Leaving the starting line. I think he's off the bottom. I'm not totally sure. 617-2 on the 616. He takes 6 thou. Ken Clark gave a good effort. 16 on the tree. 1 above 0 to be behind that 6 thou. Nick Hastings moving on to the ladder. Mitch McKinney and Austin Brown. McKinney dialed 645 in the left. Austin Brown 640. So nearly heads up. Wheels up, launch for Austin Brown. That's going to be so good. The advantage in the win light, though, is going to go to Mitchell McKinney as he throws down 8 total to move himself onto the ladder. That is a nasty run. Austin Brown, 24 on the tree, locked out. Mathematically ineligible, as some would say. Mitch McKinney going to move on. Taking a look at the starting line down there. Be quiet for just a couple seconds while we make sure that it is A-OK to send race cars. Then we'll get back at it.
nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
All right. Quick little broom with the mop, and we're back at it. Dustin Smiley, 557. The 95 Grand Am in the left lane against Gary Williams in the 556. The Boss Lady Camaro over in the right. Gary has done quite a bit of work with that Camaro this season. In just a couple of races. I don't think he's raced it very much, Mike. But he's Gary Williams. Smiley going to try to put a stop to it, as he'll get a slight 1/100th of a second advantage leaving the starting line. We are green and we are close. They head down to the far end. Give it to Dustin Smiley. 16, dead 2 to be 18 total. Gary Williams had a little bit of room. He was 14 and lights it up 8 thou under, taking 12 at the finish line. And Dustin Smiley is going to dispatch Gary Williams and move himself onto the ladder. Now we move into the transition pair. T.G. Pascal, who's also still in the drag. She won, right? And Bo Sanders. Sanders going to give up the head start to T.G. as he's dialed 579. Bo Sanders dialed 488. They are green at this end. The far end, give it to Bo Sanders. 488 to dial. He goes 489.5 after being 12 at the starting line. Takes 14 thou down there. And we have no more double entries with TG's loss. He'll come back in the dragster and try to right the ship. As that brings up Steve Law and J.R. Lockhart. Law, out of that Law Chevrolet camp, dialed 477. J.R. Lockhart, 487. Both drivers bumping him in carefully. Lockhart lights a stage bulb first. Law follows him in. Green light to pair. At the finish line, J.R. Lockhart goes dead on 9 to be 16 total. Steve Law, 16 up front, takes 3 thou down at the finish line to be 3 thou under, as he had to be dead 0 to try and have a chance. J.R. Lockhart onto the ladder. Cameron Manuel and Jack Collier. Big Cram dialed 476. Jack Collier going to have to wait a sec at 451. Cram has been laying down some runs the last couple times down the racetrack. See if he can do it again. Collier bumps it in. Cameron bumps it in. They're green. A foul separate them. And at the finish line, Cameron Manuel. 27 at this end. Dead on 7. Margin of victory, 0.0004. 4/10 thou the margin of victory. Jack Collier was 28 and dead on 6. And they might as well have been 001 and 002. Because the finish line was nasty. It's a little tight. My pants are getting tighter. I think it comes with age, Mike. And that will put an end to round number 6. No. Oh, yeah, we have a double. We have a double. I misspoke. It's my first day on the job, Mike. Give me a break. I'm the intern. So we will wait for TG to bring his dragster back around.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Meziere Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Meziere for the best solutions.
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships.
For the third time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at biondoracing.com.
It really feels like if you can win a spring fling event, it's one of the most prestigious events you can win because a lot of really good bracket racers show up and it's just a really tough atmosphere.
These are some of the best bracket racers all over the U.S. There's a great turnout this year and I'm going up against the best, trying to put my best foot forward. I think it's been really awesome. Definitely being challenged out here.
If someone asked me about spring fling, I would tell them to come and enjoy it because it's a great time. It's a full week of racing and a lot of beautiful cars and a lot of good competition.
If I was asked by anyone whether or not they should come to the spring fling, I would say absolutely. It's the best race on the West Coast. I would absolutely recommend it. Go spring fling team.
And we finally now have our final pair of the round. There's two pair, our final two pairs. I misspoke twice. And Mike told me two pair. I'm new at this. I am an intern. Anyhow, Blaine Meyer, left side, 474, the dial-in. Blaine has some making up to do for his last lap down the racetrack when he might be the luckiest person that we've ever seen. Slightly. TG Pascal. Going to try to not let that happen at 466. And TG's a bad dude, too. So, Blaine, make me proud. And TG Pascal turns it red. And Blaine Meyer is living right. This time he was 007 on the tree. It was a good lap. Oh my God, he was 10 total. So solid lap from Blaine Meyer. He earned that one, but he's making the right moves. TG maybe let go on nothing. He was 37 red, and that's pretty big. He might have given it a little flinch down there, and he just clicks it off. The final pair of the round. Brandon Taylor dialed 462 and Bart Nelson at 479. Brandon Taylor driving for Chris Galitti, that red and white American. Wow. Bart Nelson is 000 on the starting line. You hear the ripping at the finish line, and Bart Nelson's going to get it done. 000, 482.6 on the 479. BT was 19 and tried to make it work, taking 20. Lights it up 3 thou under. And with Bart Nelson's mile an hour, I'm going to say that he let Brandon take it. It was a solid job from Bart Nelson. He's going to move on to the ladder. And I'm going to hand the mic back over to Mike Eames so I can go to dinner before my, I don't think I can say that, before she.
Hello racers, it is ATI $100,000 Friday. I'm sitting here with Matt Daddis. He won first round in both entries. So the buyback round is going on right now behind us, and we're gonna have a little fun up here. We're gonna talk to Matt, and then we're gonna have a little practice tree challenge, because I feel he's one of the best out there on a tree. If he gets first 1 to 3 wins, if he gets to 3 win lights before I do, he'll get a free Summer Fling t-shirt. So Matt, how you doing today? So far so good?
So far so good. I got a couple of red lights, so I got a couple of time runs first round, so I made 2 okay runs, and all the numbers added up, so it was good. Good start to the morning.
2 win lights out of 2 is a great start to a $100,000 race day. I'm gonna say his lights, and I didn't see either of your runs. I'm gonna say you were 008 and 011.
I was 6, my first one, and came back around. I missed a Scotia. I was 16, but my guy was red. I had 2 red lights, so it was good. The first one was right where it should have been. The second one I missed it a little bit and didn't bump it, but it was good enough.
Yeah, and if this guy gets on a roll, you better just stand back and watch. So you're known for buying super stock cars and turning them into bracket cars. You have the DeFrank car that you're running here today, this weekend. What is it about those cars, those type of cars that you like?
Just, I don't know, I guess I always grew up as a door car guy. My father's been a door car guy. I've owned a bunch of dragsters and just never really gave them the chance, I guess. I ran one at the 500 grander at Martin this year. It was a lot of fun, but I'm just more comfortable in a door car. They do wheelies and they got roll-up windows, and so the super stock style just fits me. It's, glass windows, stock dash, and they work perfect with the setup we built quite a bit. Is 427 small block and a power glide, and goes 6.0s, and it's pretty much go down any racetrack, and pretty versatile. You can hit the bottom, you can foot brake, you can run super street, you can do pretty much anything you want with them. So.
And you run on alcohol?
Yes, yeah. Small block Chevys on alcohol with a power glide. Yep. So very simple. 7 AL3s, no grids, no nothing. So
keep it simple.
Yep.
So if you had one piece of advice, your cars run really consistent, and you're usually really close to dead on. Consistency-wise, what's one piece of advice for a consistent race car?
I think just like not necessarily like the people that can go out and buy everything. Like you could go buy something and someone tell you it's going to be perfect, but it's trial and error. Like I've gone through converters versus converters to find the right one, and carburetors to find the right one, and it's just one of those deals that the setup just jives. So lots of testing and trial and error, and that's keep good tires on them, find a good converter, and find a good carburetor, and from there it's just you just let the car do the work.
It's always makes your life easy if you could let the car to do some of the work for you. Well, we wish. How are you feeling about your chances tonight?
I feel pretty good. I've hit the tree pretty good this weekend, better than the last few weeks. So I don't know, kind of honed in a little bit the last couple days and found a good mid 00 spot, and just kind of hanging there and make sure dial it so you can get there, and go from there. Just make the right decision, keep a cool head, and even if you do get beat, you have 2 entries for a reason. So even if you do get beat, try to throw it behind you and focus on one. So.
Well, keeping a cool head is a big part of it, especially when the stakes get high.
Yeah.
And this guy, normally you're such a nice guy, and you don't come off as like one of those cutthroat I'll say it, like wannabe badasses. You just are.
I appreciate it. I mean, coming from one of the best out there, that means the world to me. And it's just, I don't know, I'm enjoying doing this, you know, being able to do it for a living too, which is unbelievable, as
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you've been able to do, like, I mean, I just am having a blast and try not to lose sight of that. Like, you know, I try to go to the racetrack and have fun every single time, and I'm around some really good people that keep it fun, so that makes it way easier on me. You know, I can come back even if I do get beat, and come back and hang out with some friends, and it's not that big a deal. So it's I enjoy the crap out of it, and I'm very blessed, really lucky to be able to do what I'm doing. So.
And you can tell. And to me, this is one of the reasons I wanted to go up against each other on a practice tree, is because I feel you are one of the best. You're a young gun. I've been referred to as a has-been. So
Which is not the case for anyone watching.
I really want to see how I stack up against you. And I know it's a small sample, first to 3, but
yeah.
Let's go have some fun.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'm in.
All right, brother. Good luck.
Good luck.
Two to a 5.
Yeah. That's that a little bit. A little foul out just for
Taking the foul out.
Seven's a lucky number, I guess. Smoke me, Pete.
Wow, that was a good couple of hits there for us both. All right, Matt.
Yep.
Well,
that was fun.
It was, but where it counts is out there.
I guess. Yeah.
And go get it done, man.
I'm gonna try.
All right, brother.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Down here in front of the tower here, really, at Thunder Valley, with our winner, close to 500 entries today. You were good when you needed to be. You were even better when you had to be in the final round, 13 total against JR over there. You are the mayor of Thunder Valley. Blaine Mayer, our winner here on $15,000 warm-up Thursday. Blaine, tell us about your day.
It feels good to finally. Hello. It's. It feels good to finally be here. You know, I think we've been out 5-6 times this year, and it's been kind of a hard year starting a new business and trying to still have fun and go racing and stuff like that. So to do something like this year means something really special, more than just on an average year, you know. So.
Yeah, you know, as we worked our way through elimination, you get down to the semifinals, you have Cameron Manuel, who'd really been on a roll. You get a red one out of Cameron, gives you some momentum into the final. JR was perfect in the semis, and you laid 13 total in that final round. Tell us what you're thinking about when you're lined up alongside JR in that final.
Well, honestly, you know, that was my lucky one. When he turned it red, I think I was 26, and I was just glad to be on the winning side of that, you know. And at that point, I was just grateful to be in the top 2, you know. So to be here, though, you know, and put 13 total down in the final feels good. So I don't feel like a slouch.
You know, these events are so hard to win. Those trophies mean so much. You say when you touched it, I'm not going to let it go for a while. A lot of people help you get here. Who do you want to thank?
Well, first off, my wife. I really wish she was here. She took vacation to come, but unfortunately we had some stuff going on at the house that she had to stay. But besides that, the sponsors that helped me get here, All Terrain Motorsports, Automated Solutions, BMM Motorsports, and Slade Marine. They've been with me for 2 years now, and to continue sponsorship, it really helps out. So.
Well, congratulations to our winner tonight on our $15,000 warm-up Wednesday. He is the mayor of Thunder Valley tonight. Blaine Mayer, our winner out of Georgia, tonight on $50,000 warm-up Wednesday.
Actually, you know what?
All right, all my friends on Motor Mania, thank you so much for joining us all day today. Everybody watching that Jegs, Mickey Thompson live feed, big thank you. Will be on bright and early, 8 o'clock in the morning. New entry time runs, then right into eliminations here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optum Batteries. Thanks so much for being a part of our day. We'll see you here tomorrow.
Jegs.
Testing 1, 2. Okay. I have an echo. Ta-da! Okay. Congratulations, Blaine Mayer. He's from Georgia, you know? Anyway, yes, congratulations to Blaine Mayer for his victory in the APD 15K eliminations. This thing is not right. Okay, that's better. Okay. Also, congratulations last night to Corey Guletti for his victory in the American Race Tech 32 car shootout. And he selected the American. Got some good racing going on here, don't we? Okay, tomorrow, we had like, I heard 506, I heard 509, I'm not really sure, but we had over 500 entries on a Wednesday here up on the mountain. And tomorrow, I expect there to be at least that, if not more. And at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, I should get some rest, we are going to be live. They're going to have just new entry time runs, and traditionally we go live if they're just going to do that. So, so we will begin at 8 o'clock with new entry time runs, and then go right into, they've canceled all the re-entry rounds. Oh my goodness. That's the good news and the bad news. That means that we're not up until too late. So anyway, say your goodbyes to each other. Oh, goodness. Say your goodbyes to each other as I go through our final MMTV videos, and we will see you tomorrow at about 0800 Eastern Daylight Time.